The story revolves around Beatrix, a female lead who, after a tragic accident, wakes up 5 years after her death in a different kingdom, with a new body and a new identity. She has transformed from being a duchess to a princess in this new life. Her name is now Princess Shro, and she soon discovers that men from her past life in the kingdom of Stika have returned, now proposing a treaty. One of these men, who was once her enemy, is now an emperor searching for a bride with royal lineage. As Princess Shro, Beatrix must avoid falling into his manipulative grasp once again, striving not to repeat the mistakes she made in her previous life. Since childhood, Beatrix was haunted by her father's expectations. He often said, "No matter how much I want a son, I still have a daughter. If you are truly my child, you must prove your worth." This mentality shaped her, preparing her for the difficult road ahead. Unlike other girls who received jewelry or toys at the age of 5, Beatrix received a sword from her father. This gift signified her challenging future and the path she was expected to follow. The story is set in the Urinen Empire, where the nobility and royal family are at a power struggle. Once a mighty empire that commanded respect, the royal family's influence had waned. In this environment, Beatrix, as the eldest daughter of the Martian family, is expected to uphold the noble faction and oppose the royal family, specifically the crown prince of the Urinen Empire, Stika Urinen, her sworn enemy. From a young age, Beatrix was trained to be perfect in every aspect. Whether mastering swordsmanship, social etiquette, estate management, or the manners of a noblewoman, she excelled quickly. Her father, the head of the Martian family, demanded nothing less than perfection from her, allowing no room for error. Her fate was to become the next duchess of the Martian family, leading the noble faction against the imperial family. The rivalry between Beatrix and the crown prince began at a young age. On her first appearance in high society, at the crown prince's 10th birthday celebration, Beatrix was meticulously prepared by her father. He told her, "This will be your first meeting with the crown prince. Make sure everything is perfectly prepared." When she finally saw the crown prince at the party, she was struck by his cold demeanor. He had platinum hair, an indifferent gaze, and a stern presence that chilled those around him. Beatrix approached him to show proper etiquette, but he dismissed her with a cold glance and walked away without acknowledging her. This interaction planted the seeds of their bitter rivalry. As Beatrix observed him more closely, she noticed his doll-like beauty and pale complexion, which contrasted with his authoritative aura. She understood that he was the enemy she needed to defeat, and conversely, she was the target he needed to eliminate. Despite her clear understanding of her mission, Beatrix felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart whenever she looked at the crown prince, hinting at a complicated dynamic between them. Fast forward 10 years, and both Beatrix and Crown Prince Stika are now 20 years old, deeply entrenched in the political turmoil of the Urinen Empire. The struggle between the noble faction, which Beatrix leads, and the royal faction, led by the crown prince, has led to countless bloody battles. The elite factions fight in the shadows of the empire, vying for control. In the final stages of this long conflict, Beatrix, now a hardened warrior, finds herself grievously wounded. She sits in a dimly lit room, holding the sword that has pierced her chest, smiling mockingly at her fate. The sword, soaked in her own blood, seems to cry out in pain. With her last thoughts, she apologizes to her sword, named Rosa, saying, "I'm sorry, my dear Rosa, but I can't just surrender my life to the enemy, can I?" Beatrix's heart is conflicted even in her final moments. She knows that, to her enemy, this moment represents the ultimate victory in the war. However, she refuses to allow Stika the satisfaction of this triumph. Even on the brink of death, she won't let him have the honor of her defeat. Beatrix's journey, from a young girl burdened with immense responsibilities to a formidable leader fighting for her family's survival, encapsulates her unwavering determination and inner turmoil. Throughout her life, she must face the enemy, the crown prince, whom she is destined to defeat, yet who also elicits feelings she can't fully explain. Beatrix had been utterly defeated, crushed despite all her efforts. Yet, she felt no shame in her loss because she understood it was her father who had desired a throne that was never meant to be his. Gazing down at the trail of blood on her body, Beatrix smiled bitterly, mocking herself for how pathetic she had become. However, she harbored no regrets. For her, there had been no other option but to fight. In that moment, she heard cold footsteps approaching. Through her blurred vision, Beatrix saw the door creak open, revealing a familiar figure illuminated by the light spilling in from outside. It was none other than Crown Prince Stika. His cold eyes were unmistakable as they met hers. The moment he laid eyes on the wounded girl sitting in the corner, he spoke her name, Beatrix Shell Martian. Hearing her name, Beatrix managed a painful smile. Not using my title? That sounds strange. I don't think I've ever truly been Beatrix in your eyes, have I? Her words left Stika momentarily speechless. Beatrix continued, aren't you happy? You're the victor. But you don't look very pleased. The crown prince unconsciously repeated her name, Beatrix, before kneeling beside her. His next words were the most sincere he had ever spoken to her, you are the most worthy opponent I have ever had. This unexpected statement caught Beatrix off guard. The room was quiet, filled only with the sound of her labored breathing. After a moment, she struggled to speak. Your Highness. She began, but Stika cut her off, correcting her coldly, it's Emperor now. Beatrix immediately realized that the Emperor had passed away, leaving Stika as the new ruler. Despite her miserable state, she forced herself to congratulate him. To His Majesty, she said, acknowledging his victory. Stika, now Emperor, asked her if she believed everything that had happened was a mistake. Beatrix calmly replied, I did my best. I simply want to congratulate the victor in the proper manner. She could feel her body reaching its limit, her strength fading fast. As she neared death, a flood of emotions overwhelmed her mind. She recalled a time when she had dreamed of becoming Stika's knight. If she hadn't been born into a noble family, she wished she could have been a commoner and served him as her lord. In her final moments, Beatrix called out to him. Stika. The young emperor's expression remained unchanged, and he motioned for her to speak. Beatrix smiled softly, admiring him. Our battle was truly interesting, she said. Stika nodded in agreement. Then, without hesitation, he placed a hand on her shoulder and expressed something he had never shared before. I, too, had a wonderful time because of our conflict. A moment later, Stika calmly said his final farewell to Beatrix. The life of the young woman who had fought with everything she had for her family came to an end. As she closed her eyes, Beatrix could still feel Stika's empty gaze watching her, as if silently bidding her farewell. She drew her last breath, and her life slipped away. Though her death was bleak, she was not alone. Suddenly, a sharp wave of pain jolted Beatrix back into consciousness. She could hear a voice calling to her, a young girl's voice. Princess, are you awake? The girl asked. Still disoriented and unsure of what was happening, Beatrix heard the girl continue, His Majesty wishes to have breakfast with you. Beatrix was fully awake now but confused. She had died, how could she still be conscious? The maid by her side was ecstatic to see the princess sitting up. Beatrix, still in a daze, didn't yet comprehend what was going on around her. With a hint of doubt in her heart, she climbed out of bed and walked toward a nearby mirror. When she caught sight of her reflection, she was so shocked she could barely speak. The room she stood in was beautifully decorated in an elegant, cute style, and everything around her exuded luxury. Gradually, Beatrix realized she was in a princess's room, and the face staring back at her in the mirror was not her own. The maid, noticing the princess standing silently in a daze, asked in a concerned tone, Princess, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Only then did Beatrix realize this was the same maid who had woken her up. Though she knew asking too many questions might raise suspicions, Beatrix had no choice. She needed to understand her current situation. She started by asking the maid, what is my name? The maid seemed stunned by the question, but quickly recovered, cheerfully clapping her hands. Oh dear, have you forgotten your name? You are Princess Shro of Flor Solum. The maid's carefree attitude made Beatrix question her own reality. From what the maid said, Beatrix learned that Solum was the name of the kingdom they were in. Believing the princess had lost her memory, the maid enthusiastically offered to help guide her through everything until she remembered. Solum, it seemed, was a small kingdom but blessed with fertile land, perfect for farming. Anything planted here will sprout and thrive, the maid proudly declared. That's why we provide fresh produce to everyone in the region. As Beatrix listened, she thought to herself that somehow, she had been reborn in this peaceful land. Still seeking to make sense of her surroundings, she asked the maid, what year is it? The maid sighed and gently scolded her. That's why I keep telling you to start keeping a diary instead of letting the days slip by uselessly. From the maid's response, Beatrix learned that the current date was February 10, 1290 Relian. She realized that 5 years had passed since her death, and in just a few days, it would be the princess's 20th birthday. Beatrix couldn't believe how quickly time had passed. Remembering her lonely death and her surreal rebirth, she sighed inwardly, her thoughts swirling in confusion. This is truly madness, she thought. The maid, overhearing the little princess mumbling something, curiously asked, "What did you say, Your Highness?" Beatrix quickly turned her head, pretending nothing was wrong. Facing such an energetic young maid, Beatrix was reminded of a golden retriever. The maid seemed incredibly curious about the princess's supposed nightmare, thinking it was the reason for her mistress's dazed and thoughtful state. While the maid mulled it over, she suddenly noticed something different. With a bewildered expression, she asked, "Your Highness, since when did you become so calm?" Confronted with the maid's puzzled demeanor, Beatrix carefully considered her response. She realized that Princess Shro was typically absent-minded, which explained why the maid hadn't grown suspicious when Beatrix asked unusual questions earlier. Just as she was about to respond, the maid suddenly gasped, ruffling her hair in distress. "I came because His Majesty wants you to have lunch with him." "I can't believe I forgot," the maid exclaimed. Without giving Beatrix time to react, the maid hurriedly urged her to get ready. She swiftly did the princess's hair and picked out her clothes, just as she had always done. During this time, Beatrix's mind was racing, trying to process everything that had happened. She still couldn't believe that she had died, only to be reborn again, this time in the body of a princess in a small kingdom. A princess who was delicate and feminine, far from the strong and formidable warrior Beatrix had once been. What worried Beatrix most was how these slender arms could ever properly wield her sword, Rosa. As she stood in the magnificent, splendid palace, full of thoughts, Beatrix gazed out the window. The warmth of the sunlight enveloped her, a sensation she had never experienced before. Looking out at the beautiful scenery, her mind drifted to someone, Stika. She had always held a special concern for him. The noble faction had collapsed 5 years ago, so she guessed the world was now firmly in his hands. From the moment Beatrix woke up in this strange place, she could only think of Stika, though he would likely never know she had returned. Soon enough, Beatrix was escorted to the dining room. Her mood was unsettled. Fooling a naive maid like Lily might be easy, but Princess Shro's family was another matter. Beatrix didn't know how long she could hide her true identity from them. When she entered the room, the Emperor of the Kingdom of Solem smiled warmly and said, "Shro, our dear girl, you're late." His friendly attitude took Beatrix by surprise. Before she could fully regain her composure, the lady sitting beside him added with a laugh, "Shro still loves to sleep in. She's still just a child." A red-haired girl, looking bored, chimed in, "If you were any later, there wouldn't be any soup left." One by one, the other family members offered similarly casual greetings, leaving Beatrix stunned. She could hardly believe that these were members of the royal family. They acted more like a warm and friendly group of peasants. Even so, Beatrix reminded herself to stay on guard, perhaps they were only pretending to be kind on the surface. After apologizing for her tardiness with a polite bow, Beatrix pulled out her chair and sat down. Just as she was getting settled, one of Shro's siblings spoke up. "Now that you're here, shall we continue with the topic from before?" Seeing the serious expression on her sibling's face, Beatrix braced herself, assuming the conversation would turn to politics. But her older sister's next words caught her off guard. The red-haired girl declared, "I was this year's Tomato Beauty Queen." Before Beatrix could even process this strange statement, another sibling chimed in with a dissatisfied expression, "That's not right. You were the Potato Beauty Queen." The argument that followed left Beatrix feeling completely out of place. She had expected the royal family to be reserved, sitting far apart from one another, carefully maintaining their composure. But instead, they were casually bickering about trivial things like beauty queen titles. Even the meal on the table, a simple dish of tomato soup and cream sauce spaghetti, was far from the grand feasts she had seen in royal courts before. As the chaotic conversation continued, Beatrix slowly began to realize something: there was no such thing as a Tomato Beauty Queen or a Potato Beauty Queen. And there certainly wasn't any serious rivalry between royal siblings for such odd titles. Yet the king and queen, cheerful and warm, laughed along with their children. For a moment, Beatrix wondered if she was still unconscious, her soul lingering between worlds, or if some fairy meant to guide her to the afterlife was playing a trick on her. Noticing her deep in thought, Queen Solem asked with concern, "Why are you so quiet, Shro? Are you not hungry?" Before Beatrick could respond, the king spoke up, his tone playful. Our youngest daughter has matured overnight. So poised and graceful, but still our beautiful little girl. The overwhelming enthusiasm from everyone left Beatrick feeling out of sorts. For now, she decided to maintain a neutral expression, hoping to deceive them into thinking nothing was amiss. She adopted a cold tone and replied, I've grown up. The moment the words left her lips, Beatrick startled herself. Princess Shro had such a childish voice. And sure enough, as soon as she spoke, her three sisters burst into laughter. You? Mature? A million years from now, maybe, they teased. Then they reminded Beatrick that last year, Shro had been crowned the Peach Beauty Queen, a revelation that took her by surprise. I was. What? Beatrick asked, confused. Her eldest sister confirmed it with a smile, and Beatrick could only guess that the title must have been awarded because of Shro's rosy, peach-like cheeks. As the conversation continued, her two other sisters eagerly explained how Shro had done her makeup in such a way that it made her high cheekbones stand out, making it impossible for the judges to resist. Seeing that their daughter didn't react much, both the king and queen assumed that their daughter was just being shy. Meanwhile, Beatrick struggled to comprehend this strange new reality. The queen had just mentioned that her daughters were now of marriageable age, which left the princesses a bit flustered. Meanwhile, the king, with a regretful sigh, said, I'm not ready for you girls to leave yet. Watching those around her openly express their affection, Beatrick sighed inwardly, thinking, this must be a fairy's joke. Suddenly, the sound of a horn echoed outside the palace, drawing everyone's attention. It was a sound Beatrick had never heard before, so she asked curiously, what's that noise? Before anyone could respond, a figure burst into the room. The butler rushed in, urgently calling out to the king. Seeing this, King Salam asked calmly, Nan, what's going on? Butler Nan, his face pale, announced that their kingdom had gone to war. The words had barely left his lips when he continued, mentioning a name that made Beatrick freeze, Uranin. At this, Beatrick finally focused on the conversation. From the butler's hurried explanation, she learned that Emperor Styka, the bloodthirsty ruler of Uranin, was personally leading the royal guard to attack their capital. In an instant, the image of that cold-hearted young man, Styka, flashed through Beatrix's mind. She never imagined that after her rebirth, she would hear his name again. The news of Emperor Uranin leading an attack on Solom spread like wildfire. Beatrick was speechless. After longing for him day and night, she couldn't believe she might see him again, though under such circumstances. Styka's image dominated her thoughts, the young man who once seemed as distant and cold as the moon, emitting a soft, peaceful glow, yet also exuding sharp authority. His expressionless face always concealed his true thoughts, and though Beatrick admired him secretly, he was also the greatest enemy of her life. She couldn't understand what had transpired over the past 5 years that would drive him to invade such a small kingdom, and without any formal declaration. This wasn't the Styka she knew. At this point, Butler Nan anxiously asked, Your Majesty, what should we do? The king pondered for a moment, then, to Beatrix's astonishment, smiled calmly as if the news were insignificant. I knew this day would come, he said, but I never thought it would be Uranin. The king's reaction left Beatrix stunned. Even the queen, upon hearing the dire news, showed no signs of fear. The two leaders of Solom were calmly conversing despite the fact that their kingdom was being invaded by a superpower. The king, seemingly enthusiastic about the news, appeared more concerned with maintaining his admired image. The queen, sensing his eagerness, gently reminded him, I don't think now is the right time to discuss that. Meanwhile, the elder sister sighed with regret, saying, So this year, there will be no vegetable queen. This unexpected comment left Beatrix speechless. The other two sisters immediately erupted in anger, declaring, It's been a tradition for 200 years. This is a national disgrace. Beatrix couldn't believe her ears. Their primary concern seemed to be about missing out on a local beauty contest rather than the threat of losing their kingdom. The conversation grew livelier around this trivial matter, leaving Beatrix feeling more like an outsider than ever. As a female warrior from a noble family, she had expected the natural reaction to be fear or at least serious concern over the invasion. Yet, the royal family remained calm, as if nothing was happening. Unable to contain her frustration, Beatrix asked with a grave tone, Aren't you all afraid? War could wipe us out. Her serious words made the king sigh deeply. Uranin is a powerful nation, he began, but there's no need to worry, little one. With that, he casually grabbed some mashed potatoes and continued eating. The people of Solem seemed to believe that being invaded by a great power would certainly be unpleasant, but they had an unwavering confidence that they would remain safe. Their 500-year history of peace had instilled this unshakable belief in them. Beatrick, however, realized the gravity of the situation. Despite their impressive ability to maintain peace for so long, they were unprepared for a determined force intent on invasion. Looking around at the unconcerned faces, she voiced her thoughts solemnly: death is not the only shame. There are many ways to bring about the collapse of a nation. Her words struck a chord with the king, moving him to tears. Beatrick was momentarily at a loss for words, stunned by his overly emotional reaction. Seeing his youngest daughter speak with such wisdom and gravity made the king deeply emotional. He believed his daughter had truly matured. Since her rebirth, Beatrick had encountered numerous surprises from the royal family of Solem, but nothing prepared her for this. She couldn't fathom why a king would cry during such a tense moment. With no other options, she felt compelled to explain further: Uranin is the most powerful superpower today. Remaining indifferent is not wise. Despite her warning, her words fell on deaf ears. The three sisters continued smiling cheerfully, completely oblivious to the reality of the situation. Beatrick, seeing that no one else recognized the severity of the invasion, felt at a complete loss for what to say next. At that point, the king cheerfully suggested, "Why don't we go outside and take a look?" He then rose, offering his hand to the queen. She calmly stood up, responding warmly, "You love the children by prioritizing your wife." The three Solem sisters showed no fear as they prepared to follow their parents outside. As they stepped outside to greet the delegation from Uranin, the princesses were more concerned about whether their dresses were appropriate for the occasion or curious about the appearance of the men from Uranin. This left Beatrick feeling dazed as she watched the carefree backs of the Solem royal family. She eventually had to resign herself to the oddity of the situation. After preparing thoroughly, the Solem family and palace servants stepped out to welcome the arrival of the Emperor of Uranin. Beatrick was filled with confusion. In just a short while, she would come face to face with the man she had longed for every night, Stika. She had never imagined she would see him again, but now she would have to face him in this unexpected new life. As the palace doors opened, sunlight streamed in, making Beatrick appear more radiant than ever. The first thing she saw was the flag of Uranin, emblazoned with a powerful lion emblem. In front of her stood the battalion led by Stika. Beatrick, blending into the crowd, watched as Stika dismounted from his horse. Even after 5 years, his face was still etched in her memory. She recognized him instantly. Stika still had that same impassive, stunning face. The first thing he said was a question directed at the king: "You are the king of Solem, correct?" This was the first time Beatrick had heard Stika's voice since her reincarnation, and she noticed how much deeper it had become. He was also taller than before, completely different from the last time she had seen him. Standing before the man she had longed for, Beatrick wondered if she had truly survived and returned to this life. The king calmly responded to Stika, "Yes, I am the king of Solem. I don't know what brought your majesty here, but I am quite certain that Solem has nothing you seek." In another corner, the three princesses whispered among themselves, speculating on the reasons behind Uranin's invasion. One suggested that Stika's kingdom had run out of rice, while another thought it might be due to a lack of fresh goods. The absurdity of their reasons left Beatrick feeling embarrassed, and she silently prayed they would stop talking because their conversation was loud enough for everyone to hear. Just as Beatrick feared, Stika overheard their debate and gave a wicked smile. Beatrick, standing opposite him, caught sight of that smile and knew immediately that he found the situation amusing. With a sinister edge to his voice, he addressed the king, "Since you've provided me with such an enjoyable moment, I'll offer Solem a choice." He unsheathed his sword and pointed it directly at the king's throat. The sharp blade pressed against the king's skin, sending waves of panic through the onlookers. Beatrick, along with everyone else present, was frozen in shock. Stika coldly continued, "Do you want to die here or ally with me? I hope you make the right choice." His demeanor made it clear that there was no real choice at all, only submission or death. Beatrick, watching from the sidelines, was puzzled by how ruthless Stika had become. In the past 5 years, he had conquered countless nations, but he seemed unsatisfied, always craving more. Despite her recent rebirth, Beatrick had quickly noticed how kind-hearted and close-knit the Solem royal family was. They shared genuine affection, especially for their youngest daughter, Shro. This warmth was something Beatrix had never known in her previous life. Perhaps it was this kindness that made her feel protective, or perhaps it was her instinct to face Stika, her lifelong enemy, head-on. Whatever the reason, Beatrix instinctively stepped forward, positioning herself between Stika and her new family, shielding them with her body. Stika's gaze quickly shifted to Beatrix. He recognized her as one of the 4 Solem princesses. His eyes narrowed as he inferred, "You must have a lot to say, don't you?" Beatrix looked back at him with determined eyes and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I apologize, but I find your ridiculous proposal quite unpleasant." Princess Shro's unexpected defiance left Stika momentarily stunned. But as expected, his expression quickly darkened, and he shot her a murderous glare. "How amusing," he muttered coldly. His words sent a shiver down Beatrix's spine. Despite her rebirth, she was still very much afraid of the man standing before her. Stika, towering above her, cast a chilling glance and said, "It seems you still don't know what fear is. There's no other way to explain your recklessness." Despite her fear, Beatrix bluntly responded, "So, thank you, Your Majesty." The sword in Stika's hand quickly shifted toward Beatrix. He showed no mercy, continuing, "I warned you. Risking your life won't save you." The blade skimmed Beatrix's neck, a sharp reminder of the danger she was in. Stika, with a hint of warning in his voice, said, "One should be cautious to avoid regret. When a princess of a small kingdom dares to stand before an emperor with blind courage, it won't bring her any benefit." Beatrix paused for a moment, considering his words. Then, with boldness, she asked, "Do you even intend to kill us? If you came here to plunder, you would have already killed us all." Her words seemed to strike a chord with Stika, whose expression suddenly shifted. Seeing that he was willing to listen, Beatrix seized the opportunity to press further. "Your Majesty, threatening a king without a weapon only proves your baseness. But I believe you already know that." To her surprise, Stika did not react with further aggression. Instead, his expression softened slightly. Then, he asked a question that caught Beatrix completely off guard, "What is your name?" As Beatrix was about to instinctively reply with her real name, her 3 older sisters rushed forward, thinking Stika was bullying their younger sister. They angrily responded on her behalf, "Her name is Shro. What do you plan to do with that information? Do you think you can get through here just because of your handsome face? Take that sword away from my sister." In the embrace of her older sister, Beatrix suddenly realized she had almost revealed her true identity to Stika. The king of Solem, enraged, loudly criticized the man pointing a sword at his daughter. "Are you acting like a thug rather than an emperor? How dare you point a sword at my daughter?" One of Beatrix's older sisters also shouted at the soldiers, "Do you really think this behavior is acceptable? If you continue like this, you'll leave empty-handed." The Solem royal family had lost all leniency towards the invading forces of Uranin, demanding loudly that Stika's soldiers put down their swords. Watching the scene, Stika couldn't help but think of the royal family as a flock of chirping chicks, their protests insignificant in the grander scheme. Meanwhile, Beatrix silently observed Stika and suddenly realized that, though his face remained unchanged, he might be feeling uneasy about the situation. Even she had never seen a royal family so united, standing firmly together in the face of danger. Realizing the chaos was a result of her actions, Beatrix reluctantly told everyone she was fine, trying to calm the situation. Yet the queen still looked worried and asked with concern, "My dear, are you all right?" Before Beatrix could even respond, her older sisters began crying and complaining, believing their younger sister had been wronged. Stika, watching this display, couldn't help but comment, "Indeed. That's family." His words seemed almost amused by their emotional outburst. Sensing that the situation could escalate further if not handled properly, Beatrix stepped forward and formally introduced herself to Stika. "Oh, King of Uranin, I am Shro of Flor Solem, the youngest princess of Solem." Her older sisters, now confused, watched as she took the lead in addressing Stika. Beatrix cautiously suggested to Stika, "If you don't intend to kill us, why don't we go inside to continue our discussion? Although having unannounced guests is not customary, we need to make a wise choice among the limited options you've given us, correct?" She faced Stika without fear and, with a hint of sarcasm, added, "Is there any diplomatic agreement that could be made here in the courtyard of the palace? Are you planning to sign a treaty here?" Despite the sarcasm, Beatrix's genuinely warm smile prevented Stika from feeling insulted. After a moment of reflection, he he nodded in agreement with her proposal. He then ordered his troops to withdraw, signaling a temporary truce. Seeing this, Beatrick offered to lead everyone inside. As they walked, Beatrick pondered the interaction she had just had with Stika. She realized that despite his intimidating presence and threats, he had never intended to kill anyone there. Although she didn't know why, she sensed that Urianin either didn't want to, or couldn't, harm the Solom royal family. This meant Solom had something Stika wanted. The more she thought about it, the more the tension built inside her, her heart pounding in a way that reminded her of their decisive battle years ago. As they proceeded deeper into the palace, Shro's older sisters continued to harass Stika. One of them declared, "I'm still keeping an eye on you, so don't even think about touching Shro again." Beatrick watched from the side and couldn't help but think that Stika would have to learn to deal with the overly protective sisters of the princess. Beatrick couldn't understand why Stika, the man sitting across from her, was staring at her so intently. Sensing her confusion, Stika finally spoke, asking, "Are you indeed Princess Shrina?" The sudden question made Beatrick panic momentarily, but she hesitantly answered, "Yes." Upon hearing her response, Stika unexpectedly smiled, a smile free of malice, which only left Beatrick more bewildered. At this moment, the king of Solom, who had been reviewing the contract, looked up and said, "Emperor of Urianin, I have finished reading the agreement." Beatrick tensed, glancing towards her father, anxious about what he would say next. The king's words were completely unexpected. He remarked that the terms of the agreement were very good. This was beyond Beatrix's expectations. She struggled to regain her composure, wondering if she had misunderstood something. Stika seemed to find her confusion amusing and commented, "You seem quite perplexed, Princess Shro. Don't you see how blessed and fertile this land is? Though small, it is an endless source of food." Beatrick didn't fully understand the deeper meaning behind Stika's words, but the king and queen of Solom took his comment as praise for their kingdom's agriculture. They beamed with pride. "You're too kind, Your Majesty. Even Urianin acknowledges that our agriculture is the best in the world," the queen added, both she and the king proudly extolling the kingdom's agricultural achievements. Beatrick, however, stood next to them, displeased. She thought this was not the time for her parents to be bragging. Just then, Stika continued, "That's something to be proud of. Solom provides 30% of the continent's food supply." Hearing this, Beatrick felt a strange sense of surprise. Why was Stika discussing such unrelated matters? Her sisters, however, found this statistic fascinating and accepted the praise reluctantly. The sister with pink hair even went so far as to compliment Stika, saying, "You're the first to notice that, Your Majesty. Most people only care about gold and jewels. We don't have exact numbers, but we know our influence is significant." Beatrick, still puzzled, thought about what she had just learned. Solom seemed so small on the map, yet it supplied 30% of the continent's food. When she was a duchess in Urianin, she had never heard of this land, so she had no understanding of its significance. Stika, however, seemed to know everything about Solom. In front of everyone, he continued to speak, explaining that the people of Solom were descendants of a sacred temple, and that everything in Solom developed miraculously. "The high priests of the earth god believe the people themselves are a miracle," Stika added with a mocking tone, before turning to Beatrick and asking, "Princess Shro, do you understand now?" It felt like a jab at Beatrix's lack of knowledge. Of course, she didn't know all these details, she had only recently discovered Solom's existence after her reincarnation. Feeling humiliated in front of everyone, Beatrick shot Stika a gloomy look. Sensing the tension, the king suddenly spoke, his tone concerned. "But isn't this all too sudden? The terms seem too favorable for Solom. What will you get out of this?" Without hesitation, Stika replied, "The sorcerers." He then explained to everyone present, "You might not realize it, but Solom has always been noticed by powerful nations. The sorcerers were the first to recognize it. Unlike us, they are only interested in Solom's holy magic power. If Solom falls, the entire continent will face a severe famine." The queen, hearing this, became worried. "Are those beings pursuing us?" she asked, alarmed. Although the king had listened to Stika's reasonable explanation, he still had doubts. "But these terms are too one-sided," he insisted. Stika, his voice cold, responded, "Does that displease you? If you want to be exploited, just say so." The king quickly backtracked, "Of course not. This feels more like an alliance treaty than a vassal agreement." Maximilian, the head of the treasury, eagerly chimed in, exactly.
Urinin sees Solom as a friend and ally.
As long as this treaty is signed, your country will receive support from Urinin for the next 20 years.
Solom will become our first importing nation.
There will be a few more clauses added, but consider those just as appendices. His words, though reasonable on the surface, made both the king and queen uneasy. Seeing their hesitation, Stika spoke up again.
Is there anything more to consider?
As Emperor of Urinin, I swear that this country will enjoy peace and prosperity.
At that moment, hearing Stika and Maximilian's words, Beatrix finally realized the core issue.
Solom, despite its small size, had suddenly become the political focus of powerful nations because of its fertile land. Urinin wanted to win over Solom by offering protection in exchange for control over the sacred land blessed by the gods.
In return, Urinin promised to support Solom.
But Beatrix, with her eyes closed, knew that this was all part of Maximilian's scheme. She hadn't expected that the old fox hadn't changed at all in the past 5 years. Not wanting this matter to go unchallenged, she immediately spoke up, "You seem a bit hasty.
I guess the sorcerers have already taken action earlier than you thought."
Stika's initial reaction to her remark was displeasure, but upon realizing that the speaker was Princess Shro, he smiled and nodded in agreement, which made Beatrix feel mocked. She didn't understand why Stika always seemed to ridicule her words. Stika then began to justify his actions, but Beatrix, still skeptical, interjected.
"Do you think we will trust you? How can we trust someone who has come to invade our country and pointed a sword at us?"
Drawing from her past understanding of Stika, Beatrix skillfully questioned him about the terms of the agreement.
"What will you do if this hastily signed treaty brings us misfortune?"
Stika responded to Beatrix with a knowing look, and she already sensed he wasn't lying.
Still, Beatrix couldn't believe her ears.
She was bewildered, unable to understand why Stika seemed so confident that she would trust him, considering they had only just met today. Then, as if sensing her confusion, Stika said, "Please forgive me for my abrupt arrival. We really didn't know what to expect from the people of Solom, but I can tell you this is a mutually beneficial friendship treaty."
Despite his words, Beatrix remained unconvinced. More than anyone else, she knew this man.
She was sure he wanted something more, though she couldn't explain it clearly to everyone else. At that moment, the king of Solom suddenly spoke up, saying, "If we don't sign this treaty, we might lose even more."
"We will sign it."
The queen quickly agreed with her husband's decision, and the king of Solom added decisively, "Who would be foolish enough not to sign this?
It's like I'm exploiting you." Hearing this, Stika couldn't help but smile.
The king was right, the treaty was too favorable for Solom. Without wasting any more time, Stika solemnly announced his decision. "Then I will add one more supplementary clause." Beatrix immediately tensed up, knowing this was what Stika truly wanted. She watched anxiously as Stika spoke.
"As emperor, I want someone of Solom's bloodline to become a member of the Urinin royal family."
Stika said this with such seriousness that no one in the room thought he was joking. The room fell into stunned silence, with everyone, including Beatrix and Maximilian, caught off guard by this bold statement. Beatrix stared at Stika, her thoughts racing.
What is this crazy emperor saying?
She wondered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift. The king stood up abruptly, his face darkening as he sought to confirm Stika's previous statement.
"Your Majesty, do you mean that you want to make one of my daughters your empress?"
Stika replied calmly, "Yes, that is indeed the condition Urinin has set for you." Beatrix braced herself, expecting her father to become enraged. After all, Stika had arrived unannounced, threatened war, and now was demanding one of the royal daughters of Solom. However, to her surprise, the situation didn't unfold as she anticipated. Instead, the king and queen seemed quite pleased, as if the thought of their daughter marrying the emperor and Stika becoming their son-in-law was the best outcome. Shro's sisters were equally excited, immediately discussing who among them would become the emperor's empress. One sister mentioned that she had already accepted a proposal from a nobleman named Sakam, and that abandoning him now would create much gossip. But all of them were clearly impressed by Stika's beauty and rank, and their excitement only grew as they chattered on, completely unaware of Beatrix's grim expression. Beatrix felt like she was the only one who understood the gravity of the situation. Her mind whirled with skepticism, unable to believe that everyone else seemed so happy about this arrangement. Watching Stika, who was usually so cold and distant, now smiling contentedly, made her even more uneasy. She tried to calm herself, knowing she had to keep her emotions in check, or one of her sisters might end up married off before she could do anything to stop it.
Unable to stay silent any longer, Beatrick turned to Stika and asked, "Are you sure you shouldn't be more cautious when making such an important decision?" Stika glanced around at the Solon royal family, still beaming with happiness, and replied, "It seems no one has any issues with it. Or am I wrong?"
As Stika had pointed out, aside from Beatrick, all the members of the Solon royal family were thrilled by the news.
But just as Beatrick thought the situation couldn't get any stranger, Stika made an even more shocking announcement.
After thinking it over, Stika said, "I realize I will need time to observe and make the best decision. I will choose a daughter with whom I will spend the rest of my life. I will make my decision after a month of observation. I will stay in Solon for the next month and get to know all of you better." Stika's gaze settled on Beatrick as he spoke, making her feel even more uncomfortable. It seemed that no one else grasped the audacity of what Stika had just proposed.
The entire palace became extremely busy with preparations for the emperor's unexpected stay.
Seeing the emperor's belongings being moved inside the palace, Beatrick felt like the entire situation was surreal. Suddenly, Stika approached her and casually remarked, "You still seem to be deep in thought, Princess Shro." Beatrick was surprised by Stika's appearance so close to her, especially after the difficult conversation they had had earlier.
She had critically asked him why it had to be the Solon royal family. Couldn't he have found a better choice elsewhere?
At the time, Stika had agreed with her observation, but had then added, "You're right.
I do have better choices, but I'm only interested in what satisfies me." Stika's cryptic response had left Beatrick puzzled. She couldn't understand what the young emperor truly wanted from Solon. For a fleeting moment, Beatrick even considered that Stika might be attracted to one of her sisters. But she quickly dismissed the thought. In her eyes, the royal sisters of Solon lacked both charm and beauty, making them completely unsuitable for someone like Stika. Besides, Beatrick had always believed that Stika was indifferent to women, no matter how beautiful or alluring they might be. He had always been like a cold, emotionless block of ice, immune to attraction. That was why Beatrick had assumed Stika had remained single all these years. As if sensing her confusion, Stika turned to Maximilian, who had been standing nearby. He ordered him to send most of the troops back to Uranin, leaving only the guards. He also asked for a few essential items to be brought to the palace. Maximilian, eager to stay and manage the situation, expressed his desire to remain, but Stika declined. "The emperor will return soon, and it would be unfair to leave you here stuck with us," Stika said, gently dismissing him. Reluctantly, Maximilian had no choice but to obey. Beatrick, watching all of this unfold, couldn't help but feel like Stika was deliberately orchestrating something, though she couldn't yet understand what. As Beatrick observed Stika openly staying in the palace, she couldn't shake her gloomy expression. She couldn't understand why this young man, an emperor, no less, was in a foreign land, searching for an empress without informing anyone beforehand. It felt improper and out of place. Just as Beatrix's gaze darkened with frustration, Stika noticed. "If you keep looking at me like that, I'll think you have something you want to say to me," Stika remarked casually. Left with no choice, Beatrick, still in her guise as Princess Shro, responded, "Isn't it problematic for an emperor to be away from his empire for too long?" Stika smiled knowingly, his cryptic words making Beatrick tense up. "Is Solon worried about Uranin now?" he asked. She didn't want to push the conversation too far, wary of crossing any boundaries with the young emperor. But before Beatrick could reply, Stika reassured her, "Don't worry about it. A month is nothing for Uranin. They are a powerful empire." It was unclear whether Stika was speaking to her as Beatrick or as Princess Shro, but his words carried a weight of confidence. He had indeed become a powerful ruler. Beatrick knew that his faith in Uranin's stability reflected how far he had come since the days when they were on opposite sides. He had matured into his role. In the past, both of them had struggled to maintain control over opposing forces, but now, as emperor, Stika had risen above it all. Though she remained wary, Beatrick couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Stika was a respected emperor now, and as memories of the past resurfaced, Beatrick felt a lump in her throat. She had always wondered what it would be like to meet him again, and now here he was, standing in front of her. As they spoke, the steward approached to inform Stika that his luggage had been moved to the guest room. Stika glanced around the room, bluntly criticizing, "It's smaller than my own nostril." Before departing, Stika turned back to Beatrick, Princess Shro, and expressed his gratitude for her concern. Then, without further comment, he left. Beatrick watched his retreating figure, letting her displeasure show. Urinen, now compared to before, was like a garden in full bloom, enjoying prosperity built on the blood and bones of countless nobles, herself included. Despite everything Stika had done, even pushing her to the brink of death, Beatrick felt no anger. Power was something she could understand. After all, she had come from the prestigious Martian family. Love, hatred, and power had always been intertwined, forming bonds she couldn't fully comprehend. Yet, now, those emotions were more complex and stronger than she ever anticipated. As Beatrick returned to her room, she was greeted by another troubling situation. Lily, her maid, looked at her with a pleading expression, asking, "Princess, will you attend the date?" Beatrick, taken aback, learned from Lily that Stika had arranged for dates with each princess to get to know them better. What made Beatrick despair most was that, even in her role as Princess Shro, she was expected to participate. This news felt impossible for her to accept. While she didn't hate Stika, the thought of going on a date with him was unsettling. Beatrick tried to salvage the situation, asking Lily, "Did the king and queen agree to this?" Lily replied, "It was the king's idea." Hearing this, Beatrick felt like she was on the verge of losing her mind. She reassured herself that Stika wouldn't choose her. But just the thought of possibly being forced to marry him caused her anxiety to rise. Seeing the princess so distressed, Lily worriedly asked, "What's wrong, princess?" The maid, naive as always, assumed Beatrick was simply worried about what to wear for the upcoming date. Time passed quickly, and it had been 3 days since Stika began meeting with each princess. Beatrick, watching from above, found herself speechless as she observed the scene of Stika on a date with her sister. It seemed that Stika had grown particularly acquainted with the eldest princess, Tirana. The sight of the two of them flirting immediately caught Beatrix's eye. The overly sentimental scene unfolding before her felt like something out of a romantic drama, not the cold, calculating emperor she once knew. It made her shiver. Beatrick was utterly at a loss for words. Just 2 days ago, her sister Irene had been talking about her engagement to Sakam, yet here she was, flirting with Emperor Stika as if none of that mattered. Irene, with her naturally endearing appearance, looked just like a cat, charming, but with an obliviousness to the feelings of those around her. As Beatrick observed Irene and her other 2 older sisters chatting eagerly with Stika, the third princess, Table, also jumped into the conversation. "Should I take him to the lakeside?" she asked excitedly, turning to Stika. "How about the lakeside, Your Majesty? We can row a boat with flowers on it. Just thinking about it makes me feel so relaxed." For Beatrick, Table was the most beautiful of the princesses, with her lively personality as her defining charm. But her flaw was her tendency to talk too much. Watching the excitement of her sisters over the Emperor of Urinen, the king and queen looked extremely proud. Suddenly, Beatrick realized that her sisters were only about a year apart from each other. She could hardly believe that the petite queen had given birth to 4 children in such quick succession. It made her believe the rumors she had heard that the people of Solem, descendants of high priests of the earth goddess, were blessed with extraordinary fertility. Beatrick couldn't help but wonder if the fertility of this land wasn't just about its soil. The more she thought about it, the more drawn she felt to this strange country. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew silent. Beatrick realized that her 3 older sisters were staring at her. Tiana, the eldest, spoke up first. "Our rebellious Shro, why do you seem so out of place today?" Table jumped in eagerly. "Are you upset that we didn't include you in the conversation?" "How adorable." The next words from Irene made Beatrick nearly collapse. "Don't tell me the Emperor is making you nervous." Beatrick couldn't believe how carefree and oblivious her sisters were, throwing around such careless words. The truth was, she didn't care about competing for Stika's attention like they did. All she wanted was to avoid being sold off through a political marriage. Noticing Beatrix's reluctance, Stika coldly remarked, "Is the youngest princess not interested in me?" Beatrick didn't protest. She intentionally avoided his gaze, her silence speaking volumes, as if agreeing with his assessment. She hoped that would be the end of the conversation. But then, Tiana suddenly spoke up, grinning excitedly. "How could you say that? No girl on this earth would refuse someone as handsome as you." Irene added, "Shro is just a little shy." Beatrick knew she couldn't rely on her sister's naivety, so with a sigh, she explained, "I just want His Majesty to have a good time with my sisters."
She hoped this would signal that she wasn't interested in competing for his affection. In her mind, if Stika realized she didn't like him, he wouldn't choose her as his future empress. Despite her efforts to dismiss herself as an option, Stika still seemed intent on talking to her. With a tone that carried a hint of amusement, he asked, "If you have anything to say, please let me know." Beatrick could feel his gaze fixed intently on her, stirring emotions she couldn't quite explain. Stika's piercing blue eyes, so pure and clear, seemed to see right through her. It was hard to believe that a man capable of such ruthless killing could possess such calm, unclouded eyes. They reminded her of the first time she had met him, and after all these years, those eyes remained her weakness. She felt as though she couldn't escape them. And then, Stika hit her right in her weakest spot. "So, princess, what are you planning to do on our date? Your reaction only makes me look forward to that day even more." Beatrick tried to remain serious, responding with as much composure as she could muster. "Do I need to choose a location as well? Just go wherever you want." Hearing this, Stika smirked, clearly enjoying her discomfort. "Really? But you don't seem very happy about it." "I don't find this amusing at all," Beatrick retorted, trying to stay calm, though her frustration was obvious. The back and forth between them made her three older sisters feel as though they were watching a couple argue. They didn't interfere, content to sit on the side, silently eavesdropping while munching on melon seeds. Stika continued, unfazed by Beatrix's resistance. "How can I choose a location when I know nothing about Solem? I want you to escort me. Does that make me seem more like a merchant?" Beatrick didn't understand where this conversation was headed. She found it dull and without purpose. With a blunt tone, she expressed her thoughts. "I'm afraid I'm not interested in such unfunny jokes." She hoped to dismiss his plans by claiming she didn't know where to go, nor did she like the sun or outdoor activities. But despite her attempts to avoid the date altogether, Stika stubbornly pressed on. "If you don't like the outdoors," he said, "then let's have the date indoors. Like in your room, for instance." The sudden suggestion made Beatrick dismiss it without thinking. Yes, like my room." She muttered, only to freeze when Stika confirmed, "You said you don't like going out, so you could invite me into your room." Beatrick was stunned, her face turning pale as she realized what she had just agreed to. The conversation had suddenly taken a scandalous turn. In the eyes of her family, it had become something of an entertainment show, with all eyes on them. Quickly, Beatrick backtracked, calling it a ridiculous idea. "That's absurd," she said, trying to correct her mistake. But Stika wouldn't let it go. He continued to smile confidently, saying, "I'm only accommodating your preferences. You won't disappoint me, will you?" Beatrick was struck speechless. She couldn't believe Stika would make such an indiscreet suggestion. Entering a young lady's room without being married was a blatant breach of etiquette. But in the Solem royal family, it seemed that such behavior was seen as romantic. Her older sisters gathered around, teasing Stika playfully. "Don't make our little sister run away in embarrassment," they laughed, clearly enjoying the scene. Beatrick, unable to endure it any longer, erupted in frustration. "Why are we all so obsessed with this romance?" Her sudden outburst startled her three sisters, who were left wide-eyed and frightened by her sudden fury. But Stika remained completely unfazed. With a gentle, almost mocking tone, Stika replied, "Princess Shro, I consider your response to my proposal accepted. I will see you later." His words made Beatrix's cheeks flush with a deep pink, embarrassment flooding through her. She was left speechless, trapped by Stika's unexpected and bold maneuvering. Beatrick was screaming internally, hoping someone would stop this madness that was the crazy emperor. As the days passed, she was slowly adapting to the lifestyle of Princess Shro, though it came with its own absurdities. One day, she noticed her maid, Lily, looking particularly cheerful, which piqued Beatrix's curiosity. "You seem in a really good mood today. Is there some good news?" Beatrick asked, suspicious of her maid's unusual behavior. Reluctantly, Lily responded, "There's nothing special," but Beatrick didn't believe her. She suspected Lily had probably sneaked into the kitchen to grab a bite to eat. "I haven't done that in a long time, princess." "I'm on a diet," Lily immediately retorted, defending herself. Not giving up, Beatrick pressed further, "Then why are you so excited?" With no other excuse, Lily finally answered, "I'm not excited. If I am, it must be because the tulips are very beautiful today."
Beatrick, realizing Lily was trying to dodge the question, gave her a stern look. "Don't change the subject," she reminded her. Though she did admit the tulips were unusually vibrant today, their color unlike anything she had seen before. According to Stika, Beatrick thought, recalling the emperor's words, the people of Solom are like priests, which is why this land is so fertile. She wondered if Lily, too, was a priestess of the earth god, like the rest of the kingdom's inhabitants. Curious, Beatrick decided to ask, "Lily, are the people here skilled in gardening?" The term confused Lily for a moment. "Skilled in gardening," she repeated, puzzled. Seeing Lily's confusion, Beatrick felt a bit embarrassed and clarified, "I mean, the plants here grow and thrive without much human effort, don't they?" Lily, astonished, replied, "How is that possible? All plants need someone to take care of them to grow." Beatrick was taken aback. She had assumed that in a land as fertile as Solom, the plants would thrive on their own. But it seemed Lily found the idea of self-growing plants ridiculous, as did most of the people in Solom. That's when Beatrick started to seriously consider that maybe this land truly was blessed by the earth god. After all, despite lacking military power, Solom had never been invaded, and it supplied 30% of the continent's food. Their success was likely due to their humble, spiritual connection to the land. As she mulled over these thoughts, Beatrick wondered if, by being in Shro's body, she might possess some of the earth god's blessings as well. Although she wasn't the original soul, she now lived as Princess Shro, which made her wonder if she could access those blessings. Just then, Lily's cheerful demeanor returned, but this time she looked a bit nervous. "I have something I need to do today," she said, trying to excuse herself. Before Lily could slip away, Beatrick gave her a stern look. "Are you ready to tell me why you're so excited? Stop changing the topic." Lily, cornered by the princess's pressure, finally confessed, "You're really sharp these days, princess." Beatrick smiled, preparing herself to listen. Lily finally revealed the reason for her excitement. Today, Princess Irene and His Majesty went to the market together. Beatrick was taken aback. She hadn't expected Irene to take someone like Stika to such a casual place. "The market," she repeated in disbelief. Lily nodded, explaining, the purpose was to show him the variety of vegetables and fruits. Beatrick was torn between finding Irene's naivety endearing or utterly foolish. Who tries to charm an emperor with produce? Beatrick couldn't help but wonder. As if reading her thoughts, Lily added, "His Majesty even bought a bouquet of wildflowers." The image of Stika carrying a bouquet of wildflowers immediately sent shivers down Beatrick's spine. Despite having lived for so many years, she had never encountered anything quite like that. Lily, still unaware of the complexity of Stika's nature, giggled and said, "Isn't it funny? A fearsome emperor from Urinan, a lover of flowers." At that, Lily's excitement grew even more. "Can you believe it? All of us maids are overjoyed. We think he'll be the future consort of one of the princesses." Hearing Lily's words, Beatrix's expression darkened. She had no desire to be grouped together with her sisters in this absurd competition to win Stika's favor. But Lily, oblivious to Beatrix's mood, continued. "We've all been betting on who will become His Majesty's bride. Naturally, we each bet on whoever we're serving. No matter the outcome, we'll all be happy because the princesses admire His Majesty so much," Lily said cheerfully. Beatrick could feel her frustration building. She didn't want to be associated with this foolish game. But Lily went on, proudly announcing, "I've already seen myself as the winner. Everyone is jealous of me because they think I'll win since I serve you." Beatrick, feeling an impending headache, asked sharply, "And why am I the most promising one?" Lily's answer was ridiculous. "Because no one can grow produce like you, princess. Princess Tiana doesn't do well with flowers, Princess Irene's fruits aren't sweet enough, and Princess Table always grows plants that smell bad." From this, Beatrick learned that Shro was apparently an expert at growing anything. The revelation both amused and terrified her. She hadn't expected the royal competition to hinge on something as simple as farming. Now that she was living in Shro's body, it seemed she had inherited this strange talent as well. Trying to remain composed, Beatrick felt like losing her temper would be humiliating, especially given her past as a duchess who always maintained her calm. Lily's enthusiasm only made things worse. An emperor who loves plants and flowers, and a princess who can grow anything. It's a perfect match, Lily said, clearly amused by her own comment. But it had the opposite effect on Beatrick. Enough already! Beatrick shouted, her patience snapping. It was the first time Lily had ever seen the princess so angry. Shocked and speechless, Lily grew quiet. Trying to regain control of the situation, Beatrick sighed deeply. His Majesty is looking for a life partner, someone who will become the queen of a vast empire. He needs someone with character and personality, not just someone who can grow plants. But halfway through her statement, Beatrick realized that her words might not apply in Solem. She turned to Lily, puzzled, and asked, "Is that really not the case?" Lily, seeing the princess's confusion, nodded seriously. In Solem, someone who loves plants is definitely a potential candidate. Beatrick was speechless. The more time she spent in Shro's body, the stranger this kingdom seemed. Not wanting to continue this ridiculous conversation, Beatrick turned and walked away. Forget about that nonsense. I have no intention of marrying the emperor or anyone else, she declared. Lily, however, wasn't about to let it go. With excitement, she called out, "But you said you wanted to see fruit trees thriving in the desert." Beatrick, at a loss, didn't understand what kind of dreams Princess Shro had once had, but this bizarre fantasy was too much for her. She could only respond with frustration, "I've lost interest." She then hinted that she may have angered His Majesty, hoping it would end the conversation. But Lily was determined. "His Majesty said you're just shy," she insisted, confidently grabbing Beatrix's hand. "You can do it, Your Highness." Beatrick felt trapped, and when the door opened, her mood took a sudden 180-degree turn. She froze when she saw the sight before her. "We've done everything, Your Highness," Lily said cheerfully. "We displayed the flowers so that when the Emperor meets you, he'll see them." The elder sisters were a bit surprised. Second sister, Irene, concerned, asked, "Are you handling everything by yourself, Jonah? You know you can tell us anything." Beatrice, lying on the bed, tried not to get angry at hearing this. She silently vowed that no matter what happened, she would not reveal anything to such foolish and ignorant people. It was only when Irene mentioned to Turan that Beatrice was lovesick over the Emperor, which had caused her illness, that Beatrice became so furious she had to sit up and retort. She didn't understand how they could think of her that way. After the royal physician left, Tyan spoke seriously, "Do you know how worried you made us? At least now we know it's nothing serious." Suddenly, Tyan smiled and added, "Shro, haven't you heard? It seems Table has caused a bit of trouble." Beatrice, curious, asked, "What did she do this time?" Tyan smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right. It was quite something when I first heard about it." Seeing her two sisters' strange behavior, Beatrice felt a sense of curiosity and asked what had happened. Tyan began to recount how Table and Stika had gone to the lake area as planned, but once they got there, Table pushed the Emperor into the water, soaking him from head to toe. The two elder sisters laughed heartily, thinking their younger sister, Table, had gone mad. However, Beatrice felt extreme fear upon hearing that Stika had been pushed into the water. Coming from a Duke of Uranin, she understood that even a minor injury to the Emperor could be seen as an assassination attempt, regardless of whether the person involved was a queen or not. Beatrice's expression turned grim as she asked her sisters, "Is Table still alive?" Mistaking her question for a joke, the two elder sisters reassured her, "Don't worry, the lake is very shallow. No one could drown in it. And remember, it was the Emperor who fell, not Table." Suddenly, a warm hand was placed on Beatrice's. The kind queen reassured her, "Don't worry, Shro. Your father will go and help him." Upon hearing this, Beatrice sighed in relief, but deep down, she doubted what the solemn king could do when he arrived. The queen continued to praise the Uranin Emperor, noting how not only was he handsome, but also kind and an excellent athlete. She added that even when in distress, he would simply laugh it off. Initially, when Beatrice heard of Stika laughing, she found it hard to believe. It wasn't until her sisters confirmed that he had the qualities of a perfect husband and was a rare find that Beatrice finally reacted. She didn't understand why her sisters were speaking about Stika in such a way, as if they were deliberately praising him in front of her. Suddenly, Beatrice realized something. It dawned on her that everyone around her was trying to push her and Stika together. At that moment, the queen checked to see if her daughter had a fever. Her warm actions made Beatrice, who had lived in solitude since childhood, feel a bit embarrassed. The queen, anxious, asked, "Are you all right, my dear? You don't look very well." Tyan and Irene also showed their concern, asking, "Do you need anything, Shro?" Are you hungry? Should we bring you some of your favorite fruits or fresh peaches? Seeing everyone's concern, Beatrice felt, for the first time, the warmth of family. Yet she also felt sadness, knowing that this concern was meant for Princess Shro, not for her. She wondered if it was right to keep accepting their affection when they didn't even know who she really was. Seeing her daughter deep in thought, the queen spoke softly, "Shro, you know you can tell your mother anything." Beatrice knew that one day she would have to tell them the truth. Faced with the genuine concern of the Solom family, she decided she should reveal her true identity. However, just as she was about to speak, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the door. King Solom, having learned that his daughter had fainted, rushed to her side. When the queen saw her husband appear, she was astonished. King Solom looked as if he had just emerged from a heap of garbage, but he didn't care. His only concern was his unconscious daughter. Seeing how worried her father was, Beatrice quickly reassured him, "I'm fine, father." But even then, King Solom couldn't help but cry. "I knew you weren't eating properly. I told you to have 3 meals a day." In an effort to maintain her husband's dignity, the queen gently wiped away his tears. This touching scene made the 3 princesses feel a bit uneasy. It was the first time they had ever seen their father so emotional. Suddenly, Tyan remembered something and blurted out, "Wait, wasn't father going to help his majesty? How is he?" At this, King Solom hesitated, clearly reluctant to answer. Sensing that something was off, the 3 princesses exchanged confused glances. The next moment, they were stunned as a tall figure entered the room. The once majestic Emperor Uranin now looked completely disheveled, drenched like a drowned cat. It was obvious that King Solom, upon hearing about his daughter, had abandoned everything to rush back. Just then, Table burst in, concerned about Shro. In her rush, she accidentally bumped into Emperor Uranin. Realizing her mistake, she explained that she had been worried about Shro and hadn't noticed him. Watching this chaotic scene, Beatrice thought that things had spiraled beyond control. She feared the entire Solom royal family might soon find themselves mourning together. Seeing that Emperor Stika was still wet, King Solom instructed Table to bring him a towel and dry clothes. Following his orders, Table went to get a towel but then remembered she needed to dry his clothes first. Before Stika could respond, Table had already seized him and aggressively started wringing out the water with her hands. It seemed Table had applied too much force. In a moment of carelessness, she grabbed the sleeve and tore it off completely, not considering the consequences. The room fell into an eerie silence as the torn sleeve exposed Stika's alluring arm. Table stood in disbelief, stunned by her own actions. Even Beatrice, watching from the sidelines, felt a growing sense of dread, as though Table's doom was imminent. Trembling with fear, Table stammered, "Oh gods, did I just do that?" Stika, nodding seriously, confirmed, "Yes, Princess Table." Realizing she had torn the Emperor's clothes, Table could hardly believe it. She stared at her hands, the hands that had done this, all in an attempt to help her younger sister. Tyan and Irene rushed over awkwardly, trying to explain the situation. How could it have ripped? "Oh gods, maybe the fabric was too thin, Your Majesty," they offered, desperately trying to find an excuse. The king and queen, at a loss for words, were just as shocked by the scene unfolding before them. Suddenly, Lily burst in with a towel for Stika. Upon seeing his disheveled state, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens, what happened to your clothes?" Oblivious to what had occurred, Lily continued babbling, "Even if you pull it, you can't tear fabric like this. How did this happen?" Lily's innocent comment, pointing out how tough the fabric should have been, inadvertently embarrassed Irene, who had just blamed the fabric for being too thin. Furthermore, Lily unintentionally praised Stika's strength, calling him a strong man and saying that Princess Shro was lucky to have someone like him. Meanwhile, Beatrice's expression grew grimmer by the second. Then, to everyone's surprise, Stika burst into laughter, which grew louder and louder. His laughter seemed to ease the tension in the room, but it also bewildered everyone present. It felt as though Stika found the entire situation amusing, particularly his interactions with Princess Shro. "So, this strength is also granted by the Earth God, isn't it?" he said, laughing heartily. "You all are making me laugh too much." Beatrice stood in disbelief, watching Stika's relaxed, carefree demeanor. His complete disregard for the usual royal etiquette made her feel uneasy, and it was clear that her sisters felt the same. For a moment, they even wondered if Emperor Uranin had been possessed by some mischievous spirit.
As Beatrice watched Stika's playful demeanor with her sisters, she was reminded of a memory from 10 years ago. It was at his 15th birthday celebration, where Beatrice had stood up to offer her best wishes to the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, I have prepared December roses as a congratulatory gift," she had said back then. The Queen, who had passed away, used to love these flowers. Stika's expression at the time had remained unchanged, while others whispered and gossiped. Many couldn't understand why Beatrice had chosen December roses, given that the Queen had died in that same month. Some even thought she was trying to provoke the Crown Prince by reminding him of his loss. Yet, unexpectedly, Stika didn't seem upset. In fact, he praised the gesture, calling it a wonderful gift. After presenting the flowers, Beatrice realized that her gift hadn't made him uncomfortable in the least. Despite the implications of a lack of decorum or respect for the late Queen, Stika had remained calm and composed, observing her carefully, as though nothing could disturb him. At the time, he had exuded an aura of cold detachment, always appearing regal and untouchable. But now, in front of the Solon princesses, that same Crown Prince was casually eating oatmeal cookies and laughing without a care. To ease the tension, Beatrice decided to speak up. "It seems you really like those cookies, Stika." He smiled and responded, "No other ingredients make cookies as delicious as these. They're much better than the ones I have in Uranin." Even after her rebirth, Beatrice couldn't fully grasp how someone with such a chilling presence could suddenly become so approachable. At times, she questioned whether this was even the same person. These thoughts consumed Beatrice, causing her to feel uneasy. She silently mused that if the dignitaries of Uranin saw him in this state, they might faint from the shock. Suddenly, Stika interrupted her thoughts. "Your worry is written all over your face," he remarked, his eyes locking onto hers. Beatrice forced a cheerful smile, but inside, she was growing frustrated with how this situation had unraveled. Why had she become like this? Shifting the conversation, Stika remarked on the pleasant fragrance in the room and asked whether the roses symbolized her. Beatrice, still playing the role of shrew, quickly replied that she hadn't prepared them. When she saw that Stika remained skeptical, she solemnly swore that the roses were not her doing. He, smiling slightly, decided to drop the matter. After finishing his tea, Stika glanced at Beatrice with a probing gaze and suddenly asked, "Do you love your family?" The question caught Beatrice off guard, leaving her confused. "Why do you ask that?" she countered, uncertain of where this line of questioning was going. Stika explained, "I can see it in your eyes, the way you look at the members of the Solon royal family." Beatrice felt a strange unease, as though the conversation had taken a surreal turn. Was it not normal to look at one's family that way? Sensing her discomfort, Stika chose not to pursue the topic further. But Beatrice, on the other hand, couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deeper behind his words. Beatrice couldn't quite understand Stika. He calmly asked, "If we became a family, would you look at me that way?" Faced with this seemingly unrealistic statement, Beatrice smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "Your Majesty, I don't see that as possible. You and I as family? That's unimaginable." Suddenly, Stika burst into laughter. "Never, huh? How harsh." His gaze then turned serious. "In the past, there was someone whose image I could never erase or forget, as if their name was deeply etched in me." Hearing this, Beatrice felt a sudden understanding creeping in. The unfamiliar emperor before her didn't hesitate to express how, for a long time, a certain girl had been a significant part of his life. He understood her preferences, her way of speaking, even her expressions and posture, as though he knew her inside and out. As Stika spoke, fear welled up in Beatrice. His words mirrored her own situation, how she too could recognize him from his footsteps, from his very silhouette. By some strange twist of fate, Stika told Beatrice, still in the guise of shrew, that while she and that girl were entirely different, she somehow reminded him of her. These words sent a shiver through Beatrice, as though she had died all over again. Stika added, "I feel as if she has come back to life." "Shrew, do you believe in the existence of souls?" His question made Beatrice's heart race. Even though she had been reborn in someone else's body, she couldn't quite accept it. Who could? Beatrice tried to convince herself that Stika didn't know her true identity. And even if he did, she could deny it. She tried to stay calm and carry on the conversation. "I'm not sure anymore," she responded. "I think not. Do you believe in soul illusions, Your Majesty?" Stika didn't answer right away. Instead, he gazed deeply into Beatrice's eyes before speaking again. This time, he uttered a name that made Beatrice, posing as Shro, feel cautious. From Stika's mouth came the words, "Your face is like a baby's bottom." The bizarre comment stunned Beatrice, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a few moments, Beatrice regained her composure, stood up abruptly, and yelled, "What are you saying?" Stika, still nodding, confirmed his statement. Exactly, like a baby's bottom. Beatrice couldn't believe that in his eyes, she resembled such a thing. Seeing her displeased expression, Stika assumed she didn't like the comparison and attempted to correct himself. "Perhaps more like a ripe, juicy peach," he said. "Soft, tender, delicate, and fragile like a peach untainted by politics or rebellion, only filled with love, living in perfect harmony." As he talked about the girl from his past, his eyes grew sorrowful. Beatrice noticed how carefully he chose his words. From the moment Stika had met Princess Shro, something about her felt familiar to him, prompting him to pay closer attention. Tens of thousands of questions seemed to fill his mind. Even as he sat across from Beatrice, whom he still thought was Shro, Stika couldn't help but ask, "Do I see her again in you?" Before Beatrice could respond, Stika continued, "You asked if I believe in the existence of souls. The answer is no, I do not believe in such things, as I have yet to see evidence of them." As he said this, Stika moved closer to Beatrice. He extended his hand and gently lifted her chin, his body leaning toward hers as if he was about to kiss her. The tension in the room was palpable. But just as the atmosphere became charged, the door swung open. Outside, curious onlookers, her family, had been watching. King Solom, having been accidentally pushed by one of his daughters, had stumbled forward, causing all four of them to lose their balance and crash into the door. Seeing her father and sisters tumble into the room, Beatrice felt bewildered. "What are you all doing out there?" she asked, trying to make sense of the chaotic scene. King Solom, with a confident smile, quickly explained, "We were just curious about what you and His Majesty were discussing. We weren't eavesdropping, of course." At this, Beatrice realized that her family had indeed been hiding behind the door, listening in on her conversation. Table, brushing off the awkwardness, teased, "So, what were you and Stika doing so intimately in here?" Her three sisters, clearly entertained by the situation, speculated that people in larger countries often flirt openly, so they weren't shy about encouraging the two of them to kiss. Their carefree attitudes left Beatrice feeling incredibly uncomfortable, though she was used to such behavior from her family. Nonetheless, she was grateful to them because they had unintentionally given her an excuse to change the subject. As the princesses continued their playful banter, King Solom grew suspicious. His expression turned serious as he guessed that something inappropriate might have happened between Beatrice and Stika. Just as the tension was about to escalate, the queen suddenly appeared with a stern expression, searching for everyone. "What are you all doing here?" she asked sharply. Her gaze then shifted to her husband, and with a no-nonsense tone, she commanded, "It's time for you to behave more maturely." Seeing her family in such a tangled mess, Beatrice didn't know what to do. The queen, clearly frustrated, took the king by the arm and dragged him away like a misbehaving child. Before leaving, she turned to her remaining daughters and reminded them, "You two don't disturb your sister while she's flirting. Respect her privacy." Understanding their mother's intentions, the sisters grinned, teasing Beatrice further. "Shrina, aren't you enjoying yourself? Why are you still so neatly dressed?" As the Solom family's chaotic antics continued, Stika sighed and said to Beatrice, "Your family is really something special." Beatrice, a bit exasperated but affectionate, replied, "They mean well, so don't take it personally. They just like to meddle in other people's affairs." Stika smiled warmly. "I know. If they didn't respect me, I wouldn't be so calm." Stika seemed to understand the princess before him far too well. He wasn't hesitant to express his feelings, and they were so happy together that time seemed to slip away. "I understand why someone as reserved as you would like them so much," he remarked, though Beatrice felt those words weren't meant for Shro. Carefully, she avoided them, replying, "I don't understand what you're talking about. It's been a long day, and I need to rest." Just as she was about to leave, Stika said something that stopped her in her tracks. "From the moment you stood before my sword, I knew." The atmosphere suddenly grew eerily silent, and Beatrice's heart raced when Stika called her by her real name, Beatrice. Her heartbeat quickened as she gripped the edge of her dress, trying to calm herself, but Stika noticed. He added, "You always do that when you're stressed, don't you?" All of your dresses end up wrinkled because of it, he said, holding her hand as if to comfort her.
His next words were even more unsettling. You must be nervous, right, Beatrice?
At that moment, Beatrice fought to stay composed, determined not to turn around and reveal her face. Despite her confusion, she managed to reply, it's just a habit. I'm not the person you're talking about. My name is Shroy Florsolum. Sensing her caution, Stika raised his voice slightly, asking, are you afraid that I will harm you? Before she could respond, he reassured her, no, trust me, there's nothing to worry about. Beatrice was speechless, struggling to say something to salvage the situation but failing to find the words. Suddenly, Stika grabbed her arm and bluntly confessed, 5 years ago, and even now, you are the only one who makes me happy.
Only you, Beatrice.
These words, spoken with such certainty, seemed like a declaration of love from a young man to the woman he cherished. Stika continued to hold her hand as he reminisced, we were taught to understand each other thoroughly, and it's been 10 years.
Of course, I would recognize you.
His gaze, sharp as gemstones, pierced into her once more. Beatrice realized that he wanted her to acknowledge her true identity. Their battle had long ended, and even if others had forgotten the girl who once tried to kill him, Stika had not. In that moment, Beatrice felt the urge to tell him that the girl he sought wasn't her. But despite her efforts, she couldn't bring herself to deny it. Instead, she found herself responding with certainty, in these 5 years, you've only become more extreme.
Those words, though deflecting, were enough to confirm her identity to Stika.
After all these years, allowing him to act as he wished seemed like giving both of them a chance to rekindle their connection.
After their emotional reunion, Beatrice couldn't help but ask how he knew she wasn't Shro. Stika replied calmly, I've already said it.
From the moment you stood before my sword, your gaze was sharp, too sharp for a princess.
A princess couldn't possibly have such eyes. Beatrice felt skeptical. Could Stika really recognize her based on something so small? But Stika explained further, it's a combination of many things. The way you walk, talk, those things can't change overnight. But mostly, it's my keen senses.
His lips moved as though he wanted to say something important.
Facing her directly, he confessed, I don't know about you, but I've always missed you. Beatrice couldn't believe her ears. Thinking that Stika might have suffered a head injury during battle, she showed concern, asking, are you okay? Don't you remember what we are? Don't you remember that we're enemies, sworn to kill each other?
Her voice was sharp, reminding him that their relationship had been one of mortal enemies, each bent on the other's destruction.
Stika, however, remained calm and empathetic.
I understand why you reacted that way, he said, but I'm telling you the truth.
I truly miss you.
With those words, he reached out and gently touched Beatrice's shoulder, a gesture that brought back memories of her final moments before death. Back then, Stika had said his goodbyes as her life slipped away. Now, however, his tone was one of welcoming her back. His warm voice reminded Beatrice of the last words he had spoken to her, that she had been the one to ease his loneliness. Reflecting on his confession of missing her, Beatrice couldn't quite explain why, but she felt an immense sense of happiness. Suddenly, Stika grasped her firmly and, with great seriousness, stated, Beatrice, we still have one unresolved issue.
Beatrice wondered what he meant.
Then, without warning, Stika uttered 5 words that left her stunned, our marriage is still pending. Without giving her time to react, Stika took her hand and earnestly said, please become my queen. Unlike his enthusiastic proposal, Beatrice felt as though everything was spiraling out of control. What are you doing, Stika? She asked, bewildered. I'm proposing to you, he replied without hesitation.
You know I'm willing to do anything to get what I want.
At that moment, Beatrice realized that the man standing before her was seriously proposing. Desperate to prevent this from going any further, she tried to offer other alternatives, Tyan, Irene, or even Table. But Stika was resolute. I'm only interested in you, he said firmly. He then revealed that she had been the reason he had added the claw to his emblem. Beatrice found it hard to believe. You did all this because of me, she asked, incredulous.
Stika nodded without hesitation.
Yes, it's because of you, he confirmed. And without waiting for her response, he seized the moment and gently kissed the back of her hand. Beatrice, seeing his unwavering desire to be with her, felt a surge of agitation.
Have you gone mad, Your Majesty? She shouted. We are always at odds, always trying to kill each other. Beatrice couldn't understand how Stika could suggest something so absurd. "We are enemies."
"How can enemies get married?" she asked, her voice sharp.
Stika, unfazed, responded calmly, "Why not?" He then looked at her seriously and said, "Do you still want to see me as an enemy? Do you plan to kill me with that small, weak body of yours? You're not Martian anymore, Beatrice. Now, you're a Solan princess. Nothing stands between us. We don't need to kill each other anymore."
Stika tried to convince Beatrice with his words, but she remained resolute. "We have many issues between us, and most importantly, we lack love," she said firmly. To her, the idea of going from enemies to lovers seemed utterly ridiculous. Stika continued to call her by her real name, Beatrice, but she snapped back, "Don't call me that name." Seeing her reaction, Stika softened his approach, correcting himself and calling her princess instead.
He then put on a pitiful expression and asked, "Don't you like me?"
Instinctively, Beatrice replied, no, though even as she said it, she didn't quite understand why.
Upon hearing her response, Stika smiled and said, "All right then. Forget the past and think about how you feel about me now. Instead of being an enemy, I could be a man. A husband, perhaps." Beatrice found his words utterly unrealistic.
After regaining her composure, she spoke calmly, "Your Majesty, please leave," and with that, she firmly pushed his large figure out of the room. The sudden action caught Stika off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Realizing that Beatrice wasn't going to give him another chance to continue the conversation, Stika could only smile bitterly. He didn't give up, though. He stood outside the door, calling her name affectionately. Beatrice's heart pounded in her chest at the sound of his voice. "To calm the situation," she shouted, "I will pretend I didn't hear that proposal, so please leave." But Stika remained unfazed. "I won't give up easily," he declared. "I don't want to lose you again, so be ready to respond to my love." Beatrice was left confused by his persistence. Even though she had revealed her identity to him, she still didn't fully understand her own feelings. Her life had always been tied to her duty, born to lead the noble faction, accustomed to power struggles and ambition. Romantic relationships had never been part of her world. Yet Stika's words sparked a strange flicker of anticipation in her heart. Guessing that Beatrice wouldn't open the door anytime soon, Stika decided to seek advice from her sisters, believing they might help him. After bidding Beatrice farewell, he left, leaving her alone and anxious about what he might say to her three stubborn sisters. Unable to stay calm, Beatrice finally opened the door, wanting to say something to Stika, but it was too late. He had already left. She understood that he was happy to see her again, but she had never expected him to propose. Recalling the deep affection in his eyes when he looked at her, Beatrice's face flushed red with embarrassment. The next morning, before the sun was fully up, Stika appeared at her room once again. Beatrice was stunned, frozen in place. "Did you sleep well? You're still as lovely as ever, like a little squirrel," he said, full of energy. Beatrice, not wanting to continue the conversation, especially with the animal theme Stika seemed to enjoy, curiously asked, "Why are you here so early in the morning?" "Of course, I came to see you," he replied gently. "I couldn't sleep last night." Beatrice could sense that Stika had become even more unusual in front of her. Without hesitation, he shared, "Did you have any dreams last night, Princess Shro? I dreamt about you. You were sitting on a bed of flowers, smiling, with your hair tied with a white ribbon." Listening to his description, Beatrice found the image Stika painted to be absurd, almost as if he were describing a fantasy from a mental hospital. To respond to his enthusiasm, she bluntly said, "Why are you doing this? You're acting incredibly strange." Stika, unbothered by her bluntness, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I'm trying my best to be a worthy husband for you," he said with a bright smile. Beatrice, who had once been his enemy, couldn't believe her eyes. Was this the same Stika she knew? She rubbed her eyes, thinking she might be seeing things, but no matter how much he tried to win her over, she still couldn't believe it was real. At that moment, Lily suddenly appeared, excitedly teasing, "So early in the morning and you two are already so excited." "I didn't mean to interrupt, just pretend I'm not here." Before Beatrice could explain to Lily what was happening, Stika, as if prepared, produced a bouquet of flowers. He handed them to Beatrice with the intention that she would accept them. It turned out that yesterday, when Stika asked the princesses for advice, they had told him that flowers were the best way to express his feelings. Though Beatrice remained uninterested in the gesture, she asked, "Where did you get these flowers?" Stika, ever honest, replied, I picked them myself this morning.
Beatrice found it hard to believe.
You picked them yourself? She asked, skeptical that someone like Stika would bother picking flowers for her.
But with Lily's encouragement, and feeling a bit shy, Beatrice finally accepted the bouquet.
I suppose I shouldn't just throw them away, she said, holding the flowers close to her chest. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, Beatrice felt a happiness she had never experienced before. She thanked Stika for the gift, but just when Stika thought she was satisfied, her next words brought him back to reality. Beatrice, feeling flustered but wanting to maintain her composure, replied, I would appreciate it if you didn't appear so early in the morning.
A girl needs time to prepare.
The atmosphere quickly shifted, turning slightly awkward. Stika, catching her subtle request, seemed momentarily dejected, and Beatrice worried she might have discouraged him. But to her surprise, Stika didn't give up.
With unwavering resolve, he asked, May I visit you another time?
His persistence caught Beatrice off guard. Reluctantly, she replied, Of course.
But next time, please leave now. After bidding her farewell, Stika turned and left.
Beatrice watched his imposing figure disappear down the corridor, and with a quiet sigh, she tried to gather her thoughts.
Just then, out of nowhere, Lily reappeared, bubbling with excitement. When did you two become so close that you even call each other by name? How sweet.
Lily's playful words yanked Beatrice back to reality, making her remember that the maid had witnessed the entire earlier exchange.
At that moment, Lily was absolutely thrilled. She patted her chest proudly and said, Look, I've already won the bet. I didn't think I could keep this to myself. If I can't do that, I'll just have to tell everyone.
With that, the hyperactive maid skipped away, leaving Beatrice no chance to stop her from spreading the gossip.
Lily's excitement made Beatrice reflect on the situation, realizing that she hadn't mentioned rejecting Emperor Uranin's proposal. Exhausted, Beatrice dragged her weary body back into her room. She carefully placed the bouquet of flowers Stika had given her into a vase, setting it in the brightest spot. She placed it in the brightest corner of the room, her thoughts drifting to the flowers Stika had personally picked for her. Her face flushed red with embarrassment once more. Suddenly, a few shadowy figures emerged from behind her. With the instincts of a seasoned female warrior, Beatrice quickly sensed something was amiss. As she turned to see who was behind her, a large curtain enveloped her. It seemed yet another disaster had struck. Beatrice would never have guessed, not even in her wildest imagination, that her captors were none other than her 3 clueless elder sisters. Facing their sly grins, Beatrice couldn't help but wonder, was kidnapping someone a new game now? Tiana was the first to speak, teasingly saying, Don't pretend like nothing happened between you and His Majesty. Suddenly, she raised her voice as though interrogating a prisoner, demanding, What did happen between you two? Shro Irene quickly pointed out the real issue. When Emperor Uranin was with Beatrice, he acted completely different. According to the sisters, Stika had approached them seeking advice on how to court someone, and they did not disappoint. The 3 of them enthusiastically gave him a whopping 7,749 ways to win a girl over. When it came to the Emperor's feelings for their youngest sister, the trio took immense pride. They couldn't stop praising their little peach for being so charming that even an emperor had fallen captive to her allure. Clearly, Beatrice was the type of beauty that brought danger. At this moment, Beatrice feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand what her sisters were saying. Internally, however, she regretted leading Stika to ask them for advice. Suddenly, the 3 sisters united, adopting a menacing tone, and cornered Beatrice, forcing her to recount her story with Stika. Left with no choice, Beatrice gave in to their bullying and recounted how Stika had proposed to her, and how she had rejected him. Expecting her sisters to be shocked, she was instead met with their muffled laughter. They clearly saw through the situation and understood that the 2 were deeply in love. Seeing that her sisters didn't grasp the gravity of the situation, Beatrice patiently repeated that she had turned down his proposal. But Teal didn't agree, countering, We know exactly how you feel. Faced with Beatrix's skepticism, the 3 sisters eagerly chimed in, Isn't this just a game of affection, making him yearn for you? Oh, you sly little thing, where did you learn that? It's a great strategy, but you need to play a little harder. At this point, Beatrice shifted from disappointment to despair as she realized her sisters truly didn't understand her intentions. They genuinely believed she was playing a game of cat and mouse with Emperor Uranin. Suddenly, Tyab Bell leaned in closer to Beatrick and whispered, "Here's something I've noticed over the past 5 years, Stika hasn't been involved with any women." Irene expressed shock, saying, "Are you serious? If I had that face, I'd be meeting men every month." Tyab Bell boldly clenched her fist and added, "Thanks to his efforts, His Majesty has gained tremendous power. Everyone wants to become empress." Tiana nodded, remarking that his extended absence from the kingdom was likely due to his responsibilities as emperor. Teal then commented on Stika's character, noting how different he was from the rumors of him being a bloodthirsty warrior. "He's actually very considerate, even about things that don't concern him, and he's kind to the people," she added. He even smiled at a little girl who gave him flowers. Contrary to his cold demeanor, Stika seemed much kinder than expected. Irene revealed that Stika had even laughed out loud when Tyab Bell pushed him into the water. After listening to her sister's accounts of Stika, Beatrick realized everyone was focused on this young man. Unresolved feelings began to surface within her, prompting her to ask her sisters why, if Stika was so wonderful, they hadn't pursued him themselves. Her question left the three sisters momentarily shocked, and then they exchanged knowing smiles, as if they had just heard something significant. Tiana excitedly hugged her younger sister, exclaiming, "Oh, Sha, you lovely thing. So that's what's been worrying you." Beatrick awkwardly explained that she was only curious, not worried, but her sisters weren't convinced. They simply saw her as shy and wondered why she wouldn't admit the feelings His Majesty clearly had for her. Each sister contributed to the conversation until they arrived at a single repeated phrase, "It's always been you, Shro." From their first meeting, they said, Stika hadn't been able to take his eyes off their youngest sister. They were thrilled that an emperor of such a vast territory was interested in Beatrick, but they were also cautious, wanting to make sure he was truly the right man for her. They all had a very favorable impression of Stika, and Beatrick was suddenly overwhelmed by the simultaneous embraces of her three sisters, leaving her too flustered to process everything they had said earlier. The conversation with the three princesses had a profound effect on her, and even though she tried to walk it off to clear her mind, the words kept echoing in her head, "It's always been you, Shro." This statement troubled her deeply. Even after thinking it over, Beatrick couldn't understand why Stika had proposed to her when she was convinced he didn't have genuine feelings for her. Suddenly, a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "And what about you, Beatrick?" Regaining her composure, she realized that no one else was around. Confused by the mysterious voice, Beatrick then saw Stika approaching her from a distance. After greeting her, he mentioned that he had been looking for her, carrying a basket of peaches, saying he'd heard she liked them and had brought them for her. Beatrick, curious, asked, "Did you pick them yourself?" Stika honestly admitted that Tiana had helped him. At that moment, Beatrick remembered that Sra was allergic to peaches, and as she thought about this, she suddenly felt a bit itchy. Nonetheless, she accepted the basket from him and looked at him intently. She wanted to tell him not to bring her such things again, but when she met his eyes, she found herself unable to say anything harsh. Whether in this life or another, Stika's gaze always made it impossible for her to speak firmly. With no other option, she reluctantly accepted his gesture and thanked him. Stika, who seemed to have other matters to attend to, told Beatrick he would return soon, which felt to her like a promise of some sort. Only after this moment did Beatrick realize why her sisters had hinted that she would have a frequent visitor. Beatrick had been reading a lot of romance novels recently. One particular story, The Blue Rose and the Eastern Sorcerer, had captured her attention. It was a bestseller not only in Solem but also in neighboring empires. The book, brought to her by Lily, followed the tale of a girl named Cherry, who had a special gift for making rare flowers bloom. Cherry had managed to grow a blue rose, a symbol of good luck, but soon had to flee from greedy strangers who sought the rare flower for themselves. Beatrick found the story captivating and understood why it was so popular. Cherry's character was incredibly endearing, and Beatrick, who had dedicated most of her life to academic studies, was now intrigued by the concept of love and romance. Just as she finished reading, a knock on the door pulled her from her thoughts. When she opened it, she was greeted by the sight of Stika standing there, smiling gently. "It's me, Prince," he said. At that moment, Beatrick realized she was still holding the romance novel. Flustered, she quickly hid it behind her back and tried to act composed, asking, "Why are you here?" However, her actions had already been noticed. Stika, having seen the book, couldn't help but laugh. "So, the maid was right," he teased. Beatrick, now curious, asked, "The maid? You mean Lily?" What did she say?
Stika replied honestly, she said you've been reading a series of romance novels these past few days. Even though she had been caught, Beatrick still didn't want to admit it. She stammered, trying to deny it, which only piqued Stika's interest further.
He laughed heartily and said, I already know everything. You can't hide anything from me. Beatrick felt utterly embarrassed at being so thoroughly exposed.
But then, Stika said, because of that, I have something for you. Intrigued, Beatrick leaned forward and saw a stack of books behind him. She could hardly believe her eyes.
Stika had brought her a large collection of books, enough to build a small library.
It turned out he had heard from Lily that Beatrick had read all the books in the palace, so he had prepared this gift for her. Stika proudly revealed that he had brought all the latest books from Uranin.
When Beatrick asked how he managed this, Stika answered, of course, I used the teleportation gate. This response made Beatrick angry.
She scolded Stika for wasting the people's hard-earned tax money to transport romance novels.
Seeing Beatrix's stern demeanor, Stika was momentarily speechless. He hadn't considered that.
He had only wanted to make her happy.
Realizing his intentions were kind, Beatrick stopped criticizing him.
She couldn't say much, especially when Stika looked at her with such a pitiful expression. Beatrick could only remind Stika not to do this again, telling him it would be the last time.
Instantly, Stika's expression brightened, which made Beatrick suspicious. Was this all part of his plan? Stika then suggested, since I brought them here anyway, why don't you take a look?
Though she truly appreciated the gesture, Beatrick kept a cold demeanor, realizing there was no other option. Suddenly, her eyes landed on a book on the shelf.
Noticing this, Stika asked curiously, do you know this book?
Beatrick explained it was by the same author as the one she was currently reading.
I've heard it's very popular, they're even selling it in other countries.
If it's available in Uranin as well, it must be true, she said, clearly excited.
Immediately, Beatrick turned to Stika and started to ask, could you help me move the books?
But before she could finish her sentence, she hesitated, there were so many books. Still, Stika agreed without hesitation, which made Beatrick blush at his willingness to indulge her. That evening, Beatrick spent her bedtime finishing the rest of her book. In the story, Cherry met a man who asked if she was the girl who grew the magical roses. Cherry replied that while people called them magical, to her, they were no different from other flowers. When did things get this way, she wondered, saying that she had only wanted to be happy.
The man nodded, seeming to understand, and then said something that struck Beatrick deeply.
He pointed out that Cherry was searching for happiness in things that weren't truly hers. As Beatrick turned to the page with this line, she paused. The words made her reflect on her own situation. She realized she was quite content at the moment, but the happier she became, the more she worried. She wondered how long this happiness would last.
What if her family found out she wasn't truly Shro? What if the real princess's soul returned to her body? Most importantly, how would Stika react?
These thoughts plunged Beatrick into despair, and she guessed she wouldn't get much sleep that night. To clear her mind, Beatrick decided to take a walk. As she approached the balcony for some fresh air, she spotted a familiar figure standing outside.
Recognizing Stika's silhouette instantly, she called out without hesitation, Stika, what are you doing out here?
As the moonlight illuminated his face, Beatrick sensed something was off. Stika seemed to have been crying. The dim moonlight made the atmosphere between them feel ambiguous. In a low voice, Stika called her name, and Beatrick could tell his mood was entirely different from earlier that day. This confused her, as Stika had always struck her as someone who could change emotions easily.
Trying to make sense of the situation, Beatrick asked, can't you sleep?
Stika smiled faintly and replied, no, I'm here waiting for you.
I had a feeling you would come. Beatrick, caught off guard, asked nervously, how did you know I would come here?
Stika admitted with a smile that he was just joking, adding, seeing you flustered makes me happier than before. Beatrick inwardly scolded him for such a troublesome sense of humor. Secretly, she observed his expression, it was the most dejected she had ever seen him since they had arrived in Solem.
Then, Stika called out to her again, saying plaintively, can you say my name? I like hearing you say it.
The atmosphere fell silent, and for a moment, only the sound of their breathing filled the air.
After a brief hesitation, Beatrick finally spoke and softly called his name.
In front of the man she secretly admired, she felt a pull to say something more intimate, but reality restrained her.
Instead, she scolded him, "What are you doing up so late, Stika?" Stika replied that he couldn't sleep, so he had come outside for a walk. Beatrick, a bit surprised, asked, "I wonder why you have nothing to do here and nothing to be on guard about?" Stika nodded in agreement, then asked her, "Why haven't you gone to sleep yet? Are you having trouble falling asleep?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Beatrick confessed that she had been too absorbed in a novel and lost track of time. In reality, though, her worries about what would happen if the real Shro returned had kept her mind busy. Concerned for her health, Stika gently reminded her to go to bed early. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, rustling the branches and leaves. A leaf fell onto Beatrix's shoulder, and without thinking much of it, Stika reached out to remove the leaf. He then wrapped his arm around her waist, closing the distance between them. Before Beatrick could react, Stika leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "There's a leaf stuck on your shoulder." After a moment, Beatrick regained her composure and, blushing, exclaimed, "Stika, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" The next morning, Beatrick still held the leaf from the night before, studying its delicate texture. The memory of the previous evening came rushing back to her, Stika's gentle but lonely face. Beatrick had never seen him look so forlorn before, and she found herself wondering what had caused him to appear that way. He had always worn that cold, distant expression, but now Stika seemed perpetually cheerful, which left Beatrick feeling troubled. Seeing the princess's concern, Lily asked, "Your Highness, what's on your mind? Is something bothering you?" Mischievously, Lily assumed that her princess was pining for Emperor Urinin, which Beatrick quickly refuted. After a while, still lost in thought, Beatrick noticed Stika nervously standing in front of her. "We meet again, princess," he said. Seeing no sign of sadness on his face, Beatrick realized she had worried too much. She asked him what he was doing here at this late hour. With a smile, Stika presented something he had prepared earlier, saying, "I brought this for you. I made it myself, just for you." According to Stika, it was a dessert he had personally made for her. Beatrick reached out to open the dish, muttering, "Why did you have to bring this yourself?" Upon seeing the dessert, a somewhat unstable-looking strawberry cake, Beatrick was momentarily at a loss. She hadn't expected Stika to bring something so amateurish. Stika explained, "I noticed you always have a slice of strawberry cake." Suddenly, Beatrick thought of something and observed the flour on Stika's face and the cake's messy appearance. She immediately asked, "Did you make this yourself?" Stika nodded and replied, "Yes." It was very difficult to convince the head chef. Recalling the cake-making process, he mentioned that the head chef was quite strict, small mistakes could provoke his anger. Stika explained that the flour on his face came from an accident when he opened a container too quickly, causing it to scatter everywhere. Imagining the scene, Beatrick found it amusing and thanked him for his effort. Seizing the moment, Stika quickly proposed to her again, but Beatrick immediately shot him down. Not discouraged, Stika expressed that he would try harder next time, which made Beatrick shake her head and tell him it wasn't necessary. Feeling a bit dejected, Stika said goodbye and started to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Beatrick felt a pang of reluctance. Embarrassed, she called him back, asking, "Would you like to try some, since you made it?" Beatrick thought it was the least she could do after he had gone to such lengths for her. It felt rude to let him leave without tasting the cake he had made. Hearing her invitation, Stika was initially stunned. Soon after, he smiled as if a thought had just crossed his mind. He teasingly asked, "Is this a date?" Naturally, Beatrick immediately denied it, convincing herself that this was just an act of gratitude. The scene shifted as Stika stood in a dreamlike, four-dimensional space. He heard a familiar voice calling his name, and when he turned, he saw Beatrick. Assuming this was still the warrior Beatrick he knew, Stika called out to her, asking where they were. The girl in front of him calmly said something, but the distance was too far for him to hear clearly. Stika wanted her to come closer, but the moment he called her name, her eyes turned vacant. She asked him, "Beatrick? What do you mean?" Her next words devastated Stika. The pink-haired girl said, "That girl has been dead for a long time." The shock jolted Stika awake from his nightmare, and he felt an overwhelming fear that one day his Beatrick might disappear as suddenly as she had appeared. Moments later, a familiar voice called his name again, and he turned to see Beatrick standing nearby, a worried expression on her face. Seeing her, Stika felt relieved and asked, "What are you doing here?" Her presence soothed the anxiety that had gripped his heart,
though he couldn't help but wonder if he could endure it if that terrible dream ever came true. The next morning, as usual, Beatrick cheerfully watered the flowers. These days, everything seemed warmer, unlike in her previous life. She now had more time for herself and often found herself affected by Stika's affectionate gestures. In many ways, she felt like the fox in the story of the boy who tames it. The fox tells the boy to be patient, sit a little away from me at first, but each day you can sit a little closer. Like the fox, Beatrick found herself slowly growing more attached. If Stika came at 4 p.m., she would start feeling happy as early as 3. As time passed, Beatrix's happiness grew, but with it came a sense of doubt about whether it was real. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Today, Stika had brought her another dessert. Beatrick thought there was no reason to refuse. She was starting to be won over by the cunning emperor's small but thoughtful gestures, like today's refreshing lemon-shaved ice. It had been 3 weeks since Stika began visiting her every day without fail, and Beatrick couldn't understand why he would go to such lengths for her, someone who had once been his enemy. Later that day, Beatrick decided to take a walk around the palace grounds with Lily to relax. However, Lily's constant gaze made it impossible for Beatrick to truly unwind. Frustrated, she eventually turned to the maid and said, "You're smiling to yourself again." Lily cheerfully replied, "It's because His Majesty came to see you again today." For Lily, Stika was an extraordinary man who could confess his feelings to the princess every day, making her, and the princess, blissfully happy. Beatrick teased Lily, "You seem even more ecstatic than usual today, as if you were the one being proposed to." Lily scratched her head awkwardly and said, "If it makes someone happy, then I'm happy too." Suddenly, Beatrick asked, "What do you think about His Majesty? Everyone wants us to be a couple. He rules a great empire, and he's very handsome, but people here don't seem to care much about that," Beatrick mused aloud. Reflecting on her own words, she realized they weren't entirely accurate. People did care about Stika's appearance, and she could tell that the more they got to know him, the more they liked him. At that moment, Beatrick voiced her inner confusion, "Honestly, I'm not sure if marriage will make me happier." "And what about His Majesty? I still don't understand why he chose me." Suddenly, Lily spoke up. "Your Highness, when a young man is pursuing a girl, isn't it simple? He likes you. We all see how devoted he is to winning your affection, and it's not just us. You know it too. You know his feelings are sincere." Standing before the princess, Lily advised her to forget everything else, placing her hand over her heart to emphasize the importance of following what the heart says. "Because you're allowed to do so," she added with conviction. With complete faith, Lily assured her, "His Majesty will make you happy." Lily's words had a profound effect on Beatrick. After hearing her maid's heartfelt comments, Beatrick couldn't help but smile unconsciously. A moment later, she playfully asked Lily, "Have you ever been on a date before? How do you know so much about this?" Lily laughed and replied that she shouldn't underestimate the experience she gained from reading romance novels. Beatrick knew better than anyone that she had always been running away from her feelings, never giving them proper attention. Upon returning to her room, Beatrick encountered Stika again, waiting for her just outside her door. By now, his sudden appearances no longer surprised her. Stika inquired, "Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Beatrick shook her head. "No plans," she replied. Stika's face brightened immediately. "Then how about we take a walk around Solem together," he suggested cheerfully. At that moment, Beatrick remembered Lily's earlier advice. She had never focused on Stika's heart before, but now, she felt she needed to see it clearly for herself. Unlike her usual reluctance, Beatrick boldly accepted Stika's invitation. The next day, the weather was perfect. Clear skies and warm sunlight illuminated the trees, promising a beautiful day. Inside Beatrix's room, however, voices could be heard arguing persistently. "This dress is not suitable," Teal insisted, pointing to a bright red off-the-shoulder dress. "It has to be sexy." "No," Tiana objected, waving her hand toward a more modest white layered dress. "It has to be innocent and pure." Table refused to back down. "It has to be sexy," she repeated. As Beatrick watched her two sisters debate the dresses, she silently shook her head, thinking that neither was appropriate. Just then, Irene approached, arms crossed. With a huff, she said, "You two, stop it. Have you even looked at Shro's face yet?" Beatrick looked up, thinking finally, someone who would understand her. Irene, appearing knowledgeable, suggested that for a first date, the outfit should be simpler. However, to Beatrix's dismay, Irene then pulled out an extravagant and elaborate dress, saying it should impress with its cuteness. Beatrix sighed internally. She had hoped Irene would see her point of view, but it seemed this sister was no different from the others. Weary, she said, what's simple about this dress? Where did you even find it? Feeling helpless amid the constant arguing, Beatrix looked at her sisters and asked, doesn't anyone want to know what I think? Just as the room was filled with the sound of their ongoing bickering, the door suddenly opened. The queen entered and asked, you still haven't chosen a dress? Beatrix immediately called out to her mother for help. Seeing her 3 older daughters still arguing, the queen had to intervene. Oh girls, have you forgotten that Shro is about to visit the village? All 3 sisters paused, momentarily forgetting their argument. Table, feeling a bit guilty, said, it's just that we're too excited. Surprised, the queen replied, don't you know the trend of minimalism? I can't believe I know more about it than you do. With that, the queen suggested they choose something less cumbersome. Hurry up and pick a dress, and do her makeup, she commanded. Relieved, Beatrix sighed and sat down to wait. Despite their protests, the queen ignored them and began assigning tasks. Lily, bring Shro's accessories. Tiana, choose a few pairs of shoes. As Beatrix observed her sisters bustling about, eagerly helping her prepare for her outing, she silently thought that everyone was far too excited about this. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she sighed deeply, remembering the moment Stika had suggested, I want to take a walk around Solem. Will you come with me? As soon as he had asked, she had agreed. The expression on his face at that moment had surprised her. It was as if he hadn't expected her to accept. Remembering the look of surprise and joy on his face, Beatrix felt embarrassed and quickly cleared her throat a few times, trying to shake off the awkwardness of the memory. She didn't fully understand the meaning behind Stika's expression, and it left her feeling a bit awkward, wondering if she had responded too quickly, almost as if she had been eagerly waiting for just that moment. Shyly, she asked, do you want to see something? Didn't you already go with Irene? Stika, with his arms crossed, observed her closely and smiled. Yes, that's right, he replied, acknowledging that he had gone with Irene before. But knowing Beatrix had always stayed within the palace walls, he added, but you've never seen anything outside the palace. His comment caught her off guard, but as she thought about it, she realized it was true. Ever since her revival, she had rarely stepped outside. She had spent most of her time in her room, reading or gazing out the window, watching the garden transform from budding to blooming, but never once setting foot outside herself. A sudden sadness washed over her as she wondered why she had never even considered going out before. To change her mood, she smiled at him and said, I think it would be wonderful if you could see the kingdom you've come to care for. It's quite charming. Seeing her remain silent afterward, Stika paused, his smile fading slightly as he looked at her with concern. After several minutes of debate over different styles, her sisters and mother finally picked the perfect dress for Beatrix, a gown that was neither too elaborate nor too simple but looked beautiful on her. Her sisters and the queen showered her with compliments, saying, our little sister is so beautiful. She's all grown up and ready for marriage. The queen smiled and added, she's my daughter, not yours, leading Beatrix to the door while her sisters teased her, have a great time. This is your first date. Table couldn't resist offering advice, saying, just show him the village, and let him pay for whatever he wants. In the background, the king was crying bitterly, lamenting how his little girl had grown up so quickly. The queen, standing beside him, patted his shoulder and comforted him, stop crying, dear. It's just a date. The entire household was bustling with activity, even some tears, leaving Beatrix feeling helpless and silently pleading to the heavens for some peace. Outside, Stika stood waiting. When he saw her approach, he cleared his throat to regain his composure, then extended his hand with a polite smile. I've been waiting for you, princess. You look even more like a peach today, he complimented her. Beatrix, out of habit, was about to call him Stika but quickly caught herself, remembering the others were watching. She changed her address to Your Majesty, which made Stika smile with pleasure. He then graciously took her hand. The scene between them was harmonious as they walked slowly toward the main gate together. From a distance, her 3 sisters watched with pride and joy for their younger sister, who had grown up, and for the love between the two. The king and queen also observed the couple, their faces filled with happiness and satisfaction at seeing the pair together. As they prepared to leave, Stika was busy adjusting the saddle and reins, ensuring everything was ready for a safe trip. Beatrick was surprised to see 2 horses. Horses? I didn't know we'd be riding horses for the date, she remarked. Teal, noticing Beatrix's reaction, smiled brightly. We brought the strongest horses, which means you can ride as long as you want, maybe even stay out overnight if you wish, she teased. Although Table was known for her boldness, Tiana hadn't expected her to say something like that. She quickly ran over to cover Table's mouth, smiling at Beatrick. Just ignore her, Shro. You go first. Despite Tiana's efforts to silence Table, Beatrick understood the underlying meaning and thought to herself, what am I hearing? Glancing at the 2 horses, she wondered, in my previous life, I was skilled at many things, but I'm not sure if Shro's body can handle horseback riding. She knew that horse riding required considerable physical strength and stamina, and now that her soul inhabited Shro's body, she worried about how she'd fare. Suddenly, Irene chimed in with a teasing remark, heavens, what's this? Acting shy in front of His Majesty? Do you need me to remind everyone that there was a time no one could pull you off a horse? Amid the playful laughter from her sisters, Stika helped Beatrick onto the horse. Remembering Irene's words, Beatrick thought, Shro must have ridden before, so I don't need to worry. But as she struggled to mount the horse, Stika couldn't help but turn away and laugh out loud. Embarrassed, Beatrick lowered her head and pouted, go ahead and laugh, Your Majesty. The entire royal family of Solem, led by the king and queen, stood watching as Beatrick and Stika prepared to leave. Irene called out loudly, make sure the girl eats well, Your Majesty, and contribute to the economy, too. Table, always one to push the limits, shouted, don't forget our gift. We like a generous king, our rich king. Her thoughtless words were quickly silenced by someone covering her mouth, leaving her to make only muffled noises. Beatrick, hearing her sister's impulsive words, felt helpless, her face twitching with embarrassment. Stika, clearly enjoying the lively spectacle, smiled and said, they're the most lively group I've ever seen. Beatrick nodded in agreement, yes, indeed. A few hours later, they arrived at the town square, where all the townspeople were busy with their daily tasks. Some were serving beer, others were strolling, and children ran around chasing each other. The scene was peaceful and lively. Seeing the bustling activity for the first time, Beatrick, who had always stayed indoors, could only exclaim in awe. She had never witnessed such a lively and carefree scene before. The bustling crowd and the lively noise left Beatrick astonished, there were so many people gathered here. Stika, standing beside her, nodded in agreement, and thus, their date officially began. Beatrick was unaware that while she and Stika strolled and chatted, her sisters were stealthily following them from a distance. Though she didn't know why, she felt a strange sense of unease, as if someone were watching her. At a nearby fruit stall, the vendor called out, hear ye, hear ye. Fresh and delicious fruit here. A woman, hearing his call, approached and asked about the prices, while 2 children holding cotton candy joyfully chased each other. Their mother called out, be careful, children. Don't run too fast or you might fall and hurt yourselves. Watching this scene, Beatrick unconsciously smiled, reminded of her own childhood. Stika, noticing her smile, smiled as well and said gently, I knew you'd see it this way. This place may be small, but it's full of joy. Beatrick nodded, saying, I can see that. Everyone here is smiling so brightly. She thought back on all she had seen, from nobles to commoners, from the elderly to the young, everyone seemed genuinely happy. Seeing the happiness on her face, Stika couldn't help but smile too. Amidst the noise, he asked in a deep, warm voice, shall we join them? They approached the fruit stall, where colorful and varied fruits were displayed, attracting the attention of passers-by with their fresh, appealing appearance. Beatrick seemed captivated, glancing at the stall and marveling at the assortment. She wondered how such beautiful fruits were grown. Sensing her curiosity, Stika guessed her thoughts and explained, all this produce is grown here in Solem. Hearing this, Beatrick exclaimed, this truly is the land blessed by the earth god. Just then, the fruit vendor noticed the 2 of them standing by his stall and offered them a plate of pre-cut fruit, saying, fresh fruit here. Please, try a piece if you'd like. Beatrick looked to Stika, seeking permission to try the fruit. Seeing her eager expression and the vendor's warm invitation, Stika smiled and nodded. Go ahead, he said gently. Relieved by his approval, she thought to herself that she had never accepted anything from strangers back in Uranin, but here in Solem, she felt comfortable doing so.
She took a piece and tasted it, the sweetness surprised her, and after chewing for a moment, she was delighted by the flavor. Turning to Stika, she exclaimed, "Stika, this is amazing." Seeing her joy, he replied, "Is that so?" Noticing how much she enjoyed it, he raised his hand and called out, "Someone, come here." Instantly, a servant appeared seemingly out of nowhere and answered respectfully. Beatrick, puzzled, wondered where the servant had come from. Stika instructed, "I want to buy everything here and have it taken back to the castle." Beatrick, overhearing this, looked at him in astonishment. "Everything? Isn't that too much?" she asked, confused. He smiled at her and replied, "I made a promise to your sisters." Beatrick hesitated, then said, "I suppose you're right. Who knows what they'd say if we returned empty-handed?" Just then, a pleasant aroma wafted through the air, catching Beatrix's attention. She sniffed, turning her head to search for the source. "Is that meat?" she asked, curious. Thinking about food, she unconsciously grabbed Stika's arm and said, "Over there. I think there's something really delicious." Seeing her rare enthusiasm, Stika couldn't help but smile affectionately. Beatrick, completely focused on the scent of meat, didn't notice the warm look in his eyes. Indulging her excitement, Stika allowed her to lead him toward the source of the aroma. At the stall, they found skewers of roasted meatballs sizzling on the grill, their savory scent filling the air. Just looking at them, one could imagine how delicious they must taste. Standing before the barbecue stall, Stika quickly recognized the skewers as a popular street food that was both simple and filling. Beatrick was amazed, despite the simplicity of the food, it smelled so good. Suddenly, loud cheers and shouting erupted from a nearby area, catching Beatrix's attention. She noticed a crowd gathering in one spot and asked Stika, "Why are all those people gathering over there?" Stika observed the crowd for a moment, then replied, "It might be a performance troupe." Noticing her interest and seeing her struggle to catch a glimpse by standing on her tiptoes, he asked, "Can't you see?" Seeing her efforts to peer over the crowd, he smiled and leaned down. "Come here," he said, gently lifting her into a princess carry, holding her effortlessly. Startled, Beatrick instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and exclaimed, "Stika." Feeling like a child being carried, she immediately felt awkward and gently patted his shoulder, her cheeks flushed. "What are you doing? Everyone's watching, please put me down," she whispered, embarrassed. Just as she was about to protest further, a loud whoosh drew her attention. Flames burst into the air as a shirtless performer held a torch in his mouth and blew on it, creating an impressive display of fire breathing. Next, a clown appeared, juggling colorful balls while balancing on a large round sphere, skillfully keeping his balance even with his eyes closed. Beatrick watched in awe and asked Stika, "Are they using magic to breathe fire and balance on the ball like that?" Stika chuckled at her innocent question and replied, "No, it's just a stage performance, a type of trick." Even though it wasn't real magic, Beatrick was genuinely impressed. She turned to him with a smile and said, "It's still incredible." Stika, pleased by her reaction, asked, "Is that so?" It was only then that Beatrick realized how close they were. She quickly looked away to hide her flustered expression, thinking, "It's too close." Feeling increasingly self-conscious, she suggested, "Stika, I think I've seen enough, please put me down." Amused, Stika decided to tease her a little. Pretending not to hear, he asked, "What was that?" "I didn't quite catch it." Thinking he hadn't heard her, Beatrick raised her voice slightly, "I've seen enough, Stika." He chuckled and, with a playful smile, replied, "Well, I haven't yet." Realizing he was deliberately teasing her, Beatrick clung to his shirt, her face turning red. "Everyone is staring. Don't you feel embarrassed?" she asked, exasperated. When he still wouldn't let her down, she finally cried out, "Stika." At last, he gently set her down after they'd enjoyed the entire performance. Flustered, Beatrick muttered to herself, "That was really strange." She blushed at the memory of how close they had been and thought, "He's so unusual." But despite the embarrassment, she admitted to herself that it had been a fun day, so she decided to let it go. As they continued their walk, they came upon 3 musicians playing drums and a flute, providing a lively backdrop for a singer's performance. Each of the musicians was deeply immersed in the melody, paying no mind to their surroundings. Beatrick stopped, captivated by the music, while Stika took the opportunity to buy a skewer of meat for her. He brought it over and handed it to her, and as she took a few bites, she suddenly said, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Stika quickly responded, I do go on inspections occasionally.
Surprised, Beatrix looked at him. She hadn't known about this. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, her three sisters were quietly observing the pair, smiling as they watched Beatrix munch on the skewer like a little hamster. Stika chuckled softly, catching Beatrix off guard.
She asked, Is something funny?
He shook his head with a gentle smile.
No, nothing at all.
But Beatrix's curiosity was piqued, especially by his words, no one should know my identity.
She asked, Since when have you been doing this?
Stika's expression grew serious. He hesitated before replying, I started going on inspections after you left. Hearing this, Beatrix quickly turned to look at him.
Standing still, she gently asked, After I left? He didn't answer directly but looked up at the clock tower, noting the time.
Look at the clock, he said, with a mysterious smile. Then, turning to her, he added, We have somewhere to go now.
Beatrix, seeing the intrigue in his eyes, asked curiously, Where to?
With a soft, serious expression, Stika replied, There's something I want to show you. His words sparked a surge of excitement in her, though she was even more curious about what he had in mind. As they walked together, the sky began to shift into a stunning array of colors, a blend of purples and pinks, tinged with pale yellow from the setting sun. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, with a splendor that words couldn't fully capture. Underneath this enchanting sky, the two of them stood side by side, their figures silhouetted against the horizon.
Stika and Beatrix stood side by side in silence, watching the sunset.
Beatrix was captivated by the view, unable to contain her emotions as she whispered, It's so beautiful. Stika remained quiet, his gaze resting on her rather than the horizon, allowing her a moment to fully absorb the scene. After a while, still admiring the sunset, she turned to him and asked, How did you find this place? In response, he gently replied, I heard the queen say that the sunset here is beyond imagination. Hearing his words, Beatrix felt a flutter in her heart as she looked out over the breathtaking landscape, softly sighing, Solon truly is a wondrous place. A silent determination grew within her as she thought to herself, I want to protect this place, the land, the people, and their smiles.
I want to protect it all.
Just then, Stika spoke up, breaking her reverie.
When I first happened upon this kingdom.
His words startled Beatrix, and she turned to look at him as he continued, his voice carrying a soft echo, I couldn't stop thinking about the people here. They all laugh so joyfully, and seeing them together truly makes me happy. Scenes of Solon's people laughing, living, and loving flashed through his mind, filling him with a quiet resolve. Placing a hand over his chest, he whispered, It feels like a challenge. I want to create a kingdom where the people of Iran can laugh just as happily.
Beatrix was stunned, realizing they shared the same thoughts.
She hadn't expected him to feel so deeply about creating happiness for his people. After expressing himself, Stika noticed her silence and turned to look at her, his gaze earnest. Is it very difficult to recreate that? He asked softly. Under the twilight sky, the fading light cast a soft glow on his hair, giving him an almost ethereal beauty. His face held a gentle, affectionate expression that he might not even have realized. The look he gave her was so tender that it made her heart skip a beat. Blushing, Beatrix thought to herself, I've never seen him like this before. Though distracted by his beauty, she remembered his question and lowered her gaze, contemplating it seriously before answering.
No, I don't think so.
She then raised her head, looked straight at him, and smiled with a warmth that came from the heart. You have the power to achieve anything you desire, for you are Saratikatire Urinin. Her words and her radiant smile left him speechless. He stared at her, stunned, for a few moments before finally responding, Is that so? Both fell silent, gazing into each other's eyes, the unspoken feelings between them clear to anyone who might have been watching. But sadly, neither of them could fully sense the depth of each other's affection. After a thoughtful pause, Stika said quietly, But what I truly want, I still don't have. Beatrix, surprised, didn't understand his meaning. As if to answer her confusion, he took a step closer, gently took her slender hand, and placed a soft kiss upon it. In a sorrowful tone, he murmured, It's you, Beatrix. When will you accept my proposal? Caught off guard, Beatrix's heart raced, and she stammered, Stop joking around, Stika. His sorrowful voice replied, When have I ever joked? Hearing his words, Beatrix felt her cheeks warm as she blushed. If he's truly sincere, then I'm starting to become curious about this man, she thought. Images of him standing in front of her, confessing with a bouquet in hand, flashed in her mind. She still couldn't understand why he would want to marry someone who had once been his enemy. As she looked at his face, so close to hers, countless questions filled her mind. How can he smile at me like that? What is he thinking right now? Feeling his warm, steady hand holding hers, she wondered, why are his hands always so warm? She was lost in thought when his voice suddenly broke through. You're no longer afraid to go outside, he said softly. Startled, she looked up, surprised. You knew? An image of her, sitting alone in her room, flashed in his mind as he continued. You used to always stay alone in your room, but you never refused to be with the Solem family. He recalled scenes of the Solem family gathered together, enjoying tea parties as a gentle breeze stirred their hair. Holding her hand, he gazed at her intently, appreciating her intelligence and sensitivity. In that quiet moment, Beatrick felt the depth of his understanding and kindness toward her. Stika said softly, perhaps you felt the love they have for you too. She understood this clearly, but it made her uncomfortable. Such precious affection was difficult for her to accept. Grasping her skirt tightly, she hesitated, then said with a calm expression, that love is meant for Princess Shro, not for me. Looking out over the land of Solem, the adorable kingdom filled with honest and hospitable people, breathtaking landscapes, and a family that showered her with love, she thought to herself that all of it rightfully belonged to the real Rona. She tried to explain to him, they're kind and sweet, but once they know I'm not Shro, they'll turn their backs on me. Her greatest fear was how they would react once they learned the truth. That fear kept her locked away in her room, avoiding their warmth and kindness. I don't want to yearn for something that doesn't belong to me, she told herself. Forcing a faint, strained smile, she added, I must be more cowardly than I thought. All I've done to cope with my fears is avoid reality. Stika, with the breeze gently tousling his hair, spoke up suddenly, one day. He paused, as if choosing his words carefully. Though he didn't fully understand the depth of her tangled emotions, he wanted her to know, when you decide to tell the truth, I'll be by your side. And the Solem family will understand it's not your fault. Confused by his confidence, she asked quickly, how can you be so sure? How do you know it's not my fault or that they'll believe a story like that? Even I find it hard to believe. He smiled warmly at her question and responded, you just said it yourself, that I'm the emperor and I can have anything I want. I know things, Beatrick. So trust me. Under the fading light of the sunset, the two stood facing each other, creating a breathtaking scene. A gentle breeze lifted Beatrix's hair, and Stika reached out instinctively to brush a strand away, his fingers barely grazing it. She didn't respond immediately, instead, she sank into her own thoughts, reflecting on his words, trust me. As she watched each of his fingers lightly touch her hair, she remembered how those hands had once held hers, hands that were strong yet gentle. Those same hands, and his reassuring words, seemed to wash away her fears, calming the turmoil in her mind. She looked up at his face, seeing warmth and understanding in his eyes, a deep golden gaze, as rich and comforting as a field of wheat under the sun. The beauty of the scene was like a painting, yet when she looked deeper into his eyes, it grew even more poignant, making her silently vow, even in death, I will never forget the scene reflected in his eyes. By then, the sky had darkened, and stars began to appear, dotting the heavens like scattered glitter. Street lamps cast a soft glow over the square, creating a shimmering, magical atmosphere. Stika and Beatrick walked side by side, taking in the sounds of music and laughter around them. Noticing couples dancing to the music, Stika suddenly had an idea. With a gentle smile, he extended his hand toward Beatrick and asked, would you dance with me? Caught off guard, Beatrick hesitated. Dancing on the street, with so many people around them, she felt self-conscious and mumbled, there are too many people here. She wanted to say more, but when she looked into his affectionate eyes and saw his hand extended patiently, she found herself unable to refuse. He wasn't rushing her or pushing her, his hand simply remained outstretched, waiting for her to decide. Feeling her resolve soften, she finally took a small breath and shyly placed her hand in his. Just one dance, okay, she murmured. As soon as her hand touched his, he held it tightly and pulled her close, leading her into a gentle waltz. They moved together, their steps synchronizing naturally with the rhythm of the music. At the end of a spin, he pulled her in close, his arms enveloping her as if he wanted to shield her from the entire world. Suddenly, she found herself pressed against his chest, feeling his heartbeat and the warmth of his embrace. Her breath hitched as she looked up at him, realizing how intimately close they were. The rest of the world seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them under the starlit sky, dancing in each other's arms. Beatrick blushed and murmured, "This close." Their dance was so enchanting that it quickly drew the attention of those around them. Some onlookers couldn't help but call out, "You two are such a perfect match, and oh, the energy of youth. Stay like this forever." Others chimed in with, "I'm so jealous. That guy really knows how to lead his partner, and you two are adorable. I wish my love could be like that." The continuous praise made Beatrick feel even more flustered, her whole body tensing up as she looked at Stika and muttered, "See, now everyone's watching." Just then, an excited voice rang out from the crowd, "Look at that beauty dancing. Could that be our future brother-in-law?" Before the sentence was finished, another voice quickly interjected, "Are you crazy?" Recognizing these familiar voices, Beatrick froze, then quickly turned to see who it was. As soon as she spotted her three sisters, she clenched her fists and shouted, "What are you guys doing here?" Tiana, feeling a bit guilty, grabbed Teal's arm, while Table seemed completely amused. "Caught in the act, huh?" Table teased with a mischievous grin. Irene, trying to save face, forced a smile and feigned innocence, calling out, "Shro? Is that you?" Knowing her sisters were playing dumb, Beatrick hurried over and demanded, "How did you? I mean, since when?" Table, showing no shame at being caught, only turned the question back on her, "Your cover's blown. Does His Majesty know?" Without hesitation, Table boldly continued, "Where did you two go before this? We lost track of you for a while." Unlike her bold sister, Tiana looked awkward after being caught spying. She tried to defuse the situation, nudging Table and whispering, "Come on, Table, we have no right to ask that." Irene, in a more concerned tone, asked, "Did His Majesty make sure our Shroina was well fed?" Teal, eager to join in the teasing, added, "Where have you two been? And where are our gifts?" Overwhelmed by the flood of questions from her sisters, Beatrick sighed in exasperation. Stika quickly intervened, saying, "One at a time, please." Hearing him calmly address her sisters made Beatrick laugh, a bright and genuine smile spreading across her face, a happiness she might not even have noticed herself. Later that night, under the bright moonlight, the majestic and splendid scene of the Solemn Palace stood still and serene. Moonlight streamed into Beatrix's room, casting gentle beams of light onto her bed as she lay resting after a long day spent wandering with Stika. Deep in slumber, Beatrick drifted into a dream. In her dream, she saw a girl with pink hair, though her face was unclear. The girl smiled and greeted her with a gentle, "Hello." Beatrick, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, sat down in confusion, looking up at the mysterious girl, who then said, "I've been waiting for you." They stood under a clear blue sky, with the gentle sunlight bathing a golden wheat field in radiant beauty. Beatrick stared blankly at the girl, letting the wind blow through her hair. The girl in the white dress stood against the light, making it difficult for Beatrick to see her face clearly, but there was something warm and comforting about her presence. The girl clasped her hands behind her back and spoke softly, "I've been waiting for you." Although Beatrick couldn't see the girl's face clearly, she could make out the gentle smile on her lips. The mysterious figure seemed familiar, yet Beatrick couldn't place who she was. Still, the girl's presence brought a feeling of warmth and comfort. With the sunlight streaming down, creating a glare, Beatrick squinted her eyes, raising her hand to shield herself from the brightness. "The sunlight is too bright, that's why I can't see her face," she thought. Then, the girl broke the silence with a probing question, "Are you happy, Beatrick?" Caught off guard, Beatrick froze, her hand still raised to block the light. The question echoed in her mind as she tried to process it. "Happy? What is that?" she murmured, more to herself than to the girl. Images from her memories flashed through her mind, the scene of strolling through the lively streets with Stika, sharing pleasant conversations, and feeling an unfamiliar but growing warmth in his presence. The last image in Beatrix's mind was of her and Stika walking under the sunset, holding hands as he invited her to dance a waltz. She remembered every moment vividly, yet she wasn't sure if that was what happiness felt like. Although she sat silently, lost in thought, the mysterious girl in her dream seemed to read all her inner thoughts. The girl smiled playfully and simply said, "I see." Suddenly, the girl leaned closer, startling Beatrick and pulling her out of her reverie. As Beatrick blinked in surprise, not understanding why the girl had come so close, the pink-haired figure gently reached out, touched her face, and then placed a soft kiss on her forehead. She whispered, "Be happy, Beatrick." And with that, the girl vanished, disappearing into thin air as if she had never been there. Even after the girl was gone, Beatrick remained in a daze, unconsciously reaching up to touch the spot on her forehead where the kiss had been. At that moment, she woke up, blinking her eyes and realizing it was already morning. Sitting up groggily, she felt as though something indescribable lingered within her, something wonderful that she couldn't quite remember. Although she felt a pang of disappointment at not recalling the details, she knew it had been a beautiful dream. Outside, warm morning sunlight filtered through the tree branches, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds, creating a peaceful scene.
Feeling it was time to wake her mistress, Lily entered the room.
Seeing Beatrick already sitting up, she approached and said, "Oh, you're awake, Your Highness."
Beatrick stretched and greeted Lily sleepily. As she had breakfast, Lily buzzed around the room like a spinning top, chattering about the day's busy schedule, the cleaning that needed to be done, and asking, "Oh, have you read the new book yet?" Beatrick didn't respond to Lily's question, quickly finishing her meal before heading to the library. She picked out a book, flipped it open, and mumbled to herself, "Maybe I should start today." But after reading a few pages absent-mindedly, she found herself staring blankly, turning the pages without actually absorbing the words. Her mind kept drifting, a feeling of unease gnawing at her. She furrowed her brow in frustration, repeatedly questioning in her mind, why, closing the book in her hands, she gazed out the window, lost in thought. Why isn't he here today? She wondered. Glancing at the closed, silent door, she thought, he always shows up unexpectedly, even when I don't ask him to come. It's been a long time since I've had such a quiet morning to myself. Why does this quietness feel so strange? Unconsciously, she immediately thought of him, Stika. His name popped into her mind, and she felt a pang of longing she couldn't quite understand. Just then, a servant appeared with news, and before she knew it, Beatrick had rushed to the door and flung it open, her heart racing. She didn't know why, but she felt an urgency to find out why Stika was outside today. When she finally spotted him, he looked completely exhausted, wiping away sweat and struggling to catch his breath. His face was flushed, and his breathing was labored. Turning to Teal Bell with a nearly pleading expression, he murmured, "My legs. I can't feel them anymore." Teal, unfazed by his condition, replied firmly, "Your Majesty, we can't stop now. There's still much to do." Stika sat surrounded by Beatrix's sisters, all of whom were intensely focused on something in front of them. Unlike the sisters, Stika seemed clumsy and awkward, the flower petals he was handling constantly breaking and falling to the ground. Watching his struggles, Teal called out, "Your Majesty, you can't just yank it like that. Take it slow," and raised a petal ring to show him the proper technique. Irene, sitting nearby, calmly added, "Be careful with those petals." Beatrick stood back, silently observing, filled with curiosity. What on earth are they doing? She wondered. She watched as her sisters murmured instructions to Stika, who was clearly trying his best to keep up, though he looked completely out of his element. Suddenly, Teal's loud voice rang out, startling her, No. That's not what I told you." Seeing Stika repeatedly mess up the task made Teal visibly frustrated. She looked ready to explode with exasperation. Beatrick stifled a laugh, unable to help herself. Here was the usually composed and regal Stika, fumbling clumsily under her sister's strict guidance. It was both amusing and endearing to watch him struggle with something so simple, especially with her sisters treating him like an awkward student. In that moment, Beatrick realized she was smiling, a genuine, bright smile that she couldn't suppress. Stika nearly exploded in frustration, shouting, "We're making flower rings, not crushing flowers. You're smashing them all, do you understand?" Despite his best efforts, it was clear that Stika had no talent for delicate crafts like this. Exasperated, Table had to start over, showing him how to make a new one. She demonstrated patiently, "Just leave the petals alone and use the stem like this." Stika looked at the beautiful ring in Table's hand and then down at his own crushed, misshapen attempt. He slumped in defeat and sighed, "This is too hard." Beatrick had been watching from a distance, still puzzled by what they were doing together and why Table seemed so stern with him. Curious, she moved closer to Maximilian and asked, "So, what exactly are they doing? Why is His Majesty being scolded by my sisters?" Maximilian, surprised to see her, quickly bowed and replied, "Princess." Beatrick gave him a confused look, prompting him to answer. Awkwardly scratching his face, Maximilian hesitated before explaining, "His Majesty wants to make a flower ring for someone." Beatrick was shocked. "A flower ring? I thought it had nothing to do with Stika," she exclaimed, surprised that he'd be involved in such an activity. She had been observing from the beginning but hadn't realized this was his goal. Yes, Maximilian confirmed, but it's not going very smoothly. Seeing Stika's struggles, Maximilian thought to himself, seeing His Majesty being scolded like a child, it's quite a sight. He couldn't help but call out with sympathy, Your Majesty. Understanding Maximilian's feelings, Beatrix was equally surprised to see Stika getting scolded by her sisters. Feeling a pang of guilt, she said, I'm sorry on behalf of my sisters. Maximilian quickly reassured her, It's all right, princess. Beatrix looked at the group, so focused on their flower rings that they hadn't even noticed her presence. Just then, Stika managed to finish a flower ring and brought it to the sisters for inspection. Unfortunately, as he held it up, the thread came undone, causing the ring to fall apart. Irene teased him, saying, With skills like that, you can't possibly be a beloved husband, Your Majesty. Tiana laughed, adding, It's better than before, but it's still not beautiful enough. Try again. Table nodded in agreement, urging him, redo it. To Beatrix, the sight of her three sisters critiquing Stika while he sat there looking dejected was hilarious, like a trio of excited cats tormenting a resigned dog. She couldn't hold back and covered her mouth, laughing out loud. The sound of her laughter immediately drew everyone's attention, and they turned to look at her. Stika was surprised, not expecting to see her there. Isn't she usually holed up in her room? He thought. Teal, covering her mouth in mock shock, exclaimed, Shro has been spotted. She wasn't supposed to see this. Then, Table raised her hand dramatically, as if casting a spell, and said with a grin, Wait a moment, Shro. You're usually cooped up in your room. Why are you out for a walk this morning? Or? Table's eyes narrowed mischievously. Are you looking for His Majesty because he didn't come to see you? The question hit Beatrix directly in the heart. Her face turned bright red, and she stammered in denial, It's just that the weather is so nice, so I simply went out for a walk. I had enough of strolling, so I'm leaving now. Stika had been watching her closely, his gaze thoughtful and silent, as if he were piecing something together. Feeling utterly embarrassed and fearing that her reaction might reveal her true feelings, Beatrix thought to herself, I have to get out of here right now. She quickly said, Everyone, continue with what you're doing. She turned and fled, trying to hide her flushed face. As she hurried away, Stika called out, Princess. But Beatrix was too mortified to stop and kept walking. Watching Stika get left behind, Tiana giggled quietly, guessing to herself that Beatrix had indeed come out looking for him. After rushing back to her room and closing the door firmly behind her, Beatrix took a deep breath to calm down. Thinking about the scene she just witnessed, the flower ring, her sisters scolding Stika, and his flustered attempts, she suddenly burst into laughter. So His Majesty has such a cute side, she thought with amusement. Just then, a knock on her door interrupted her thoughts, startling her. She assumed it was Lily and opened the door, only to be taken aback to find Stika standing there. He extended his hand toward her, holding a delicate flower ring he had finally managed to complete. She stared at him in surprise, her heart skipping a beat. As royalty, we're always expected to use titles as a sign of respect, but he was different, she thought with concern. Noticing her worry, Stika gently reassured her, It's all right, Beatrice. It's just a matter of mutual respect. Reflecting on something, he turned his gaze into the distance, lost in his own memories. In a quiet voice, he added, I've never addressed anyone by their first name while in Uranin. In this rare moment, he felt he should savor the experience. I want to enjoy this a little, he said. Beatrice listened in silence, unwilling to break his thoughts. She looked at him softly, reflecting, Stika, your visits bring me happiness. The surprises you bring make me smile, and I feel a joy every time you come to see me. Resolving her own feelings, she gently touched the floral ring on her finger, deciding she could no longer avoid the truth. She looked up at him and softly said, Stika. Though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she met his eyes directly and asked, I'd like to go for a walk with you. Though surprised by her sudden request, Stika only gave a calm response. Certainly, Beatrice. In the magnificent garden, the two strolled and talked happily. Suddenly, Beatrice slowed her pace and came to a stop. Stika, puzzled, watched as she halted, then heard her voice calling his name from ahead. Stika, it's me. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, her flushed cheeks showed her embarrassment. Hesitating, she said, I used to think I understood you completely, but now I realize I didn't know you at all. Her voice was steady as she added, I think you're aware of the turmoil I'm feeling. After a thoughtful pause, Stika nodded and replied, yes, I can sense it. Beatrice's face reddened even more, but she pressed on. Before you came here, did you ever consider marrying a girl from Solem? He looked briefly taken aback by the question but quickly composed himself. With a serious expression, he answered, not at all. It was true that, in the past, the Emperor of Uranin had considered invading Solem, and Beatrice was aware of this. But her curiosity lingered, and she wanted him to explain what had made him change his mind. Sensing her unspoken question, Stika met her gaze with a gentle smile and said, you already know why, don't you? When she didn't respond, he paused, then added softly, it's because of you. Beatrice's embarrassment, which had just subsided, flared again at his words. Wanting her to understand, Stika continued, if I told you I changed the terms of the agreement just to be with you, wouldn't that sound too insincere? Noticing her flustered expression, he couldn't help but laugh lightly. Beatrice, your face has been bright red for quite a while now. She quickly raised her hand to cover her face and replied shyly, I know. After a few moments, still hiding her face, Beatrice glanced at him, looking a little lost. You know, she began, I don't really know how to handle all of these changes. Thinking about the time that had passed, she continued, I know you've spent 5 years without me, but to me, it feels like just yesterday. The mood turned somber at her words, and Stika fell silent for a moment. Finally, he spoke, I know you're unsure of what to do with all of this. Meeting her gaze with a softness that conveyed all of his longing, he confessed, I've missed you so much that words can't express it. Hearing his heartfelt confession stirred something deep within Beatrice, filling her heart with warmth. Despite the emotions welling up inside her, she held onto her dress tightly, lowering her head to hide her eyes. There are moments when I think of you too, she admitted, but it's definitely not love. Stika suddenly stepped closer, gently taking Beatrice's hand from where it clutched her dress. Softly, he said, then we'll start with longing, and with my voice, I'll turn it into love. His serious expression made Beatrice blush, and she wondered why he was so earnest. She hesitated, starting to speak, but uncertainty held her back. After a moment's decision, she took a breath and quietly said, Stika, you probably haven't thought about this yet. She trembled and continued, if we were to, we would, her words trailed off, and noticing she had stopped, he gently pressed, we would what? Beatrice assumed he'd understand her meaning, but he didn't, and his continued questioning made her embarrassment reach its peak. She shut her eyes and blurted out, there would have to be physical interaction. The thought of them being physically affectionate, kissing, holding each other, perhaps even having children, made her face flush even hotter. Unable to imagine those scenes as reality, she asked nervously, can you picture it? Us? Stika, taken aback by her question, fell silent as if lost in thought. Contrary to her expectation that he would be flustered, he replied in an easy, matter-of-fact tone, I can. Beatrice, stunned, asked, what? He considered her question, then chuckled softly. For me, there's nothing simpler, he said, a teasing gleam in his eye. Seeing her startled expression, he added playfully, and if it's too difficult for you, I'd be willing to offer some extra guidance. It may not be as dramatic as the novels you read, but I think I'm quite capable. His teasing left her speechless. Realizing he was joking, she quickly swatted his arm away, stammering, no need, thank you. You're just joking again. But as her hand pushed his away, Stika caught her arm, intertwining their fingers. Then, as if he couldn't resist any longer, he leaned in close, resting his face on her shoulder and whispered, Beatrice, holding her gently and inhaling her scent, he murmured in a voice thick with restraint, you drive me crazy. Trying to contain himself, he whispered, you may not realize it, but I've struggled to control myself. Even if you'd find happiness without me, I'm selfish, I only want you by my side. I'm terrified of you disappearing again. Feeling his body tremble and hearing the vulnerable tone in his voice, she placed a comforting hand on his back, gently patting him. She stayed silent for a moment, as if carefully choosing her words, then said, but I'm not the same Beatrice you once knew. You know that, don't you? Everything has changed. Stika tightened his hold and replied with conviction, of course I know. She thought about their differences in status and, anxious that many might oppose them, gripped his shirt and whispered, because I come from a small kingdom. He eased his hold to look into her eyes and replied, I don't care. I know I can't fully understand the loneliness you endured over the past 5 years, but it doesn't mean I don't cherish your sincerity now. Holding her close, he suddenly heard her murmur, "All right," which caught him off guard. He looked down at her, surprised, as she continued, "The Stika I know wouldn't give up." "If that's the case," she paused, meeting his eyes with determination. "Then we'll try. Let's try to get married." Stika, astonished, stared at her. Beatrice held his gaze and said with resolve, "We'll try." After a few seconds, she lifted her head to look at him again. "So, marriage then." Taking a deep breath, she added, "I've seen your sincerity, and now I want to focus on my own feelings for you." She raised her hand and pressed it gently against his chest, locking eyes with him as she said firmly, "You must keep your word. You know me, whatever I decide, I've thought it through." After a brief pause, she continued, "If you say you'll make me your empress, then you have to follow through." Her hand rested on him, feeling his warmth, and he was so moved that he blushed. He gripped her hand and replied with deep emotion, "I will keep my word." He held her hand tightly, his voice tender as he softly called, "Beatrice, mine." Suddenly remembering something, Beatrice said, "And you have to propose again, Stika." She scolded him gently, "You always seem to be joking, but proposing is very important, do you know that?" Looking down at the grass ring on her finger, she shyly added, "I don't need a new ring, but could you propose to me again?" Seeing her beautiful, bashful expression, Stika felt his heart swell with emotion. He gazed at her, captivated, unable to look away, thinking this moment felt like a dream. Then, as if swept up in the moment, he dropped to one knee in a traditional gesture, gently taking her delicate hand in his. Softly, he called her name, Beatrice. Looking up at her with deep affection, he said, "You were once my sworn enemy." Beatrice looked surprised, unsure why he was bringing this up. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. She recalled the time he'd declared her his sworn enemy, as if in a final act of defiance before he'd nearly lost his life. Now, seeing him on one knee before her, she realized how far they'd come. In a heartfelt tone, Stika continued, "But from now on, I want you by my side as my empress." He looked up at her for a long moment, then spoke his proposal with all the tenderness he felt. "Please, accept me, Beatrice." Beatrice's heart raced as she processed his words. "I once thought I'd end up a vassal, never dreaming I could be your wife. And now, instead of enemies, we become lovers." As she looked down at him, kneeling before her, she felt that life truly was full of surprises. She never would have imagined their relationship would take this turn. Lost in her thoughts, she forgot to answer, and Stika, noticing her silence, gently prompted, "Beatrice, are you going to answer me?" His voice startled her out of her reverie, and she turned her face away, flustered. "I don't know," she replied, suddenly adopting a playful tone. Her unexpected response confused him, and he watched her carefully, trying to gauge her thoughts. Stika couldn't know that she was making him wait on purpose, just to make him feel a bit of the turmoil he'd once caused her. As she hesitated, he started to worry that she might have changed her mind, his expression turning soft and hesitant, his eyes pleading. "Is something wrong? Is my proposal not what you wanted?" Seeing his puppy dog expression, Beatrice thought about how he used to use this exact look to win her over. Pretending to turn away, she teased, "So if I hesitate, does that mean you're not planning to marry me anymore?" Stika, flustered, waved his hands in protest. "Of course not. You're very cute right now, but your teasing is making me panic." She couldn't help but laugh at his reaction, though a small part of her regretted that she wouldn't see this flustered expression every day. Hearing her soft laughter, Stika stared at her, his eyes narrowing as he realized she was teasing him. With a small pout, he said, "You're just like your sisters, always enjoying making fun of me." At this, Beatrice gasped in mock offense. "How am I like those thick-headed people?" she retorted. Suddenly, Stika stood up, took her hand, and gently pulled her closer to him. She stumbled forward, caught off guard, and found herself in his embrace, as if they were dancing. Looking at her with a playful yet pleading expression, he seemed to beg her to stop teasing him. Seeing him like this, Beatrice couldn't help but laugh softly. When he still didn't receive an answer, he leaned in close, pressing his forehead to hers. His voice was low and urgent. "Hurry up and agree," he murmured. His handsome face so close to hers made her blush deeply, and she tried to laugh off the intensity of the moment. It felt as though they had come full circle, their journey bringing them back to where they'd once been, only now with their hearts open. She took his hand, tilted her head back, and finally said, "I agree, Stika." Somewhere outside, a muffled cry could be heard. Tyan, Stika's younger sister,
quickly placed a finger over her mouth, signaling her father to stay quiet.
"Shoo, father, we've been caught again."
Unlike Tel's love-struck expression, Tyan's sister Irene turned to their mother and muttered, "Mother, father's crying again." Hearing this, their mother approached and softly tried to console her husband.
"Oh, my king, please don't cry anymore."
The king of Solom, still weeping softly, lamented that he could no longer be by his child's side but couldn't hold back his emotions. Around the corner, various onlookers had gathered, bowing low and sneaking glances at the couple. Tyan, worried that her father's sobbing might give them away, whispered, "Father, you need to be quiet, it's so embarrassing."
"Oh gods, you're the king."
Meanwhile, Maximilian and the others watched the royal family's awkward display, showing none of the dignity one might expect from nobility.
Maximilian stood nearby, observing the scene with his usual stoicism, though he sighed inwardly.
Not a day goes by without him crying, he thought, watching the king of Solom wipe away his tears and snot. From his vantage point, Maximilian couldn't be entirely sure, but it seemed that Princess Shro had accepted Stika's proposal.
With the engagement now formalized, it was likely they would soon depart for Uranin.
Watching the Solom king weep openly at the thought of his daughter leaving, Maximilian felt a pang of regret, knowing their family would no longer be together as often.
A few days later, on an early morning, the palace was bustling with activity.
Voices filled the air, each carrying a note of urgency. "Hurry, be careful not to break anything," a worried voice called.
An elderly maid, balancing a stack of books, instructed two younger maids, "These are the princess's books, so handle them with extra care."
Since Beatrice accepted the proposal, Stika had thrown himself into wedding preparations with such enthusiasm it was as if he'd been waiting his whole life for this day. The three princesses were sorting through their belongings, sharing keepsakes and gifts with their youngest sister. At that moment, Beatrice held up a strappy dress, her cheeks pink as she asked her older sisters, "Do you really expect me to wear this?" Meanwhile, the king of Solom sat nearby, eyes closed as if trying to hold back a flood of emotion. But after a brief struggle, he broke down, sobbing openly like a child, tears dripping steadily down his cheeks as he clutched his precious daughter in an embrace, reluctant to let her go. "My little princess, you must take care," he choked out, his voice thick with sorrow. Seeing her father's tears and reluctance, Beatrice, though she wasn't truly his daughter, Shro, felt a deep bond with him. Leaving him behind was painful, and her heart grew heavy as she patted his shoulder, replying, "Father, I haven't left yet." She tried to comfort him, but a pang of guilt echoed within her. She knew that one day, when the time was right, she would have to reveal the truth. As the sky darkened outside, Beatrice looked out her window, gazing at the stars and the moonlight spilling across the palace grounds. Tomorrow, she thought, I'll return to Uranin, the place I once called home. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. Turning in surprise, she saw her mother standing in the doorway. "My dear, may I come in?" her mother asked gently. Beatrice, surprised to see her mother at this late hour, asked, "Mother, why are you here?" The queen, seeing her daughter's startled expression, walked over with a gentle smile. "It's quite late, isn't it?" Beatrice quickly replied, "No, it's fine," but she couldn't help but ask again, "Why has mother come here?" In that moment, the queen wasn't speaking as a ruler but as a mother seeing her child off. Knowing her beloved daughter was about to leave for a distant land, she could no longer contain her emotions and had come to see her in the quiet of the night. Though she had many things she wanted to say, all she could do was step forward and pull her daughter into an embrace. Caught off guard, Beatrice found herself at a loss for words. As she processed her mother's warm embrace, her mother's soft voice filled her ears. "My little Shro," in the silence of the late night, her mother's voice, filled with regret, echoed with a sense of finality. "It feels like you're leaving me too soon." She lovingly patted Beatrice's back, calling her "my dearest daughter," and in those simple words, Beatrice felt the depth of her mother's love. Her mother's gentle voice continued, offering words of advice. "Remember, don't be afraid, and don't keep everything to yourself. There are people beside you." She wanted her daughter to understand that she would always have a place to return to and that her family would be there whenever she needed them. "If you ever need us, we'll come to you," she said softly, then asked, "You'll let us come, won't you?" Beatrice was deeply moved by her mother's words, her whole body trembling as she began to speak hesitantly, "Mother, Her heart was filled with guilt and self-doubt, feeling unworthy of such love. Though she wanted to reveal the truth, that she wasn't truly Shro, she could only falter, unable to find the courage. Her mother, unaware of her inner turmoil, simply assumed she was nervous about leaving home for the first time. Comforting her, she said, "There's nothing to worry about." Looking at her daughter with a face full of love, she brushed away the tears on Beatrice's cheeks and added, "Because I love you very much." "Don't cry, Shrina," she whispered gently, unaware that Beatrice had begun crying without realizing it. Even though Beatrice knew these words weren't truly meant for her, it felt as if her mother understood on some level that she wasn't Shrina. It was as though the queen was telling her that it was okay, that she would be accepted even if the truth came out. The queen's gentle touch caused Beatrice's tears to flow even more freely, and though she continued to cry, her mother remained calm and tender, wiping away each tear. This was the first time Beatrice had allowed herself to cry in front of someone else. As dawn approached, bringing with it the day of her departure, Beatrice was finally preparing to leave. The sky was beautiful, the gentle sunlight casting a warm glow over each leaf, as if blessing the day with good fortune. Yet despite the lovely weather, the king was anything but joyful. Instead, he was crying loudly, his face tear-streaked, even as the queen tried to comfort him with kind words. He approached Stika, sobbing, "Don't take my daughter away." Stika, watching the king's tearful display, didn't respond with any reproach or annoyance. He simply stood there patiently, allowing the king to express his emotions freely. Seeing this, Beatrice sighed to herself, recalling how, just yesterday, people had praised her good fortune in gaining such a handsome son-in-law. Just then, Tia Bell presented Beatrice with a finely crafted, sparkling mirror. Concerned for their youngest sister, the three sisters had chosen this special mirror, which functioned like a magical phone that could be used to communicate with them if anything happened. Tia Bell held the mirror out to Beatrice and said, "Shah, this is for you." The three sisters had clearly been crying, their eyes were red and swollen, their faces puffy. Teal, barely able to speak through her sniffles, advised her younger sister, "This is a magic mirror, remember to call us every day." As soon as she finished speaking, all three sisters burst into tears again. Beatrice, watching her sisters sob, was a bit taken aback. "Are they crying too?" she wondered, surprised. Tia Bell, as if reading her thoughts, quickly patted her own chest and sobbed, "Even trees need nurturing, and so do we." Tyan joined in, earnestly reminding her to use the mirror to call them. "And if you hear anything suspicious about Stika, let us know immediately, we'll come right away," she said forcefully. Beatrice accepted the mirror, feeling slightly overwhelmed by their insistence. "Will I never come back?" she wondered, feeling both touched and exasperated by their tearful goodbyes. She tried to reassure them, saying, it's all right, everyone, please stop crying, it feels like I'm being sold off." Though she tried to make light of the situation, the sight of her sisters' teary faces and their reluctance to part brought a lump to her throat. "You three are really," she began, unable to finish the thought. It would have been a lie to say she wasn't moved. She stepped forward, wrapping her sisters in a warm hug, and whispered, "You're all so silly." Standing nearby, Sarah watched in silence, smiling softly as she gave Beatrice a little extra time to say her goodbyes. After a while, though, Beatrice knew it was time to leave. Despite her reluctance, she gently said her farewells, reassuring them, "Goodbye, my family. I'll be all right." Once in the carriage, Beatrice held the mirror her sisters had given her, gazing at their tear-streaked faces reflected in it. Her three sisters appeared in the mirror, still crying like a river. Tiana suddenly called out, "You must be happy." Troy sniffled and took a deep breath before adding, "You deserve to be happy forever. We promise we'll dress up for your wedding." Just then, the queen's voice came from within the carriage. "You've taken our precious family heirloom with you, you owe us for that," she said with a hint of playful accusation. Beatrice, clutching the mirror and sitting beside Stika, felt slightly embarrassed. In the mirror, Teal stepped forward, teary-eyed, and added, "Do you understand now, Stika?" At this point, Tia Bell closed her eyes, as if making a solemn vow, and declared, "Send the most dashing young man you can find to soul him for us. We've done so much to help you protect the love of your life. If you don't repay us, we'll curse you on your wedding night and your first child will," she trailed off ominously. Beatrice, seated next to Stika, quickly shut off the mirror's connection with a snap, unable to hide her embarrassment at Tia Bell's wild threats. While her own face was flushed, Stika looked amused, as though he wanted to hear the rest of Tia Bell's curse. Finding the atmosphere in the carriage awkward, Beatrice pretended to cough, trying to divert Stika's attention. She muttered under her breath, "Damn you, Tia Bell." They had chosen to travel by carriage, mainly because they'd exhausted every other means of transporting all their belongings. Even now, Beatrice could hardly believe she was actually returning to her old homeland. She felt a swirl of emotions, nervousness, nostalgia, and a faint ache of longing. She hugged herself, feeling her heart pound as she thought of returning to Uranin. I need to prepare myself for what awaits there. Stika, who had been observing her silently, noticed her sighs and restless glances. Concerned, he thought back to the personalities of her sisters, whom he had come to know well. Turning to her, he said, "Compared to your sisters, you're like a gentle little lamb." Beatrice, surprised, stared at him. "Me?" she asked, taken aback by the comparison. He nodded quickly. "Yes," he replied, the image of a soft, innocent lamb crossing his mind. A gentle little lamb, unlike those fierce sisters of hers. Beatrice blinked, trying to process Stika's comparison. A lamb? She still didn't quite understand what he meant. He placed his hand on her head and gently pressed down, saying, "Like this." Suddenly being patted like a docile animal left her utterly bewildered, question marks filling her mind. He closed his eyes and kept his hand on her head, a hint of amusement in his expression as he said, "You're becoming more and more gentle." In his eyes, she no longer resembled the fierce, guarded person she used to be. Now, she seemed like a quiet, gentle lamb, obedient in a cute way. Irritated by being treated as harmless, she glared at him and asked, "Have you ever been kicked by a lamb?" Her voice took on a forced fierceness as she added, "I could show you what it's like." Hearing her attempt to sound intimidating, Stika laughed. He knew her well enough to guess that her face was probably turning pink with embarrassment. Still, he played along, pretending to be frightened. "Oh no, you're scaring me," he said with a mock shudder. But as he looked at her, holding back laughter, he thought about the recent events, the tears and goodbyes of the Solon family as they prepared for her departure. He couldn't help but worry that she might change her mind and decide to stay in Solon. He held her face with both hands, silently thanking the heavens that she hadn't reconsidered. Beatrice, not understanding why he had gone quiet, grew more flustered. Trying to ease the awkwardness, she asked, What are you doing?" Her cheeks were still in his hands, but she didn't pull away. Noticing her anxious look, Stika voiced his concern. "Beatrice, are you sad to be leaving your family?" Though he was holding her face, she simply looked at him, puzzled. "What?" She thought about his question seriously, replaying the memories in her mind before she replied. "Not at all." Smiling softly, she explained, "I told them that whenever I miss them, I'll come back to visit." Reflecting on the Queen's words from their last night together, "We'll be here whenever you want to come back," she told him. "The Queen said I'll always be a part of their family, that I'm always welcome." She felt a warmth in her heart as she spoke, touched by the kindness and acceptance she'd received. "So, no, I'm not sad at all." But despite feeling loved, she still felt a heavy guilt in her heart. She admitted to him, "I don't have the courage to tell them the truth yet, but someday, I will. I won't keep silent forever. I'll let them know that I'm not really Shro." She pictured herself standing in front of her family, revealing her true identity. How would they react? She wondered, imagining the shock and disbelief that would likely follow. Smiling softly, she said to Stika, "I think that's the only way to repay them for their love, no matter how they respond. I'll accept it." Stika paused, then replied seriously, "Even when that time comes, they'll still accept you as part of the family." She thought he was just comforting her, so she smiled and lowered her head. "I hope so, too." Seeing the hint of sadness in her expression, he added, "If you're ever scared or need to escape, come to me." Amid the clatter of the carriage wheels, his voice reached her clearly, warm and steady. "You already have a place where you can rest, where you'll be fully supported." His words made her giggle, though she tried to hide it, thinking, maybe that's true. She knew he meant it, yet she couldn't resist pretending not to understand. After a moment, Stika looked at her thoughtfully and reached out his hand, saying, "Come here." Beatrice stopped laughing, looking at him in confusion. What is he trying to do? Just then, a loud crash sounded from outside the carriage. The driver, unable to see inside, pulled the carriage to a halt and knocked on the wall, asking, "Your Majesty, Princess, are you all right?" A few moments later, Beatrice's small voice responded from inside, "Oh, it's nothing." Reassured, the driver nodded and cracked the reins, setting the carriage in motion again. Unbeknownst to him, inside the carriage, Beatrice had just pushed Stika back with one hand while covering his mouth with the other. As soon as she released him, Stika gasped playfully, "I didn't know you were so strong." Flustered, Beatrice quickly explained, "I just slipped." "Really?" The truth was, she had fallen forward while trying to keep his mouth covered, but she didn't want to admit it. Back in their seats, she scolded him, "Have you always been this cheesy? You've changed so much." He wasn't the least bit embarrassed, simply settling back comfortably. "It's just how I am," he replied with a mischievous smile. Leaning closer to her, he added with a glint in his eye, "You are my fiancé, after all. Isn't it normal for a groom to be romantic?" Blushing, Beatrice hesitated, then mumbled, "Well, if you put it that way." Before she could finish, he spoke up with a thoughtful tone, as though contemplating something important. "I've been thinking about a nickname for you," he said. After a moment's reflection, he looked at her with a smile. "I like the name B." Beatrice looked at him in confusion. "B?" He chuckled, enjoying her puzzled expression. "Yes, it's a nickname for you. B, like a short version of Beatrice." He pulled her onto his lap, holding her close as he explained. Her cheeks flushed as she found herself in his arms. She stammered, trying to hide her embarrassment, "Isn't that just typical of you? You sly thing." His arm around her waist tightened slightly, and he patted her back in reassurance. "I hope leaving Solem isn't making you too sad. You seem a bit distressed," he said gently. Resting her head on his shoulder, she replied softly, "I don't know anymore. It's just, my heart feels tangled, like a mess of threads. I can't explain it." After a pause, she added, "But I don't regret being with you, so please don't worry." Hearing her words, Stika's mood lifted, and he chuckled. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear." Holding her close, he could feel her heartbeat as they sat together in the quiet of the carriage, surrounded by the passing landscape. Suddenly, she called out, "Sierra." Stika looked at her, intrigued. "Whom?" "That's a nickname I came up with for you," she explained, a playful glint in her eyes. "Sierra." He raised an eyebrow, slightly amused. "It sounds rather feminine, doesn't it?" She grinned, narrowing her eyes teasingly. "But I came up with it myself. Don't tell me you don't like it, okay?" Not wanting to upset her, he thought for a moment, then nodded. "No, I like it very much." In that moment, two voices filled the carriage, her sweet voice saying, "All right, Sierra," and his deep voice replying. He held her closer, looking into her eyes as he asked, "May I kiss you?" But as soon as he leaned in, she pushed him back firmly, laughing. "I thought you said I was a gentle little lamb," she teased. Just then, loud cheers erupted outside, making her turn to look out the window. A crowd had gathered, clapping and shouting blessings. She could faintly hear someone yell, "There's our future bride. Congratulations, princess. We wish you happiness." The joyful noise disoriented her, and she stared at the crowd, frozen in place. Stika, noticing her bewilderment, simply stayed by her side, watching her reaction. As he looked at her, he thought to himself, "Beatrice, I promise I'll make you happy." Reflecting on their journey and her nickname, he reassured himself quietly. "Don't worry, I'll keep my word." Lost in thought, he was suddenly brought back by a gentle voice. Turning, he found himself face to face with the Queen of Solem, Beatrice's mother. She smiled warmly at him and asked, "Your Majesty, you seem troubled." Recognizing her kindness, Stika listened as she offered him a bit of advice. "I heard you learned to cook to win Shro's heart," she said with a knowing smile. "Let me tell you, she loves peach puree. It's her favorite." Stika, surprised, nodded gratefully, committing the dish to memory. But then the queen paused, a puzzled look on her face. "Strange. Shro never liked pureed fruit before." Confused, he asked, "Didn't you just say she liked peach puree?" The queen nodded slowly. "Yes, she does now. But it's odd, usually, she can't stand the texture of it." Realizing the subtle difference, Stika smiled to himself, understanding the truth she didn't know. As they returned to the present, he gazed at Beatrice with affectionate eyes, feeling grateful that she was by his side.
A skilled man with brown hair is introduced as the empire's exchequer and the right hand of the emperor. He stands beside the white-haired emperor, who sits thoughtfully on his golden throne. The brown-haired man reviews a handwritten letter surrounded by lush white flowers. In his ornate office, the man coughs into his hand while working at his desk. He sardonically reflects on climbing the social ladder, feeling utterly exhausted. Despite his fatigue, he admits that the power he's gained is the best part of his work. He fears he'll die at 26 before enjoying his success, his health traded for the Empire's growth. A loud slam echoes as his gloved hand hits a book in frustration. He resolves to find a way to recover his health without giving up his work. He must find a solution before the warlocks can make their next move. He works tirelessly through the night, surrounded by towering stacks of documents. His hand comes to a halt as he stumbles upon a crucial piece of information. He reads about the silver orchid, a legendary flower that blooms once a century and can cure anything. The document reveals the flower grows only in a land called Solemn. Staring at a large map, he realizes he has never heard of this place before, and so begins his research into Solemn. A determined look on Maximilian's face. With a slam, Maximilian's fist hits his desk in disbelief over his findings. He is shocked to learn the small land of Solemn controls 30 of the continent's food supply. Puzzled, Maximilian wonders why this crucial information has been hidden for 300 years. Solemn is revealed to be the home of earth deities, and controlling it would make the Empire stronger. Maximilian realizes that securing Solemn would not only empower the Empire, but also restore his health. He questions how to proceed, worrying that ambushing the kingdom might anger its deity. He dismisses forming an alliance, doubting why Solemn would need one after centuries of independence. Deciding to be cautious, he plans to consider it further before informing His Majesty. A sudden crash jolts Maximilian awake with a gasp. He sees a hooded intruder running away with his research papers. In a panic, Maximilian chases after the thief, shouting that the papers contain vital information on Solemn. The window flaps as the intruder escapes just beyond his grasp. Maximilian stands breathless with his guards amidst the chaos, having failed to catch the thief. He reports to the white-haired emperor, admitting that he lost the intel. After a moment of silence from the emperor, Maximilian apologizes, still shaken by the intrusion. The emperor contemplates the name Solemn, finding the country intriguing. He then asks Maximilian if the rumors about Solemn's extraordinary crops are true. A grin spreads across the emperor's face as he declares they must act, startling Maximilian. The emperor announces his plan to marry Solemn's royals to their nobility, leaving Maximilian staring in shock. The emperor then commands Maximilian to prepare for the conquest of Solemn. Overwhelmed, Maximilian protests that it's too much, begging for more time when the emperor gives him only 1 week. The emperor simply smiles, his decision made. His expression turns grim as he speculates that their enemies may have already made a move. He thanks a weeping Maximilian, whose efforts brought this opportunity to light. The white-haired emperor gazes out over a sparkling lake, lost in thought. Surrounded by flowers, the emperor smiles with cunning satisfaction. A pink-haired woman with red eyes screams in utter shock. Maximilian mirrors her expression, his face a mask of disbelief. The emperor's sudden decision hits Maximilian like a bomb, as he stammers that this is uncharacteristically impulsive. He continues to protest, calling the emperor's plan far too reckless. The emperor, however, just smiles serenely, looking off into the distance. Maximilian is stunned into silence by the emperor's strange expression. He wonders at the emperor's look, questioning if a woman from Solemn is truly his type. As he follows, his thoughts drift back to the mountain of paperwork he left behind. Maximilian, the emperor's aide, smiles wryly, knowing that despite his questions, everything is ultimately up to him. When asked to procure all the bestsellers in Yerfinen, a stunned Maximilian realizes they are all romance novels. A gray-haired official confirms it is His Majesty's request, leaving Maximilian to wonder what has gotten into the emperor. Surrounded by pink hearts, the official confidently declares the emperor's motivation. It's love. Maximilian is dumbfounded, questioning how the famously heartless emperor could possibly be in love. The official warns Maximilian to prepare himself, as a man in love is an unstoppable force. The white-haired emperor is seen smiling gently, lost in thought amidst a field of white flowers. The official then reveals Maximilian will be busy planning a wedding, shocking him to his core. The scene shifts to a grand, sprawling palace, setting the stage for the royal event. Now tasked with picking a wedding dress, a weeping Maximilian questions his role as an exchequer. With a whoosh, Maximilian's despair turns to fiery resolve, declaring that planning a wedding is nothing for a competent man like him. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Maximilian breaks down crying as the palace maids worry about his fragile state. Soon, the entire empire buzzed with news of the royal wedding, and the rumor that Sir Maximilian was a crybaby. A sudden FWIP and SW whoosh transitions the scene to a sun-dappled forest. With a whip of her blade, a woman with long black hair practices her swordsmanship. A flashback to 5 years ago introduces the panting swordswoman as Beatrice Shell Marcion. Taking a break from her training, Beatrice sits down to rest among the chirping birds. She lets out a heavy sigh, admitting to herself that she's completely exhausted. A harsh memory surfaces of a man yelling at her never to show weakness and to remember who she is. The memory continues, reminding a younger Beatrice that she is the next leader of the Marcian dukedom. Back in the forest, her hand tightens on her sword with a whir. She spins the ornate sword, its blade humming through the air. With a gentle pat, she comforts her sword. "It's okay, Rosa." A rustle from a nearby bush is followed by a soft meow. A fluffy white kitten with bright yellow eyes emerges from the foliage. Beatrice kneels and greets the cute kitten, wondering if the abandoned creature has returned to see her. Cradling the kitten, she thinks her stern father would disapprove, but feels safe in her secret hideaway. Suddenly, a voice from a tree remarks on her gentle side, and with a jump, the white-haired prince lands nearby, startling her. Beatrice recognizes him as His Highness, who coolly addresses her by her family name, Marcian. Flustered, she asks if he was napping in the tree and demands to know how long he's been there. She accuses him of spying, but he just laughs from his perch on the branch. The crown prince calmly states he was there first, and that she shouldn't blame him for her own lack of awareness. Beatrice glares, finding it strange that royalty would come to a remote forest just for a nap. He smirks, declaring that as the crown prince, he can go wherever he pleases. He then questions her qualifications as a knight for failing to notice him for days, enraging Beatrice. Leaning against the tree, he tells her that she was the one who disrupted his peace. Realizing he's been watching her for days, she silently calls him a pervert, which he seems to overhear in surprise. Beatrice grows pensive, noticing that something about him feels different from his usual self. She recalls the image of his striking blue eyes watching her from the trees. The serene forest seems to hold a quiet tension between the prince in the tree and the knight on the ground. Despite the intrusion, she reflects that the peaceful forest feels like an escape. Looking up at him, she wonders if he too is seeking refuge here for the same reasons. A voice from the trees asks, "Again?" Beatrice stands her ground, telling the prince to sleep elsewhere, as she found this place first. He glances at her, suggesting she move instead, but she refuses, needing to stay for the kitten. Though they rarely spoke, she remembers her time with the kitten in his silent company. She found a strange comfort in their shared, quiet presence in the forest. Her attention is drawn to a small dagger stuck in the ground, noticing it bears Academy inscriptions. Beatrice concludes the owner of the dagger must have been a trainee, pitying the poor thing. With a sudden slip, the white-haired prince passes by her. Now standing over the dagger, he offers to bury it for her, leaving her stunned. Over a small makeshift grave, he wishes for a reunion somewhere over the rainbow. As he begins to plod away, he tells Beatrice to say her goodbyes. He comes to a sudden halt, turning his head back slightly. Facing her again, he calls out her family name, Marcian. He bids her farewell and walks away, leaving Beatrice alone in the forest. The scene shifts back to the present, with Beatrice standing solemnly amidst red flowers. The scene changes as a voice begins to say a name, Bia. The white-haired man, now in royal attire beside a pink-haired woman, announces they've arrived, identifying himself as Sieratica. Sieratica smiles, stating they are in Yerfinen, as a memory of his younger self appears. With a blink, the pink-haired woman seems lost in a fleeting thought. She tells Sieratica she dreamt of the past and that he was there, recalling their forest encounter. With a soft PFT, he teases her, asking if he angered her in her dreams, but she admits she doesn't know. As he holds her hand, she reflects that the warmth she feels from Sieratica might be his true self. Together, they approach a grand palace, welcomed by rows of staff. Sieratica remarks that they are back where it started, and asks the pink-haired woman if she is nervous. She confidently denies it, reminding him that he knows her better than that. A brown-haired man formally welcomes His Majesty, and greets the woman as Princess Schroina. He introduces himself as Maximilian Le Felibris, the Exchequer, and Princess Schroina politely greets him back. A quick glance from Schroina reveals her keen observation of the surroundings. As the nobles behind them murmur, she notes their undisguised hostility toward her. She thinks about the coveted royal crown, understanding their anger at a foreign princess taking it. Princess Schroina of the Solemn Kingdom smiles with unshakable confidence despite the tension. She offers a pleasant greeting, causing Maximilian to flinch at her surprising self-assurance. Maximilian formally offers to lead the princess to her staff. Sieratica turns to Schroina to bid her a temporary farewell. He tells her they will see each other again soon. Before she can leave, he asks for a farewell kiss, gently taking her hand. Maximilian's jaw drops in utter disbelief at the emperor's public display of affection. The surrounding nobles are equally scandalized by the shocking gesture. The image of Sieratica kissing her hand lingers, emphasizing the moment's impact. The nobles murmur in confusion over what the princess has done to the emperor, as he affectionately calls her Bea. A deep flush spreads across Schroina's face, embarrassed by his forwardness. Maximilian cringes, thinking the whole situation is incredibly embarrassing. He tries to reassure himself it's only for a moment while watching the lovey-dovey couple. A heart squeals in a thought bubble, leaving a bewildered Maximilian questioning what he just saw. He spots a dark-haired maid, gushing over how good the couple looks together, leaving him speechless. The maid continues to beam, lost in romantic admiration. Maximilian, flustered and blushing, manages to stammer a hello to the maid. Sieratica apologizes to a bashful Schroina, explaining he got carried away with happiness. Looking into his eyes, she softly confirms that she is here with him now. He intensely asks her to call him by his name, confessing he might not be able to let her go otherwise. She calls him Sia, and he promises to see her later at his palace. A pleased grin spreads across Sieratica's face. He watches contentedly as Maximilian leads Princess Schroina away. Sieratica stands looking pleased, joined by a gray-haired official with a mustache. The official addresses his lord, and then leans in to ask if Bea is the princess's pet name. The scene ends on a soft, rosy image of Princess Schroina smiling gently. The gray-haired official asks Sieratica why he calls the princess Bea, and Sieratica explains it has nothing to do with her name, Schroina. Sieratica smiles warmly, revealing it's because she's his bride-to-be, and he finds the nickname cute. With a clench of his fist, Sieratica sternly warns the official, Carlton, that he is not allowed to use the nickname and must address her formally. Carlton defensively claims he was only asking, while Sieratica smiles and says he was just making sure. Hey. Carlton nervously agrees, thinking that the Emperor has become a completely different person. With a thoughtful glance, Carlton recalls the moment he was asked to procure romance novels. He looks at the blissfully smiling Emperor and wonders if he is truly in love. Carlton reflects on how this once cold and heartless man, seen standing over a battlefield, now possesses such warmth. The thought is accompanied by a sweet image of Sieratica, with his arm around the blushing Princess Schroina. A knowing smirk spreads across Carlton's face. Sieratica glares at him, asking if he's laughing at him, but Carlton shrugs and quickly denies it. Carlton smoothly compliments His Majesty on looking well, leaving a suspicious Sieratica to question his sincerity. Inside the palace, Maximilian formally introduces Princess Schroina to her headmaid, Baroness Samantha April. He explains that the stern, dark-haired Samantha will be taking care of all the princess's needs. Maximilian gestures to the Grand Palace Amaryllis, explaining it was built for a past empress and will be passed down to Schroina. With a polite tap of her foot, Princess Schroina steps forward and offers a wonderful greeting to Lady Samantha. Samantha returns the pleasantry but humbly insists on being called by her first name, as she is simply the help. Schroina smiles warmly, suggesting that in that case, Samantha can just call her Schroina as well. A slightly taken aback Samantha respectfully agrees, addressing her as Princess Schroina. A narration panel describes Samantha April as a well-known governess and a long-standing, respected member of the palace staff. The narration continues, highlighting her professionalism and unreadable demeanor, a result of her long years of service. Looking utterly exhausted, Maximilian pushes on, asking Her Highness to follow him to continue the tour. Noticing his sunken expression, Schroina thinks to herself that he looks as if he's about to pass out. She kindly addresses him as Sir Faliris and suggests that he should get some rest. A jolt runs through a startled Maximilian, who protests that he is under the Emperor's command to give her the tour. Schroina smiles reassuringly, confident the Emperor will understand if she sends him back to recover. With a grim, determined expression, she states she will finish the tour with Lady April and asks if he agrees. As Maximilian stammers his hesitation, Schroina firmly settles the matter, insisting he doesn't look well at all. Her kind words make her appear as a radiant, winged angel in Maximilian's eyes. Deeply touched, he halts in his tracks, overcome by her compassion. With a snap back to reality, Maximilian bows deeply and agrees to her terms, and she urges him to hurry and go. He wishes Her Highness a wonderful time, and she confidently replies that she will. As Maximilian walks away, he thinks to himself that for someone who appears so unassuming, she is surprisingly grim and intimidating, he concludes, recalling her intense gaze. TSK. Schroina watches him mumble as he departs, thinking his emotions are written all over his face and that he still has a long way to go. She turns to the maids, addressing one as Lily before correcting herself and calling for Samantha. With a pleasant smile, she asks if they should continue on with the tour. Samantha leads them through a gate, announcing that they have arrived at the Amaryllis Garden. A brown-haired maid looks amazed at the sight, while Schroina takes it in with curiosity. They stand before a vast, overgrown landscape, and Schroina questions if this neglected place is truly the garden for the Empress. The lush but untamed garden stretches out before them, confirming her doubts. Her gaze follows the wild, unkempt path leading deeper into the greenery. Schroina's expression hardens as she notes how neglected and uncared for the garden is. Samantha explains that since the palace has been empty for so long, there has been no one to take care of it. With a glance around, Schroina thoughtfully considers the state of her new garden. She reflects that the neglect makes sense, recalling that the former empress died young and Siaratica never remarried while securing his throne. To the sound of crickets, she walks along the path, understanding now why the beautiful garden has fallen into disrepair. She sits down to think, but faced with the promise to fulfill her wishes, she has no idea where to even start. A brown-haired maid with freckles looks on with a silent, concerned expression. A voice calls out, "Your Highness," and a startled Princess Schroina turns to see who it is. Twinkle. The brown-haired maid with freckles approaches with a bright and hopeful smile. With a gasp, Schroina looks at the maid in surprise. The maid enthusiastically volunteers to be the caretaker of the garden, and Schroina asks for confirmation. The maid confidently asserts that she is knowledgeable about the princess's tastes and can do a good job. Schroina considers appointing her maid, Lily, as the caretaker, recalling that Lily was known for her green thumb back in Solemn. Thinking back on some pretty tulips, Schroina decides it seems like a good idea. Samantha interrupts, suggesting the garden is too large for a single noblewoman and should be left to the official Yerfinin gardeners. Confused, Schroina asks, "Pardon me?" while thinking that Samantha must mistakenly believe Lily is a noble, a common background for servant maids. Giggle, squeal! A joyful image of Lily flashes by, happily equipped with gardening tools. Schroina understands the mistake, knowing that little is known of Solemn, and decides she must find a way to explain without belittling Lily. Lily cheerfully reassures Lady April not to worry. Lily proudly states she tended the gardens in Solemn, causing Schroina to smile, thinking her maid's directness makes her own worrying unnecessary. Reminding Samantha that she was asked what she wanted, Schroina firmly states she wants Lily to be in charge of the gardens. Schroina declares her decision, attesting to Lily's skills, and confirming she wants her as the garden's caretaker. Turning to a listening Samantha, Schroina adds that she has one more thing to say. Placing her hands on Lily's shoulders, Schroina acknowledges the custom of having a noble's daughter attend the Empress. She explains that since Lily traveled so far for her, she cannot send her away and wishes to keep her by her side. Samantha says she understands and tells Miss Schroina not to worry, and Schroina thanks her. Samantha clarifies that as head maid, she is simply part of the Empress's staff, there to follow orders. With a slight smile, Samantha finishes by addressing her respectfully as Miss Schroina. Samantha suddenly asks for forgiveness, leaving Schroina to wonder why. With a pained expression, Samantha confesses that the news of his sudden marriage had worried her. She bows deeply, once again asking Schroina to please forgive her. With a soft expression, Schroina simply says, "Thank you." Samantha tells Schroina it's been a long time since she's seen the Emperor smile, as he did as a boy, thanking her for being the Empress Yerfina needs. Watching Samantha, Schroina realizes that she is a good person. She understands now that Siaratica assigned Samantha to her as a sign that she is someone she can trust. Samantha stands with a slightly flushed, earnest expression. Schroina tells Samantha that Siaratica is important to her as well, which is why she came to Yerfinin. Taking Samantha's hand, she admits that while she doesn't understand love yet, being with him makes her worries disappear. She continues, blushing slightly, that she can only think of him. Schroina smiles warmly, her hands clasped with another's. Samantha looks on with a knowing and gentle gaze. Princess Schroina stands serenely in the sunlit garden. Touched, Samantha thinks the princess is strong like the sun. Looking out over the palace, she wishes for nothing but bright days ahead for the new couple. Sigh. Later, Schroina relaxes on a sofa in an opulent room, finally alone. Looking up at a grand chandelier, she relishes a moment of quiet solitude. She reflects on the massive room, so different from those in Solemn, realizing this is her new home. In the garden, an excited Lily asks what to plant first, and Schroina tells her she can plant whatever she wants. Lily excitedly plants a peach tree and lilies, prompting Schroina to admire her maid's bright and cheerful spirit. A shadow of doubt crosses her mind as she worries that the rigid life in Yerfinin might diminish Lily's vibrant personality. Her thoughts drift to the clumsy but kind Sir Falliers, and then to the gently smiling Emperor, Siaratica. Clasping her hands, Schroina quietly murmurs Siaratica's name, feeling that with them by her side, everything will be all right. She smiles, saying, Yes, and reflects on how much has changed from the past. The scene shifts to a dark room where a serious-looking man with black hair sits at his desk in deep thought. A close-up reveals his stern gaze and a prominent emerald ring on his finger as he steeples his hands. A flashback begins, explaining that in the past, the Yerfinen Empire was ruled by 3 dukes. The first was a powerful merchant who rose to become Duke Yefir. The second was the leader of the aristocrats, a dark-haired man named Marcian, Beatrice's father. The third, Sultan, was the crown sword. Together with Yefir and Marcian, the 3 dukes maintained the empire's balance of power. Splat! That balance was shattered by Marcian's treason. Clack, clack. In a single night, the new emperor, Siaratika, walked through a bloodied hall and destroyed the Marcian manor. To uproot the traitors completely, he executed everyone in the family. Though balance seemed restored, the many empty seats at the council table created new anxieties about the empire's stability. The emperor then appointed Marquess Lenoir, who had been in Marcian's shadow, as a new duke to fill the void. The scene transitions through an image of thorny red roses. Although Lenoir helped reshape the regime, the narration reveals there was one problem. The new duke's greed for power was great. The scene shifts to Duke Lenoir, who questions the news of the emperor's prospective wife from a place he's never heard of, Solem. HMPH. The second duke, Yefir, sips his tea and smugly mocks Lenoir for his ignorance, despite his supposed connections. The first duke, Sultan, also sipping tea, expresses his own surprise, saying it's the first he's heard of the emperor's return. Duke Yefir chides Duke Sultan for being too slow and tells him to at least pretend to be interested. Slam. An enraged Duke Lenoir slams his fist on the table, declaring this is no time for jokes. He fumes that the emperor has decided on an empress so suddenly and without consulting any of them. Tremble. Yefir calmly sips his tea, pointing out that this is exactly what they have been talking about. He notes that the new princess is from a small agricultural nation and is said to be pretty. Sip. Sultan reflects that it's about time the emperor had a change of heart regarding marriage. Chew. Yefir asks Lenoir why he's so angry, pointing out that the news should be celebrated. Aha! Another duke explains that Lenoir has been raising his youngest daughter to be the empress, and this new arrival ruins his entire plan. A flashback shows Lenoir's daughter declaring her love for his majesty. Stand. Lenoir jumps to his feet, demanding to know how Sultan and Yefir can remain so calm. He argues that a queen must be gracious and wise like his daughter, while another duke thinks, "Oh brother." Droop. His shoulders slump as he laments the choice of a rural, countryside princess. He continues to fume that the court knows nothing about the girl the emperor has chosen to be his empress. His face contorted in anger, he shouts that this situation is unacceptable. Teask. Yefir calmly tells Lenoir that his true intentions are obvious. He clarifies that Lenoir isn't angry about the emperor's decision, but because his own daughter has lost her chance. A shadowy voice advises Lenoir not to cross his majesty. Flinch. Yefir reminds him of the fate of the Marcians, causing Lenoir to flinch. He chillingly adds that the riverbed near the former Marcian manor is still said to reek of blood. Yefir concludes his warning, advising Lenoir to stop, unless he wants the same fate as the nobles who sided with the Marcians. Lenoir furiously denies his greed, insisting his daughter is fit to be empress, but Yefir just calls him a greedy pig. Sigh. As the two bicker childishly, Duke Sultan sighs wearily at their squabble. Halt. Sultan steps in, grabbing both dukes by their collars and telling them to stop. He sternly tells them the squabble is over and orders them to sit down. Clink. He acknowledges Lenoir's point that selecting an empress is an important matter. However, he firmly states that, in the end, the emperor's choice is what matters most. Sparkle. With a reassuring smile, Sultan says the empire is stable now and urges Lenoir to calm down, as there's no need for political maneuvering. Flump. After being offered a biscuit, a grumbling Lenoir sits down, thinking bitterly of his fellow dukes, Sultan and Yefir. He sits with his back to them, thinking to himself that they will never understand his position. He internally dismisses Sultan as blindly loyal and Yefir as a content man who has already retired from his duties. Clench. He clenches his fist in frustration, feeling that no one understands his struggle. Recalling a past humiliation, he thinks of the promise he made to his daughter that she would never suffer the same fate. Frown. He wonders what is so special about this new girl, since the battle-hardened emperor had never shown interest in anyone before. Determined, he vows that he won't let the matter go. The scene transitions to a bright, sunlit view of the palace and its grand fountain. An aide with light brown hair approaches the white-haired emperor, Siaratika, to present financial documents. Seated on his throne, Sierratika questions his aide's early return from showing Bea the palace, and the aide defensively explains she sent him away. Sierratika smiles, accepting that Bea must have her reasons, while another aide thinks he really lets her have her way. In a flashback, a pink-haired woman smiles confidently, certain His Majesty will understand her decision. The aide with light brown hair clears his throat, telling the Emperor he has been thinking. Lounging on his throne, Sierratika teasingly asks if his aide is thinking again. The aide suggests etiquette classes for Her Highness, who is unfamiliar with their decorum, but Sierratika responds with a sharp glare. Halt! Startled by the glare, the aide freezes mid-sentence, hiccuping in fear and wondering what he said wrong. The Emperor calmly says the aide's name, Maximilian, who stammers a reply. Looking at an image of Bea, Sierratika declares with a soft smile that she is perfect. Maximilian continues to protest, reminding the Emperor that the ways of society are exceedingly stringent. As Maximilian worries about potential embarrassment for the Empress, Sierratika's expression turns grim, menacingly asking, who would dare to do so? Sierratika dismisses the idea of a teacher, claiming no one is smart enough for Bea, but Maximilian suggests Lord Yefir. The Emperor points out that Yefir is a man, leaving Maximilian to nervously agree. Bewildered, Maximilian clarifies that Lord Yefir is a respectable elder with his own granddaughter, making him a suitable choice. Sierratika dismisses Maximilian's concerns, telling him to stop worrying and go rest, noting his tired appearance. Maximilian protests, insisting on the importance of finding a teacher and complaining that the Emperor has changed. When Maximilian asks if he is no longer needed, Sierratika cuts him off, telling him the problem is his need to do everything himself instead of delegating. A flashback shows Bea in a carriage asking Sierratika if Maximilian gets lunch breaks, prompting an irritated reply from the Emperor. Sierratika orders an older man named Carlton to remove Maximilian, then turns his attention to a report on the Magic Kingdom. Reviewing a glowing scroll, Sierratika confirms that a threat is moving just as they expected. The narration reveals that warlocks are expanding their power, and that moving quickly to Solemn was the right choice after losing Maximilian's intel. With a grave expression, Sierratika contemplates the serious threat posed by the warlocks. He reflects that if they had delayed, Beatrice and the royal family would have met a terrible fate. Carlton steps forward and asks the Emperor for his orders on how to proceed. Sierratika orders the palace defenses raised to level 1 alert as armored guards assemble at the gates. Stand. Rising from his throne, he commands that security around Bea be tightened, warning that they must not let their guard down. He orders Sultan to increase defenses around Solemn, then tells a weary Maximilian to rest and continue gathering intel tomorrow. Plod. Sierratika walks down the grand hall, adding a final, chilling condition to his orders. Turn. He looks back with a cold smile, vowing that if Bea or her family are harmed, their enemies will pay with their lives. The scene shifts to a lavish and beautifully prepared dinner table. Sparkle. Awestruck, Bea takes in the extravagant meal and the rows of maids, thinking it's beyond anything she could have imagined. Swing. The grand doors open dramatically, announcing the arrival of His Imperial Majesty. Sierratika enters with a fond smile, telling his Bea that he finally sees her again. Slide. He gently pulls out a chair for her at the intimate table, apologizing for the wait. As he joins her, she observes that the table feels small for a royal dinner. Blushing at his closeness, Bea listens as he recommends the high-quality veal steak. Nudge. He gently pushes the plate closer to her, encouraging her to eat. Nom. After taking a bite, Bea confirms that the food is good. Pleased, Sierratika smiles and gently touches her chin. His touch prompts her to reflect on this moment as her first dinner in Yerfinen. She thinks that, despite having visited before, everything feels completely new and unfamiliar now. Sierratika watches her with a look of pure adoration and a gentle smile. As she blushes, she wonders how she appears in his eyes now. Bea glows with a radiant and happy blush. In a flashback to before dinner, an aide hurries the staff in a massive, formal dining hall. The head butler announces His Majesty's order for a smaller table, shocking the maids who must now move the enormous one. Huff, huff. Servants strain to carry away the long, heavy table. The narration reveals Sierratika broke a century-long tradition just so he could sit right next to Beatrice for dinner. An extra scene shows a younger, wide-eyed Bea addressing His Majesty. Nom. Bea takes a bite of her food and declares it delicious. She beams with pure, unadulterated joy. Overwhelmed by her cuteness, the maids fantasize about pinching her cheeks. Sierratika casually mentions that he plans to introduce her to society soon. Shocked, Bea questions the timeline, asking if it's really happening in just a month. Sierratika admits it's faster than he expected, while Bea worries they're moving too quickly. Seradika praises Maximilian's efficiency, but Bea worries he's overworking his aide. With her, Bea grows even more concerned, wondering aloud if Maximilian is hiding an illness, and points out the dark circles under his eyes. She stares intently at Seradika, who asks what's wrong with a mouthful of food. With a gentle smile, Seradika offers her a bite directly from his fork. Nom! As she eats, he jealously tells her to stop worrying about Maximilian and focus on him instead. Stunned, Bea wonders if the Emperor could possibly be jealous of his loyal servant Sir Phalaris, but quickly dismisses the idea. A smug Seradika proves her wrong, as the narration confirms he's even jealous of old men with granddaughters. He then proposes a shopping trip for a debut dress tomorrow, to which Bea cautiously agrees. She questions why they're going personally instead of summoning a tailor, the usual custom. With a sly grin, he explains that going out gives them the freedom to do as they please, away from the watchful eyes of the court. Charmed by his logic, Bea laughs and agrees to the outing. Later that night, tucked into her lavish bed, Bea's last thought before drifting off is of rice. She falls into a troubled sleep as a voice calls her name, Beatrice. Suddenly she's trapped in a nightmare where a menacing, dark-haired man looms over her, calling her name. Whisper. He chides her, saying she should have risen up to take the throne. Heave. He lifts her by the collar, declaring it was her duty as a Marcian before dropping her. Tremble. Trapped in the nightmare, she trembles as she recognizes the man as her father. Squeeze. She clenches her eyes shut, struggling to form words. Crash! The nightmarish image of her father shatters as she mentally screams that she won't live for him, jolted by a voice calling her name. Gasping for breath, she clutches her chest, drenched in a cold sweat. Looking up, she finds Seradika holding her on the bed and weakly calls out his name. She looks around the empty room, confused, and asks how he got there. He gently explains that he came to see her and found her in the throes of a nightmare. She reflects that this is the first time she's dreamt of her father since arriving in this new body, likely triggered by being back in the palace. She offers a reassuring smile and apologizes to Sia for worrying him. He gazes at her with a deep, unreadable expression. She recognizes his expression. It's the same intense look he had on the terrace. Bea urges him to leave before he's discovered, but he insists he couldn't sleep and is glad he came. Caress. He gently touches her cheek, happy that he was there to wake her from her nightmare. As his hand moves to her hair, she notices how cold his skin is. He asks why she can't sleep since she must be tired, but she says she's just too excited for their date tomorrow. She notices his tightly clasped hands and wonders why someone so strong can appear so anxious. Sensing his unease, she softly asks if he wants to hold her hand. With a soft, vulnerable smile, he quietly agrees. Set. She gently places her hand on top of his. Smirk. He playfully warns her not to sneak in like this again so they don't get caught, prompting her to ask if he's scolding her. She reminds him that as emperor, he must follow the rules, a scolding he finds surprisingly refreshing. He checks on her, asking if she's okay now, and she confirms she is. With a gentle smile, she reassures him that she's right there beside him. His expression turns somber as he silently wonders what troubles her so deeply. Grab. He gently takes her hand, calling her name. Bringing her hand to his lips, he comments on how warm she is. In a grand, moonlit room, Bea softly calls out his name, Sia. She reassures him that she's right there beside him, and with a gentle smile, he affirms that she is. Pat, pat. He gently pats her head, promising everything will be okay now that they are together. Twinkle. The full moon shines brightly through the ornate window. Watching over the peaceful night, he pulls her into a comforting embrace, stroking her hair as he silently reassures her that it's all right. The next day, they arrive at an elegant dress shop, ready for their outing. Bea models a beautiful blue and white gown for Seradika, who watches with his arms crossed. A close-up reveals Bea's flustered and uncomfortable expression as she stands on display. Knackered. After 2 hours of fittings, an exhausted Bea pleads to stop for the day. Seradika asks why, explaining he heard women enjoy this sort of thing, and questions if she doesn't like it. She admits the dresses are lovely, but she finds the experience so unenjoyable she'd rather be sent to war. PFT. He smirks, amused he's found something that can tire her out, much to her annoyance. Grab. Suddenly, a pair of hands firmly clasp hers. Falter. The shop's designer grabs Bea's hands, passionately insisting she can't give up and must try on more dresses. The designer excitedly presents more options, inspired by Bea's youthful beauty as Bea looks on in despair. Flush? While the designer celebrates, A mortified Bia begs them to stop as an amused Sirotica watches. Slip. The designer suggests one last dress as Sirotica points, sweetly saying he likes that one. Pressured from both sides, Bia wears a strained smile, feeling completely overwhelmed. Finally breaking, she screams for them to stop as the scene pulls away from the shop. Ring. At a dessert cafe, Sirotica teases Bea for being exhausted while she complains about the ordeal of changing outfits. Leaning against him, an exhausted Bea thinks to herself that she would choose to wear armor any day. He tells her it's good they're at a popular cafe, privately admitting it was Maximilian's recommendation. Haha. Revitalized by the promise of sweets, Bea warns him she plans to order a lot, and he happily agrees. Looking at the menu, Bea is suddenly confused, prompting Sirotica to ask what's wrong. She's bewildered by the menu's flowery names, complaining that none of them list the actual ingredients. Sirotica points out the bestseller's absurd name, and a baffled Bea agrees to order it, realizing how much Yerfinen has changed. When a simple brownie arrives, she's relieved the food is normal, while Sirotica confirms it has a cherry on top. Buzz. Looking out the window, Bea comments to Sia that the cafe seems much more crowded than she remembers. He explains with a smile that the public is naturally curious to see the future empress. She concedes the point, but admits that being the center of so much attention is burdensome. Sirotika's gaze intensifies as he listens to her, his expression turning serious. He calls her name Bia, drawing her attention back to him. Whisper. As gossiping patrons watch, he notes that they can't stop people from spreading rumors. Lean. He leans in close and suggests they give the gossips something to really talk about, making her blush. Jump. A shocked Bia springs back, accusing him of encouraging the rumors about her. Beam. Realizing he chose this public place on purpose, she sighs in resignation as he smiles triumphantly. Snicker. Playing along, she teasingly announces their official date, causing him to look away with a stern expression. Knowing he loves cherries, she holds one up on a fork and cheerfully insists that he eat it. Snicker. She playfully tells him to say ah, thinking how embarrassing this must be for the Emperor. Hey. She believes he has no choice but to comply as he stares intently at the cherry. Lick. To her utter shock, he leans forward and sensually licks the cherry while it's still on her fork. Nom. He then smoothly takes the cherry into his mouth as she continues to hold the fork. Roar. A flustered Bia erupts, questioning why he licked it, but he calmly replies that she told him to eat it. Murmur. Amidst the crowd's whispers, she calls him a sly man, and he innocently asks why she's upset. As their day concludes, they walk arm in arm down a sparkling street, and she admits she truly had fun. She reflects that the biggest surprise of the day was seeing how much Yerfinen itself had changed. Contrary to the coldness of her past, she observes that the people are happy, and the city smells of life. Halt. Sirotica stops and turns her to face him, gently taking her hand. He reveals there's one more place he wants to take her before they return to the palace. He explains it's a place he frequented after she was gone, leaving her speechless. Rendered speechless by his words, Bia can only stare back with a troubled expression. Rustle. Her slippered foot steps onto an overgrown, leafy path, leading them forward. They arrive before a grand, foreboding gate, which the narration identifies as Marcian Manor, her family's former estate. A wave of painful memories washes over Bea as she realizes this is not only where she grew up, but where she died. Woozy. The shock makes her feel sick, and Sirotica quickly catches her, crying out her name in concern. Slap. Panicked, she strikes his hand away and demands that he release her. Clutching herself, she anxiously asks Sirotica why he would bring her to such a painful place. With a pained expression, she reminds him that he knows how tragically things ended for her here. Sirotica gazes at her with a somber look and quietly confirms that he knows. He declares that while the manor was the site of their end, it will now become their new beginning. Framed by thorny vines, their grim expressions reflect the weight of their shared, tragic past. In a fiery flashback, the narration recalls the fall of the Marcian family. The gates to the desolate manor remained closed forever after that fateful night. Yet, for unknown reasons, the manor was left standing, and the staff was never dismissed. As Sirotica looks through a window, the narration explains that rumors claimed the manor was preserved in its bloodied state from the night of treason. Sirotica gazes into the dark, abandoned manor with a heavy heart. Crunch. Their footsteps echo as they walk through the dilapidated, debris-strewn hall. Bea looks around in shock, realizing the ruin is exactly as she last saw it. Plod. As they walk deeper into the decaying hall, she wonders why Sirotica preserved the horrific scene. clench. She grips her dress tightly, questioning his motives for bringing her back to this place. Halt. They both stop, their expressions filled with grim anticipation. She stares up at a blood-splattered portrait of her stern, dark-haired father. With a heavy heart, she quietly acknowledges the portrait of her father. Sieratica observes that Lord Marcian was an extraordinary, intelligent, and ambitious man. Ache. A pang of sorrow hits Bia as she remembers her father. With a cold look, Sieratica adds that he was also a violent man. He recalls how her father's ambition forced her into war and even led him to try to kill Sieratica, flashing back to a scene of her pointing a sword at him. She turns away sadly, reminding Sia that she is, after all, that man's daughter. He smiles gently, replying that if it weren't for her father, they never would have met. Stunned, Bia asks how he could forgive her after she stood by her father's side against him. He explains with a knowing smile that he had a realization after she was gone. He confesses that he never once hated her, not for a single moment. He couldn't bring himself to change this place, he admits, because it was a constant reminder of her absence. In a painful memory, he kneels over her lifeless body, vowing never to feel so futile again. He continues, saying he never wants to fear losing her again, and she realizes he was terrified. Reach, he calls out her name, his hand reaching for hers. In a surreal vision, he floats beside her, promising that everything is all right and that they can move on together. Back in the hall, now surrounded by blooming roses, he holds out his hand and asks her to move on from the past with him. Looking down at a sword on the blood-stained floor, she quietly accepts his words. A memory of her past, dark-haired self, shows her believing she was the only one trapped by history. But she now understands, seeing a memory of a mournful Sieratica, that he had been trapped right there with her. The hall around them transforms, becoming pristine and filled with magical light. Twinkle. Overwhelmed with joy and relief, she smiles brightly while holding his hand. The once desolate Marcian manor now stands beautifully restored under the night sky. Outside, he tells her he has one more thing to give her, piquing her curiosity. Blink. She looks at him, completely puzzled about what else he could possibly have for her. He leads her to stand before a set of imposing, ornate wooden doors. Swing. As he opens the doors, she gasps in recognition, her eyes falling upon a familiar golden sword lying on a bed. Her personal ego sword, Rosa, lies perfectly preserved on a white silk covering. He explains he couldn't get rid of Rosa because it was the last thing connected to her, believing the sword had been waiting for her return. Beatrice, the pink-haired woman, trembles, holding her arm, thinking she used the sword to end her own life, and wonders if a person named Rosa will forgive her. A hand reaches out, tapping an ornate sword. Beatrice, the pink-haired woman, holds the sword, surprised by its intense vibrations. The silver-haired man, Sieratica, tenderly nuzzles Beatrice, the pink-haired woman, calling her Rosa. Beatrice, the pink-haired woman, closes her eyes, asking if she is being taken in. Sieratica, the silver-haired man, smiles warmly, telling Beatrice, "Thank you." Sieratica embraces Beatrice, the pink-haired woman, reassuring her that everything is going back to its place. The Grand Palace twinkles under a starry night. A faint grunt sounds from the dark, sparkling forest. Lily, the brown-haired woman, wipes her brow, greeting everyone and introducing herself. Lily explains she is trimming Her Highness's new garden, and despite losing track of time, she always enjoys garden work. Lily sighs, noting the soil isn't fertile, but plans to finish before the wedding, then jumps with a roar, realizing her peaceful night is interrupted. Lily, the brown-haired woman, observes two men in the distance, thinking about the brown-haired courtier's tendency to overthink. The brown-haired courtier exclaims in close-up, questioning if he is overthinking it, while Lily, in the background, looks annoyed. The brown-haired courtier worries how vulnerable a princess from a small country would be to the court, expressing his unease, though he trusts His Majesty has planned. Lily, the brown-haired woman, contemplates the brown-haired courtier's dismissive remarks about a small micro-country. Lily suddenly grows furious, thinking the brown-haired courtier is bad-mouthing Princess Shroina and her precious princess, as a small image of Beatrice, the pink-haired woman, smiles. Lily, miniaturized and fuming with a sizzling fire, angrily calls out, "Sir Phalaris!" to the silver-haired man, who appears confused. Lily clenches her fists, hissing that she will never forget this, as Sir Phalaris, the silver-haired man, walks away, feeling a bit chilly. The brown-haired courtier slips on a banana peel, exclaiming about who left it and how anyone could speak ill of their precious princess. The brown-haired courtier tumbles into a ditch with a FWOMP, wondering about the ditch, as a silver-haired officer looks on, while the brown-haired courtier vows to make Sir Phalaris regret it. The brown-haired courtier throws his head back in despair, questioning why these things keep happening to him. The silver-haired officer stands with the brown-haired courtier, who now appears dejected. Sieratica, the silver-haired emperor, stands with 3 other men in a lavish room. Sieratica smiles, summoning the 3 men to his office. Sieratica's eyes narrow as he states his eagerness to hear their reasons for being there. The black-haired man, identified as the first Duke Lenoir, politely praises Sieratica's well-being. Sieratica, the silver-haired emperor, thanks them for their hard work and asks the 3 men the purpose of their visit. The first Duke Lenoir taps the arm of the second Duke Yafir as both respectfully address Sieratica, stating they do not wish to impose on his decision. The brown-haired man, identified as the second Duke Yafir, states his duty as a duke serving the empire. The second Duke Yafir explains that it is their duty to aid and advise his majesty, while a third brown-haired man with glasses sips tea. The second Duke Yeffer asks a thoughtful Sieratica why he has not discussed the prospective empress with his advisors. The second Duke Yefir expresses concern that Sieratica's decision to marry a princess from a small country, after being absent so long, might be very rash. Sieratica's eyes narrow as he acknowledges their fear, subtly questioning what truly concerns them. Sieratica's thoughts drift, wondering if their fear is for the future of the nation, or for something else entirely. The first Duke Lenoir and second Duke Yefir look shocked, as Sieratica pointedly asks if their fear is for Lord Lenoir's daughter. Sieratica, holding a glass of wine, observes the first Duke Lenoir and a blonde woman. Sieratica drinks, knowing that the first Duke Lenoir's past intentions were always more than they seemed, as a memory of the first Duke and a shy blonde woman appears. The first Duke Lenoir's face contorts in frustration, realizing Sieratica knew his true intentions. The first Duke Lenoir furiously questions Sieratica, but Sieratica slams his hand, sternly calling the Duke's name. Sieratica, with a slight smile, tells the first Duke Lenoir that while he respects his capabilities, he does not appreciate his heightened emotions. The first Duke Lenoir flinches, looking taken aback by Sieratica's cold rebuke. The first Duke Lenoir, visibly upset, demands to know why Sieratica chose this woman, as Sieratica calmly says his name. The first Duke Lenoir looks stunned as Sieratica declares that she is the future empress, not just any woman. Sieratica, looking thoughtful, asks why he has not imparted this information to them. The first Duke Lenoir, second Duke Yafir, and the third brown-haired man with glasses look concerned. Beatrice, the pink-haired woman, ascends sparkling steps towards a throne, as Sieratica thinks, but she can. Beatrice, the pink-haired woman, sits regally on the glowing golden throne. Beatrice, the pink-haired woman, gazes confidently, crowned and adorned, as Sieratica thinks of her and her family. Sieratica, the silver-haired emperor, smiles, guaranteeing that Beatrice and her family possess the necessary power. A man with black hair and a green brooch looks on with concern, stating that his keen eye for people is well known. Seated comfortably, a smirking Sieratica reminds the man that he was the one who granted him his current position. In a dark, tense room, Sieratica leans forward and challenges the man, questioning if he believes his judgment is wrong. The flustered official averts his gaze, thinking to himself that His Majesty continues to push him around. Standing before Sieratica, the official reaffirms his loyalty, promising his unwavering support. With a confident smirk, Sieratica tells him to reserve his judgment until after seeing her at the banquet tomorrow. The official then asks what will happen if the princess fails to meet His Majesty's expectations. Facing Sieratica across the table, the black-haired man is left speechless, unsure how to respond. A second official, with a mustache, calmly sips his tea, suggesting they counsel her if she falls short and concede if she doesn't. As someone off-panel states an empress is the mother of the state, Sieratica's expression hardens slightly. Mustached man expresses his hope that the princess is as exemplary as Sieratica claims, as the other officials look on. Dismissing them with a slight smile, Sieratica says they will know soon enough and thanks them for the conversation. As the meeting concludes, a younger, brown-haired official remarks on how tense the atmosphere was. Blood. As the 3 officials walk away, one chides a man named Lenoir for being too emotional, but Lenoir insists it was a remonstration. Mustached official reflects that things could have been much worse if not for the intervention of a man named Yefir. Tense. Mustached man notes that the emperor's feelings for the princess seem stronger than they realized, while Yefir thinks it's nice to see him stand his ground. Plod. As they continue down the hall, Yefir thinks to himself that he can't wait for tomorrow. Back in his office, Sieratica's brown-haired aide anxiously asks if everything will be all right for the debut tomorrow. The aide admits he can't help but worry something may happen, but Sieratica just smiles, fondly thinking of his Bia. With unwavering confidence, Sirataka declares that Bea is stronger than any woman he has ever known. A beautiful vision of Bea appears, dressed elegantly in a pink gown and tiara, smiling softly. The detail of her magnificent pink lace gown is highlighted, adorned with delicate strands of pearls. On the day of her debut, Sirataka stands by her side and tells Bea that she is truly beautiful. Bea smiles warmly, thanking Sia and returning the compliment, telling him he looks splendid as well. Grin. Hearing her words, a pleased Sirataka smiles back at her. As their carriage arrives, he asks if she's nervous, and she admits she is. He reassures her it will all be fine, and she agrees. Whoosh! Arm in arm, they walk through a grand hall lined with flowers, heading toward the ballroom doors. Buzz. Inside the opulent ballroom, the gathered nobility murmurs in anticipation. Whisper. Hiding behind a fan, one noblewoman asks another if she's heard the news, and the other confirms she has. Imagining a voluptuous masked woman, a lady wonders about the woman who managed to melt the emperor's cold heart. Groan, her companion dismisses the idea, knowing he isn't swayed by looks, and impatiently wishes to see her face already. Overhearing ladies call the princess a low-class seductress, Yefir grimly thinks that this is just as he expected. While some view her with envy, others who saw them on their date are now fans, remarking on how smitten and good they look together. Anxiously hoping the night ends smoothly, Yefir is approached by a man who asks why he's there and notes he doesn't look well. Roar! A herald's powerful voice booms through the hall, calling for their eternal glory. Whip! As the crowd turns, he announces the grand entrance of His Majesty Sirataka and Princess Shroina Flore Solum. Gulp! A woman with a fan hides her excited gasp, thinking, finally. The official, Lenoir, looks toward the entrance with a worried expression, thinking they finally get to see who she is as the grand doors are thrown open at the top of a red carpeted staircase. Flutter! A close-up shows Bea's elegant earring as the narration focuses on His Majesty. Shah! Bea makes her appearance, her expression calm and composed as she stands at the top of the stairs. A delicate arrangement of white flowers frames the transition to the grand reveal. As she descends the stairs on Sirataka's arm, an unseen guest thinks that she is so. Shalala. Cute, a spectator thinks, as a blushing Bea looks down with a shy smile. Whoa! Two young noblemen stare up at her with mouths agape, completely captivated by her appearance. Turn. Sirataka glances over his shoulder, his eyes landing on the two gawking men. Ablaze. A fiery aura of pure rage erupts around him as he glares murderously in their direction. Tremble. Bea asks what's wrong, but Sirataka plays it off with a strained smile, internally admitting he's scared while the two men tremble in fear. Standing together before the crowd, she is formally introduced by her full name, Princess Shroina Flore Solum. Sirataka proudly declares to the entire court that she is his one and only, destined to become the Empress of Yerfinen. A stern-faced Lenoir listens as an unseen Sirataka declares that no objections will be permitted. Sirataka smirks, telling the court he expects nothing but compliments for Bea and will be listening closely. He dismisses the murmuring crowd, curtly telling them to enjoy the night. Aghast, Bea thinks to herself that no one can possibly enjoy their night after a threat like that. An unseen man decides it's time for an old man like him to step up. A smiling, brown-haired man approaches and greets Her Highness, and Bea recognizes him as Lord Yefir. The man introduces himself as Ladak Pon Yefir, Minister of Justice, expressing his admiration as the silent crowd looks on. Bea nervously clasps her hands in front of her dress, letting out a soft, "Oh!" Feeling the weight of their stares, she steels her resolve, determined not to falter, and greets him warmly. Twinkle! She reflects that by appearing at the Emperor's side, she's finally managed to cut through all the rumors. Yefir observes her calm demeanor, thinking she seems completely unfazed and hoping her steadfastness isn't mere luck. With a confident smile, Bea asks His Grace if he truly believes she is standing there out of sheer luck. She continues that if that's the case, then the disappointment is hers, surprising Yefir with her response. As Lenoir scoffs and another official chuckles, she explains that his sentiment doubts not only her, but His Majesty as well. Bea then tells Yefir that she is glad to return to her rightful place, and he curiously asks if that's so. Standing beside Sirataka, she confidently tells Yefir that she doesn't believe either of them will have cause to be disappointed. She and Sirataka share a knowing glance. Cheerful, Lord Yefir warmly accepts her, saying it's a pleasure to make her acquaintance, and she agrees. Hugh, Sirataka's aide watches from a distance, sighing in relief that things seem to be going well. The aide thinks with gratitude that since Lord Yafir accepted the princess, the other hesitant nobles can't make a move. He notes that while Lord Lenoir still looks unhappy, he isn't being openly disrespectful. The aide watches Lenoir warily, wondering if he has given up or is simply waiting for the right time to strike. Bow. Another noble and his companion step forward to greet the Empire's light. Bia notices the blonde woman staring her down, thinking that she seems familiar. Smirk. The blonde woman begins with a condescending tone, stating she doesn't know where Solemn is. Touching Bia's arm, she expresses mock concern over her tiny and frail frame, and Bia suddenly remembers who she is. Bea recalls she is the Viscount's daughter, whose advances towards Sirotica were once turned down. As the woman continues to speak, Bia interrupts her with a question of her own. Bea coldly asks when it became proper to speak so freely without introducing oneself, stunning the woman into silence. Grin. Sirotica backs her up, feigning ignorance about the change in decorum and causing the woman to stammer defensively. Halt. Changing the subject, Bia points to the woman's jewelry and asks if her ruby earrings are from Yerfinen. Smirk. Bia sarcastically asks if there's a secret ruby mine, then dismisses her own comment as a joke. As Bia departs, she wishes the lady well, but the woman's father glares after them, deciding to audit her family first. Sirotica remarks that she's still the same old Bia, and she reminds him never to underestimate the former Duchess. A man off-screen asks her to go easy on him, but Bia coolly replies, "We'll see." Ominous. A sudden feeling of unease washes over Bia. She turns her head and notices a group of ominous, cloaked men approaching them. The cloaked figures stand before the couple, their faces hidden in shadow, as Sir Portika and Bia look on cautiously. The group is identified as the Reapers of the Magical Kingdom, Calacion. Slip. Their leader removes his hood, revealing a smirking, dark-haired man who introduces himself as Maximus Tan Elisraha, Marquess of Calacion. Bia finds his uneven smile and intense gaze deeply unsettling. Maximus explains that they rushed to offer their congratulations as soon as they heard the Emperor had found his bride. Bia's eyes widen in alarm, recalling that Calacion is infamous for practicing illegal black magic. Clench. She grips her dress, thinking about the formidable power they command. Later, in a private study, Bea asks Sirotica if Calacion is targeting Solemn. He admits their brashness, even with Yerfinen's involvement, proves just how desperately they want the Earth deities. With dawning realization, Bea asks if their pursuit is the reason he wanted to rush the wedding. He confirms, explaining he'd hoped that making their union official would stop them from acting. Bea listens in silence, her expression somber as she understands the gravity of their situation. A bright memory flashes by of a smiling, freckled girl and a group of friends sharing a warm hug. In a beautiful, flower-filled memory, a black-haired woman with closed eyes warmly embraces the pink-haired bee. Back in the study, Bea starts to speak, her voice trailing off as she says, "Sia, I." With a look of newfound determination, she declares that she wants to protect them. Turning to face him, Bea earnestly asks Sirotica if he will help her. Sirotica smiles gently, assuring her that her family is his family now. Mumble, he quietly promises to protect them, even if it leads to war. A confident and determined expression settles on Sirotica's face. Returning to the debutante ball, Sirotica coolly notes he hadn't realized they'd invited Calacion, but welcomes them anyway. The Marquess of Calacion, Maximus, smiles with feigned delight, thanking His Majesty for the welcome. Maximus announces they have brought a very precious plant as a gift of their congratulations. One of his cloaked men presents a withered-looking sapling, and Bea and Sirotica look on with suspicion. Maximus suggests that Her Highness, having grown up around nature, should surely recognize the plant. Bea feigns cluelessness about the sapling, and Maximus slyly asks if she truly doesn't know what it is. He reveals it is a priceless happy plant from a kingdom in the east. Ooh. The crowd murmurs with intrigue. As Maximus explains, the plant's growth depends entirely on its owner. Flinch. Bea tenses as he pointedly adds that it thrives in the hands of one with the blood of the earth deities. A concerned nobleman in the crowd worries for the princess as he understands the implication of the test. Maximus directly challenges her, reminding everyone she is the Princess of Solemn and possesses the earth deity's abilities. He asks if they can witness the rare sight tonight, and Bea realizes he's publicly testing her. Murmur. The crowd buzzes with confusion, whispering about the descendant of the earth deities. Maximus dismisses the legend as a mere myth, using it to explain how difficult the plant is to grow. He condescendingly adds there's no way someone so small and sweet has such a gift, and Bia realizes he's openly provoking her. Staring at the plant, Bia quietly admits to herself that she doesn't know if she even has that power. A vision reveals that while Shroina's body may be capable, her soul belongs to someone else, making the outcome unknown. Looking between Bia's worried face and Sirtarka's grim one, she decides not to be rash and risk humiliation. Sierratica steps forward protectively, coolly telling Maximus he mistakes the princess for a gardener. With a dismissive smirk, he says he will accept the gift for the palace gardener to handle and tells them to enjoy their night. As Sierratica looks back at her, Bia realizes with a start that he sensed her distress. Standing behind him, she feels a profound sense of being shielded and protected. Lord Lenoir clears his throat, remarking that the mention of a nation of earth deities is, quote, interesting. Lenoir declares that if she possesses such a rare ability, she'll be more than worthy of being empress, putting Bia on the spot. A guest in the crowd expresses their disbelief, having never heard of a gift from an earth deity before. Murmur. Realizing Lord Lenoir is deliberately instigating the crowd, Bia sees she's being cornered. HMPH. From the crowd, Lenoir smirks, satisfied that she has nowhere to hide. Shut! Bia's eyes clench in panic as she wonders what she should do. Sierratica holds her hand, their fingers intertwined, offering silent support. He gives her a look filled with unwavering trust and confidence. Touched by his faith, Bia looks up and whispers his name. Hold. As she holds his hand, she chides herself for becoming such a scaredy cat. Drawing strength from him, a newfound resolve appears in Bia's eyes as she smiles. She decides to face the challenge, thinking they will deal with the consequences later. Slip. Believing there's always a way, she gently lets go of his hand. Stand. Bia steps forward alone, standing before the sapling and the men from Calesion. The freckled girl and the young nobleman from her memory watch with deep concern, calling out her title. In the vast, opulent ballroom, Bia stands with quiet dignity, ready to face the public test. With determination, she calls upon the power of the almighty earth deity. An ethereal vision of a blonde goddess appears behind her as she resolves to act for those she loves. Bia reaches out her hands, holding them just above the barren sapling in its pot. Maximus's smirk fades into disbelief as he senses a change, thinking that perhaps she isn't what he assumed. Whoosh! A massive, vibrant burst of lush greenery erupts from the pot, shocking Maximus as he instinctively recoils. Rumble. The tree erupts with power, shocking Bia and a recoiling Maximus with its sudden, massive growth. In a breathtaking display, the sapling transforms into a colossal, radiant tree that fills the entire ballroom. Maximus stares in utter disbelief, his mouth hanging open in shock at the impossible sight. Sierratica looks up at the magnificent tree, his expression a mixture of awe and astonishment. In the crowd, the freckled girl and the young nobleman from Bia's memories watch with stunned faces. Clutching her chest, Bia looks up in wonder, realizing what this incredible growth signifies. As the tree glows with immense energy, a realization dawns. This is the earth deity's power. From outside, the massive tree is seen bursting through the roof of the grand palace under the night sky. Murmur. The bewildered guests whisper amongst themselves, trying to comprehend what just happened. Rustle. A guest gasps in amazement, pointing out that the tree shot straight through the ceiling. Sierratica protectively holds Bea, asking if she's hurt, but she nervously assures him she's fine. Bea admits to herself that while she asked the earth deity for help, this display of power is far beyond what she expected. Whoosh! As a gust of wind settles, she quietly wonders if her prayer truly moved the deity so profoundly. With dawning shock, she realizes the undeniable truth. She has just accessed divine power. Sierratica worriedly asks if she's feeling unwell, but Bea denies it, thinking only that her heart is about to explode. Relieved she's unhurt, Sierratica jokes that a tree won't bring down the palace, but Bea nervously thinks he shouldn't be so sure. Bea reflects that divine power is indeed real, confirming it can be wielded even if the body belongs to another soul. Grunt. While Bea worries about how to ask her sisters about this power, Sierratica stands beside her, looking deeply troubled. Sierratica internally recalls a woman named Tiabel, threatening to bury him alive if he doesn't set her up with a man. Jump! Realizing the threat may be serious, he startles Bea, who jumps and asks what's wrong. Bea sheepishly realizes that everyone in the ballroom is staring at them after the spectacle. Bea and a stunned Maximus share a brief, silent glance across the room. Maximus stands frozen in place, utterly speechless after witnessing her power. PFT, ha! Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Bia can't help but stifle a triumphant laugh. Maximus grimaces in humiliation, tormented by a tiny, taunting vision of Bia. HMPH. Turn. Bia turns away from him with a satisfied air and asks Sieratica what they should do now. Sieratica reassures her that enchanters will fix the roof, admitting he didn't expect the tree's explosive growth either. Stand. He then turns to her, suggesting that since they're here, they should set things straight once and for all. Confused by his sudden change in tone, Bia asks what he means by that. Apologizing in advance, Sieratica gently reaches for her hand. Lift. To her surprise, he sweeps her up into his arms, holding her bridal style. Flush. Blushing furiously, a flustered Bia cries out his name and asks what he is doing. Beam. Sieratica simply gives her a dazzlingly confident smile in response. His aide calls out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to the couple. Sieratica proudly declares to the assembly that this is what his beloved fiancé is capable of. Lord Yafir remarks that she is a saintess, loved by the earth deities, stronger than any other woman. Looking down at her tenderly, Sieratica continues, describing her as lovely, intelligent, and wise. He gazes into her eyes, finishing his praise by declaring she is the woman he wants. Exclaim! Lifting her higher, Sieratica makes a grand proclamation to the entire hall. She will be the empress. With a fiercely protective smile, he warns that from now on, anyone who even looks at her the wrong way will suffer the consequences. Agape. The nobles, including the Viscount's daughter and her father, stare with wide-eyed shock. Clap. A lone person in the crowd begins to applaud the emperor's declaration. Applaud. Soon the entire ballroom joins in, clapping for the newly announced future empress. Flail. Mortified by the public display, Bia flails in his arms, begging him to put her down. Sieratica gently tells her to smile, reminding her that they are celebrating a happy occasion. Beam. Taking his words to heart, Bia sets aside her embarrassment and offers a radiant, joyful smile. As the orchestra begins to play, the tension in the room dissipates. The party resumes, and couples once again fill the dance floor. Standing with Sieratica, Bea quietly wonders if they're making the right decision with such a bold move. Sieratica coolly replies that he likes it, prompting a shocked Bia to exclaim that he must be kidding. Sieratica reassures a hesitant Bea, telling her that everyone considers the tree a miracle she created. A blushing Bia listens as he softly says her name, Reach. He extends his hand, reminding her that it's customary for the hosts to share the first dance. Taking her hand with a charming smile, Sieratica gently asks if she is ready. As the orchestra begins to play, the ballroom is filled with the sound of violins and cellos. The guests watch with anticipation as the music swells through the grand hall. On the dance floor, Sieratica leads Bea in a graceful waltz, and she smiles contentedly. He gazes down at her with a gentle, loving expression as they dance. Gaze. His bright blue eyes are filled with affection for her. Smooch. Leaning in, Sieratica tenderly kisses her on the forehead. In the crowd, two flustered nobles cover their mouths, shocked by the couple's public display of affection. Sputter. Ha ha. A mortified Bea tells Sieratica that everyone is watching, but he simply laughs. A brown-haired nobleman watches with amusement as Bea playfully complains that she can't handle him. The nobleman smiles fondly, quietly agreeing with her assessment. Sieratica gives Bea a knowing smirk, clearly enjoying her flustered reaction. They continue their elegant dance, twirling together under the ballroom lights. Still blushing, Bea insists he can't just kiss her in front of everyone. Nearby, one of Maximus's cloaked men cheekily asks if that means Sieratica can kiss her when they're alone. Turn. Nod. Another cloaked man turns and silently nods in agreement. Bea teases Sieratica that he's getting slyer by the day. His expression turning serious, Sieratica quietly informs her that the Kalashan envoys have left the party. Shing. Grunt. Snap. Later, in a training hall, Bea struggles to wield a golden sword, her concentration breaking. Womb. She swings the heavy sword, her form unsteady in the vast, empty room. Tat. Clatter. The sword slips from her grasp and falls to the checkered floor. Tremble. Staring at her trembling hands, Bea acknowledges her own weakness. Kneel. Kneeling beside the blade, she accepts that she needs much more training to handle her sword, Rosa, again. Wiping sweat from her brow, she notices a faint glow and wonders where the light is coming from. She sees the source of the light, an ornate, glowing hand mirror resting by a fountain. A painful memory surfaces of her three sisters weeping as they bid her farewell, She recognizes the mirror as the gift her sisters gave her. She realizes with a pang of guilt that she hasn't called them once since arriving in Yurfinen. Annoyed, she recalls Saratica mentioning that her family had nagged him again, yet they hadn't bothered to call her. Calm. Taking a breath, she wonders if they are simply waiting for her to reach out first. Mumble. Pacing away, she debates with herself whether she should call them now. Hold. Whir. Deciding not to put it off any longer, she picks up the mirror, which immediately begins to whir and glow. Grip. A familiar voice suddenly shouts her real name, Shroina, causing her to look up in shock. Two black-haired women, her sisters, appear and tackle her in a hug, one teasingly calling her fat while the other defends her. Her sisters dramatically scold her for not calling, complaining they nearly died from neglect. Speaking through the mirror, they ask how she's doing, adding that they speak to Saratica almost every day. Giggle. Bia apologizes with a laugh, finding their antics familiar and comforting until they notice her face and fret over her weight loss. Grunt. One sister demands to know who's torturing her, while the other suggestively wonders if it's the Emperor at night, earning a groan from Bia. Dizzy. Overwhelmed by their energy, Bia feels a bit faint as they ask more seriously if she is all right, noting her troubled expression. Ready to defend her, her sisters demand to know who is bothering her, asking for their name, birthday, and other personal details. Changing the subject, they ask her to tell them about Yurfinen, but she hesitates before answering. She begins to confess her fears, revealing there are people after their homeland of Solemn, and admitting she's scared. A dark vision flashes through her mind of her loved ones lying defeated under a great sword as she admits her fear of losing them. Her sister's voices call her name, snapping her back to reality as she stares blankly into the mirror. Fumble. She nervously fidgets with her dress, torn between telling them the truth and causing them to panic. Choosing to hide the full extent of the danger, she simply says she's worried her marriage has put Solemn in a vulnerable position. Three women with black and red hair look surprised, before their expressions soften into warm, knowing smiles. The black-haired woman smiles fondly, thinking of someone she calls our little peach. She laughs reassuringly, telling the person not to worry about a thing. The red-haired woman smirks, cryptically asking why they think they've been safe for the last 300 years. She explains to a pink-haired woman that they are like the water and the fog, and that their only wish is. The pink-haired woman listens to their words, her expression serious. A soft smile appears on her face as she absorbs their advice. Later, the pink-haired woman, Shroina, laughs, telling them not to worry as she has no marriage prospects and needs their help finding one in Yurfinen. They warn Shroina to be wary of a woman named Tiabel and to run the other way if she sees her. After a night spent talking, the scene transitions to a grand estate under a starry sky. Bow. A man with silver hair gives a formal bow to Shroina, who is now dressed in an elegant pink gown. The silver-haired man compliments Sia's dancing, and she replies that she practiced. He tells her it's time to socialize with the waiting guests, but they are watched from afar by a blonde woman. Sia's gaze falls upon the blonde woman in the crowd. As the blonde woman stares intently at them, Sia recognizes her with a sense of unease. The blonde woman formally introduces herself as Sabrina Pont Lenoir, daughter of Lord Lenoir. Elsewhere in the ballroom, the silver-haired man from earlier spots a woman with brown hair and a ponytail. His interest is piqued as he watches her from across the room. Jolt. He approaches the brown-haired woman and startles her by asking to have a word. She turns in surprise, suddenly remembering an urgent task she was given by Her Highness. Zoom! She quickly apologizes and dashes away, leaving the man watching her go. He stands alone, looking slightly perplexed by her abrupt departure. Phew. The brown-haired woman hides, worrying that he recognized her and feeling she's in trouble. She debates whether she should confess her actions to Her Highness. A flashback begins, showing a potted plant being watered a few days ago. The brown-haired woman, Lily, thinks with satisfaction that a certain man will be drinking his tea soon. Plop. As a final act of revenge, she drops a spoonful of white powder into his teacup. She smirks, believing he deserves this for treating Princess Shroina so poorly. Back in the present, Shroina finds Lily watering plants and comments on her good mood. Lily offers Shroina some tea, but the princess politely declines. Sensing something is amiss, Shroina sits down and asks Lily if she has something on her mind. Shroina notices Lily seems bothered, and Lily quietly confirms that she is. With a serious expression, Shroina reveals that Sir Falira's has collapsed, leaving Lily utterly shocked. Shroina speculates that it might be due to his poor health and overwork, but Lily begins to tremble with guilt. Shaking, Lily listens as Shroina explains Maximilian is now bedridden, looking gaunt and sleepless. Dun, Lily is struck with horror, realizing her petty revenge is the cause of his collapse. Shroina asks a distraught Lily what's wrong, but she can't bring herself to answer. Dart. Without another word, Lily announces she'll be right back and bolts from the room. The scene shifts to a large, opulent manor under the night sky. Tat-tat-tat. Lily runs desperately down a long, dark corridor. She panics, thinking that she only meant to get back at him, not cause him serious harm. Consumed by guilt, she runs through the halls, convinced it's all her fault. As she continues her frantic sprint, she begs the Earth deity for forgiveness for making someone so ill. Click. The ornate doors to a bedroom swing open into the silent room. Slip. She quietly enters the dark chamber and sees Maximilian lying sick in bed. She gasps, seeing his face flushed with fever as he struggles to breathe. Standing over him, she sees how restless he is and realizes his condition is truly severe. She quickly prepares a cool compress, wringing out a cloth in a bowl of water. Gently, she places the damp cloth on his burning forehead. Lily watches over him by his bedside, tending to him through the night. Delirious with fever, Maximilian stirs in his bed, mumbling an apology as he begins to wake. His vision blurs as his eyes flutter open, and he weakly asks the shadowy figure of Lily who she is. Jolt. Startled that he's awake, Lily freezes in surprise. As she tries to bolt, he suddenly grabs her arm to stop her from leaving. She turns back in shock, stunned by his unexpected strength. Gazing up at her through his fevered haze, he dazedly wonders if she is an angel. Panicked, Lily thinks he must be having a fever dream or can't see her properly in the dark. Her guilt manifests as a terrible vision of Maximilian kneeling and accusing her of sneaking into his room to harm him. In her mind's eye, a shocked Shroina sits on a throne, aghast as she thinks, "Lily, how could you?" The nightmarish scene culminates with a silver-haired ruler on a throne, furiously demanding her immediate exile. Snap! The horrifying thought jolts her back to reality, and she panics, desperate not to be caught. Still holding on, Maximilian weakly pleads for her to stay. Tat-tat. Whispering a quick, "Get well soon," she pulls free and flees the room. Ha! Exhausted from the effort, Maximilian is left alone, panting in his bed. Lily races down the long, glittering corridor, desperate to escape. Drifting back to sleep, a faint, peaceful smile touches Maximilian's lips. The scene shifts to later, showing a fully recovered Maximilian standing thoughtfully in a grand ballroom. An older man in a military uniform approaches, asking where he's been and announcing the party is starting. The man voices his concern for Maximilian's health, but he dismisses it, insisting he is fine. Across the room, Lily lets out a sudden achoo, as if on cue. The focus shifts back to Sabrina, who formally introduces herself as Sabrina Pon-Lenoir. She presents herself to Shroina and the silver-haired man at the center of the ballroom. Sabrina watches them with a cool, calculating expression. Shroina observes Sabrina's demeanor, noting that she looks very upset. Narration explains that Sabrina is the youngest daughter of Lord Lenoir. Sabrina offers a polite smile to the silver-haired man, addressing him as Your Majesty. He acknowledges her, but attempts to excuse himself and Shroina to greet other envoys. Titter. Sabrina slyly requests a moment alone with Shroina, who immediately understands her true intentions. Shroina smoothly agrees, telling the silver-haired man she'll be fine and doesn't want to appear to be avoiding Sabrina. He reluctantly concedes, promising to return soon before taking his leave. Now that they are alone, Shroina formally introduces herself as Shroina Flores Solum, Brown. Upon hearing her name, Sabrina's polite mask slips for a moment. She pointedly asks if a simple introduction is all Shroina has to say to her. Shroina, feigning innocence, asks what more there could possibly be to say. She finds the situation odd, thinking her greeting was perfectly normal and wondering if she's missing something. Sabrina drops the pretense and angrily declares that she and Shroina are not the same. A wry smile touches Shroina's lips as she realizes this is a direct challenge. A flashback explains Sabrina is Lord Lenoir's favorite daughter, whom Shroina had previously met while in charge of Marcian. In the memory, a polite, black-haired woman interrupts a conversation with Sabrina. The younger Sabrina from the memory appears timid and shy while interacting with the other woman. Shroina recalls how cute and soft-spoken Sabrina used to be, a product of a sheltered and loving upbringing. Seeing the difference in Sabrina now, Shroina reflects on how much a person's treatment and environment can change them. Shroina admits that while she once considered Sabrina no threat, her current attitude is undeniably irritating. A smirk forms on Shroina's face as she decides she might just have to teach Sabrina a lesson or two. Sabrina condescendingly reminds Shroina of her status as a lady in Yerfinen, but Shroina's defiant smirk shows she is unfazed. The scene transitions as Shroina prepares to pose a question. Shroina stands elegantly, composed and ready to face her rival. Looking down from a slightly higher step, Sabrina asks condescendingly, "Are we the same?" Sabrina acknowledges the pride of Shroina's kingdom, but lectures her on the difference between a small country and a vast empire. PFT. Shroina lets out a quiet scoff, amused by Sabrina's patronizing tone. A blonde-haired noblewoman looks on in disbelief, asking why someone is laughing. Bia covers her mouth with a laugh, thinking that the woman's statement was naive and utterly foolish. The other noblewomen shout back indignantly, demanding to know what she means by foolish and reminding her that this is Yerfinen. One of the nobles haughtily informs Bea that as Yerfinen's royalty, they are teaching her the ways of the empire. Plod. Bea walks toward them, calling their pride foolish and questioning what they have ever accomplished to earn their status as they falter before her. She smiles confidently, reminding them that she is a princess of her own country and, more importantly, the fiancé of their emperor. Flinch. The blonde woman recoils, as Bea adds that her rank is more than capable of starting a war. With the spectral image of a Black Panther behind her, Bea gives them a final, cold warning that she won't be so nice anymore. The noblewomen look on in fear as an ominous thought crosses Bea's mind. The piper must be paid. She places a hand on her chest, resolutely declaring that the emperor is hers. Blubber. The blonde woman, Sabrina, begins to cry, lamenting that the emperor's side was supposed to be her seat. Sniffle. Bea is utterly flabbergasted, shocked to see her rival burst into tears. Slip. A man's polished shoe steps forward as he calls out Sabrina's name. The crying Sabrina looks up and calls out for her father, a stern-looking man with black hair. The man asks Bea to calm his daughter down, causing Bea to worry that she's about to be blamed for making the girl cry. Wail. As Sabrina continues to sob in the background, Bea wonders how she should respond to the man. To her complete astonishment, the man bows deeply and offers his apology. He internally admonishes himself for coddling his daughter, admitting that her behavior is his fault. Turning back to Bea, he apologizes once more for his daughter's actions. Bea observes his apology and submission, noting how different he is from someone else she remembers. She holds her hands together, reflecting on the fact that Lady Sabrina is clearly loved. Agreeing with his sentiment, Bea tells Lord Lenoir that he should go comfort his daughter. Wail. As Lord Lenoir comforts Sabrina, Bea muses that while the girl feels she's lost something, she already has so much. Bea watches the pair, thinking of Miss Sabrina. Her thoughts are interrupted by the sight of Siratica, who smiles warmly as he walks toward her. Grin. Smiling back, Bea softly says his nickname, Sia. She nervously clasps her hands as he stands before her. She looks at him in utter shock, asking how he could have possibly heard that. Tap, tap. He points to his ear, saying she must have forgotten. With a smug smile, Siratica reminds her that a swordmaster's hearing is exceptional. Flush. Bea blushes in horror, realizing he heard everything, while Siratica internally chuckles, ecstatic that she called him mine. He continues to tease her, saying her declaration made him as thrilled as when she agreed to marry him, making a flustered Bea beg him to stop. FSS's. Siratica savors the moment, vowing to remember it forever as a deeply embarrassed Bea pleads with him. He tells her he isn't being mischievous, but honest, surprised that the usually passive her would say such a thing. He smiles tenderly, confessing how happy it makes him to know that he has truly become hers. Bea looks away, contemplating his words. Noticing her expression, Siratica looks at her with concern. He decides that he needs to get her out of the ballroom, leaving her to wonder what he means. Grab? He takes her hand firmly, and she calls out his name in surprise. Siratica turns to the party guests, politely asking if they are enjoying the evening. Standing with Bea, he thanks everyone for celebrating her highness, and tells them he will see them all at their wedding. He then announces his intention to leave and enjoy the singular company of his fiancée. Grin. With a final, mischievous grin, he tells the guests to enjoy the party as long as they like. Murmur, murmur. As he leads her away, Bea protests that they can't just leave, but he calmly reassures her that it's fine. Haha! Watching them go, a gray-haired nobleman smirks and remarks that the emperor has finally found his match. Lord Lenoir holds his distraught daughter, concluding that it would be meddling to interfere and that this outcome is a blessing. As the grand hall glitters, a voiceover speaks of the politics of an emperor who has now learned warmth. The gray-haired nobleman smiles, stating that he is excited to see the future of Yerfinen. Later, in the starlit garden palace of Amaryllis, Siratica stands with Bea and remarks on the outstanding changes she has made in just a few days. As they walk through a moonlit garden, Shroina reflects on Lily's amazing abilities, thinking she must be blessed by the Earth deity. Shroina recalls something Lily told her soon after they first arrived in Yerfinen. In the memory, a tearful Lily vows to create a beautiful path of flowers for Shroina to walk with His Majesty under the moonlight. Back in the present, Shroina silently thanks Lily as Maximilian notes the path is just like the one that led to her room. Oh, Shroina realizes with a start that the path to her room was his inspiration, and he confirms how much he liked it. He fondly reminds her that she fainted upon seeing those flowers, and she internally admits it was indeed a huge shock. The memory shows a younger Shroina and Lily standing in awe at the entrance to a grand sunlit hall. She wonders why everyone seemed to work so hard to push them together back then, finding it strange even now. "Sha, strange?" he asks, explaining that everyone simply recognized the honesty of his feelings for her. Whoa! His sincere words leave her momentarily speechless. Float. Wow. As petals rain down around them, Schroeder exclaims that the beautiful sight is almost as lovely as her home, solemn. She lovingly thinks that the garden is filled with Lily's wishes for her happiness, and he agrees that must be why it's so beautiful. Maximilian notes that Lily truly cares for her, adding with a hint of irony that it's almost too much. Tap, he gently turns her face toward his, asking if she's forgotten he's stolen her away from the banquet, leaving her confused. He gently cups her blushing face in his hands, closing the distance between them. Utterly flustered by his closeness, she can only stare as he smiles down at her, amused. She blurts out in embarrassment that he doesn't have to ask for permission for something like that. Smooch. He closes the remaining distance and kisses her passionately amidst a shower of blooming lilies. Ha! The intimate moment deepens as they share a breathless kiss. Grin. Pulling back slightly, he looks into her eyes and confesses, "I love you, Beatrice." He continues his confession, admitting that he's felt unsteady ever since the day they met. He compares her to crashing waves and himself to a small boat, constantly moved by her presence. He finishes his thought, admitting that he doesn't hate this feeling at all. The narration describes their continued tenderness as they share gentle kisses on their foreheads and eyelids. The scene shifts to the Grand Castle, marking the end of a serene and romantic night. Plod. As an aide reflects on the successful banquet, a figure in black suddenly grabs him from behind. Snatch! HRK! Muffled sounds of a struggle echo against the castle walls under the dark sky. Panic fills his eyes as he feels his body going limp from the cloth pressed against his face. Drop. His hand falls lifelessly as he loses his final bit of strength, thinking no. The attacker's motive is clear as a single thought rings out. Her Highness is in trouble. The castle stands silent under the starry sky, unaware of the danger brewing within. Plod. Plod. In a flashback to moments before the attack, the aide makes his way down a long, quiet corridor. Sigh. He thinks about His Majesty's departure, musing that while he understands his feelings, it was still quite unprofessional. He recalls the effort it took to calm the remaining guests and maintain appearances after the royal couple left. Tremble. He remembers lying to a guard, claiming that the royal couple had already said their goodbyes and retired to their separate quarters. Resigned to his duty, he accepts that it's up to him to manage the situation. Despite the trouble, he concludes that the banquet ultimately served its purpose and was a great success. His thoughts turn to the political undercurrents of the night, recalling that the delegation from Kalishan was far more hostile than anticipated. He reflects that it was thanks to Her Highness's skill that they were able to pacify the tense situation. The scene transitions to a sun-drenched view of the grand estate, a symbol of their success. The aide thoughtfully considers Her Highness, admitting she is stronger than he imagined. He marvels at Shroina's inner strength, wondering how such a small person can wield so much power. He muses that every time he sees Her Highness, he is inexplicably reminded of another powerful woman from his past. He recalls the woman in question, Beatrice Marcian, who always seemed to know his every thought. Halt. He stops in his tracks, dismissing the comparison as a ridiculous and impossible notion. He tries to convince himself there are no other similarities between the two women, waving the thought away. Whoosh! Shaking off his thoughts, he refocuses on the pressing political danger, realizing they must prepare for a potential war before the wedding. Thwack, flump. A heavy sound echoes as the aide's body hits the ground, his thoughts cut short by the unseen assailant. The only sounds that break the night's silence are the aide's pained, muffled gasps. Tremble. Held at knife point by a masked assassin, a bleeding, brown-haired man realizes they are Calasion's forces and wonders how they infiltrated the palace. Tremble. He grits his teeth, grabbing the bloody dagger as he internally curses himself for letting his guard down. Back. As he struggles against his captor's hold, he thinks despairingly of how far they had just come. A fleeting memory of a smiling white-haired man with a red cloak draped over his shoulder brings a moment of calm. Lunge. An assassin rushes in from behind, raising a weapon to strike a fatal blow. Whack! Suddenly the assassin is struck down by an unseen object. The other masked men look on in complete shock at their comrade's sudden fall. Wobble. The captive man sways, dazed and confused by the turn of events. Flump. His attacker collapses behind him as the man coughs, noticing the strange weapon on the floor. He stares in disbelief at the object that saved him, a simple gardening trowel. Looking up from the fallen assassin, he wonders who in the world could be responsible. Rustle. A sound from the nearby greenery catches his attention. Swoop. To his astonishment, a brown-haired woman in simple clothes leaps into the fray. The freckled young woman lands with a look of fierce determination in her bright blue eyes. Stand. She positions herself between the man and the assassins, ready for a fight. With a confident smirk, she gestures for the assassins to bring it on. The brown-haired man watches her, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he wonders about her identity. A memory flashes of a woman in a maid's uniform, rushing down a hallway. His eyes widen in recognition as he exclaims in thought, "The angel!" Swing. Clang. Clang. The woman expertly wields a sword, deflecting every attack as the man watches, stunned by her skill. Flump. With the last assassin defeated, she stands victorious amidst the fallen figures, her fierce demeanor vanishing. She turns to the man with concern and asks if he is all right. Kneeling beside him, she gently takes his hand, pointing out that he's bleeding. He looks at her, lost in thought as he recognizes her gentle voice. He remembers the same woman in a maid's uniform rushing past his bed while he was ill. He fully recalls her now as the woman who cared for him, connecting her to the memory of her commenting on his sensitive skin. Realizing she must be one of Her Highness's servants, he begins to ask who she is. A voice shouts from the distance, calling for Sir Phalaris. Guards arrive on the scene, asking what happened and if Sir Phalaris is injured. Sir Phalaris calls to the captain, knowing there is no time to waste on explanations. A cloaked man warns that it's an ambush, targeting His Majesty and Her Highness, urging the captain to dispatch men immediately. Flinch. The servant girl reacts with alarm at the mention of Her Highness being in danger. As she worries, a vision of Sieratica and Bea confirms that His Majesty and Her Highness are in grave danger. Later, Bea narrates that even after parting with Sieratica, the lingering warmth of their time together remained. She stands alone in her lavish, moonlit room, lost in thought. Touch. Blushing, she gently touches her lips, whispering to herself that she kissed him. The memory of their kiss feels like a beautiful dream surrounded by flowers. Sigh. Deciding it's getting late, she resolves to head to bed. Whir. Behind her, her ornate sword, Rosa, begins to glow and levitate from its stand. Hearing the sound, she turns to see the glowing blade and questions why it has activated. Taking up the sword, she flinches as she senses a presence and demands to know who is there. Done. Masked assassins suddenly appear in her room, and she realizes Calacion has made its move. Ha! With a confident smirk, she tells the intruders she expected them, just not so soon, and mocks their king's impatience. Whir. As Rosa hums with power, Bea acknowledges that she still lacks the training to properly wield it. Unafraid, she smiles, declaring that she won't give up and that this fight brings back old memories. Her expression hardens as she tells her sword they are about to see a lot of blood. Lunge, she charges forward, launching herself into the fight against the assassins. Her eyes glow red as blood splatters across her face in the heat of battle. FWIP. She gracefully dodges an incoming dagger strike. Clang. She expertly parries the attack, the clash of steel echoing in the room. Clang. Wielding her glowing sword Rosa, Bea fiercely blocks a sweeping strike from a masked assassin. Slip. The force of the blow causes her to lose her balance, and she stumbles backward with a cry. Wham! Thwack! Overpowered and on the ground, Bea cries out in pain as the assassins land several brutal blows. As a hand reaches down to her, a voice asks if she is all right, and Bea looks up in pained confusion. The brown-haired servant arrives, panting and out of breath as she apologizes for being late. The servant now stands protectively over a fallen Bea, surrounded by the bodies of the defeated assassins. One of the assassins looks back in utter shock, wondering how their entire squad was taken down. Dazed and speechless, Bea is helped up by the servant, wondering if the girl, Lily, took on all those men by herself. Lily furiously curses the assassins for daring to threaten Bea, wishing she had killed them in a more painful way. Overwhelmed with gratitude and relief, Bea tightly embraces her loyal protector. A narration explains that Lily is a third-generation monk who has been given the gift of battle by the earth deity. Lily smiles gently at Bia, promising to be her sword and shield. Deeply moved by her devotion, Bia softly speaks Lily's name. Lily kneels before Bia, resting her forehead against hers in a profound gesture of loyalty and comfort. A blood-splattered Erotica rushes into the room, looking over the carnage and anxiously asking if they are safe. Haha. Lily reassures him that they are, and she and a relieved Bee share a heartfelt laugh. The scene transitions to the grand palace, glittering under a starry night sky. In the aftermath, a composed but bloodied Erotica orders a guard to gather everyone involved and take them to the dungeons for questioning. A narrator confirms that, thankfully, no one was severely injured, as two men are seen helping each other walk away. Bea tells Erotica that something about the attack felt strange, prompting him to ask what she means. She thinks to herself that it seemed the assassins were trying to capture her, not kill her. Erotica flinches, disturbed by her theory, and asks what makes her say that. Bea recalls her past life as a skilled swordsman, but admits that in this new body, she was no better than a novice against them. And yet, she explains, the assassins never truly attacked her with killing intent. A hazy memory of the fight flashes through her mind, confirming her suspicion. She remembers the specific order she heard them give. Get her. She tells Erotica that if their goal was assassination, their orders would have been different, concluding that the situation is very strange. Looking back at the now quiet hall, Erotica asks the most important question. Why would they want to take her? A sudden realization dawns on Bea, and she suggests they want the earth deity's power that she possesses. Grit. Erotica's jaw tightens as he grimly acknowledges that her theory is plausible. Bea voices the terrifying implication of her theory, realizing that if they want her for her power, it means her family back in her homeland of Solemn is not safe either. With a grim vision of a bloody battlefield, she realizes she must warn her family to prepare for war. A flashback begins, showing a younger Bea standing serenely in a field of white flowers. She stands alone in a grand room, her expression resolute as she begins to recall a pivotal memory. She narrates that the great change in her life arrived suddenly on an otherwise ordinary day. It all started while her family was having breakfast. She remembers the moment when Shroina, the original owner of her body, was about to speak. At the breakfast table, Shroina had calmly and matter-of-factly announced, "I'm going to die soon." One of her sisters, a woman with red hair, recalls that they were all left completely speechless. Shroina simply smiled, as if she had told a lighthearted joke. The red-haired woman narrates that they all thought she was kidding, though they looked on with concern. But they soon learned she was serious, as they watched her collapse and get carried from the room. She then fell into a deep, unrelenting sleep, until one day she awoke as if nothing had happened, but it was Bee's soul now looking out from her eyes. Her red-haired sister recalls that they knew right away that something was different, as tears well up in the present Bea's eyes. Her sister's memory concludes that they knew they had a new sister. The red-haired sister continues, telling Bea that her arrival helped them move past their sadness and laugh once more. She then reveals that Shroina had always wished she could meet Bea before she left, causing a shocked Bea to ask, "Me?" Another sister, this one with black hair, smiles kindly and confirms it, telling Beatrice that Shroina thought of her as a sister. She describes the girl from the dream as beautiful but cold, yet possessing a warm and kind heart. The sister then reveals Schroeder's final request of them, to make Beatrice laugh again. Addressing her directly, the red-haired sister tells Beatrice that from the moment she awoke in Shroina's body, they had accepted her as their own. She adds that even without Shroina's request, they had sensed the warmth beneath Beatrice's guarded exterior. With loving finality, the sisters' thoughts reach out to the departed Shroina, reassuring her that they don't blame her for anything. A smiling Bea gratefully reaches out, thanking her sisters for coming to her and for telling her the truth. She confesses to herself that she only found the courage to tell them because she feared she might never see them again. Her thoughts shift to the recent attack, confirming that the Calations had raided the palace specifically to capture her. Looking deeply concerned, Bea warns her sisters that Calakian likely wants their homeland of Solemn, and that they must prepare for war. Growl, her black-haired sister, Tiabel Solemn, erupts in fury, daring the enemy to try, and promising to shred them to pieces. Her sisters confidently tell her not to worry, reminding her of their calm demeanor when His Majesty barged in as proof of their readiness. Changing the subject to the raid, a sister asks if Bea is alright, to which Bea gives a simple, thoughtful response. Bea explains that Lily protected her, as the scene shows a proud Lily flexing victoriously over a pile of defeated assassins. She holds up an ornate hand mirror, where the smiling faces of her sisters are reflected back at her. Her sisters tell her they love her, bringing a soft, grateful smile to Bia's face. Later that night, the conversation ends, and Bia lies alone in her grand, moonlit bed. She closes her eyes, her mind filled with the revelations and the love from her family. Her thoughts drift into a dream, envisioning a vast, sun-drenched field of golden grain. In the dream, she sees Shroina, and her own original, black-haired self calls out to her. Beam. Seeing Shroina's radiant smile, her original self comments on how happy she looks. With a determined look, her original self clarifies that seeing Shroina happy was her only wish. Gazing into the bright sky, she reaffirms her one simple desire. She just wanted to see her happy. Deeply moved, Shroina clasps her hands together, her heart full. Sit. The dream ends abruptly as Bea awakens and sits up in her bed. A few hours later, a narration declares their fears have come true over an image of crossed, blood-splattered swords. Scoff. Standing beside Bea, a grim Sciaratica notes that their enemies have beaten them to the punch. A nervous aide reports that their enemies have made a request alongside their aggressive actions. Falter. As the aide stammers, an impatient Bea demands that he spit it out. He finally reveals the enemy king's shocking demand. He wants Princess Shroina as his wife. Flabbergasted, Bea shouts in utter disbelief at the outrageous proposal. Glare. As Sciaratica seethes, a narrator introduces Maximilian, who will explain the origin of this absurd situation. Chirp, chirp. The scene flashes back to a bright day at the enemy king's opulent castle. The black-haired king is seen sitting on his throne, observing a magical projection of a sacred tree from Solemn. Smirk. The narrator explains that from that moment on, the king became obsessed. Bottom. A flashback shows the king blushing, utterly enamored with the image of Princess Shroina. Back in the present, the aide Maximilian concludes his report. The king wants her as his queen. Jolt. The full weight of the demand hits Bea, leaving her stunned and motionless. Slam! In a silent rage, Sciaratica slams his fists down on a nearby table. Tremble. He leans forward, his entire body shaking with barely contained fury. His eyes burn with cold hatred as a single thought consumes him. I'll kill him. Grit. As Sciaratica seethes, Maximilian flinches in terror, recognizing the murderous look in his eyes. Maximilian has a chilling memory of those same eyes from 4 years prior, when Sciaratica went berserk in battle. Bea gently places a hand on Sciaratica's arm, softly reassuring him that she is there, and he whispers her name. Maximilian watches in astonishment, realizing that Bea was able to quell Sciaratica's murderous rage with just a few words. Taking command, Bea addresses the aide by name, and a nervous Maximilian answers his princess. Bea tells him that wars don't happen overnight, and that they must begin preparations immediately. She declares they will hold a meeting with the troops to command their advancement, and Maximilian quickly agrees. Maximilian reports that they have already scattered their forces along the borders, prompting Bea to ask who will lead them. Sciaratica looks to Bea and states his intention to send Maximilian to the borders to command the troops. Sciaratica corrects her, stating that he will be the one to lead the troops. Stunned, Bea looks at him with wide, questioning eyes. She tells Sciaratica that for Maximilian's safety, she has a different plan. She reveals that she wants to send Lily with Maximilian, who is shocked by the suggestion. Bea praises Lily as an exceptional warrior from the Earth deity's priesthood who can protect him. She explains that the Earth deity's divine power is the complete opposite of Calation's magic. Therefore, she concludes, it will be much safer for Lily to assist Maximilian. Maximilian objects, expressing his concern for what might happen to Bea in his absence. Bea calmly explains that she has become a coveted asset in this war, so the enemy is unlikely to harm her. However, she warns Maximilian that as the Emperor's right hand, he will be a prime target for their enemies. Bea gently touches Sciaratica's chest, turning her attention to him. Sarat smiles warmly, reassuring Bea that they will be together, and it is his duty to protect her. Touched, Maximilian watches them, vowing to protect Bea as he recalls Sciaratica's face from the end of the last war. He remembers a bloodied, ruthless man swinging his sword, but now sees how a few words from Bea have completely calmed him. Sciaratica closes his eyes, smiling softly, completely soothed by her presence. The scene transitions to a grand estate under a starry night sky. Later, Sciaratica approaches Bea with a lantern, softly calling her name. He asks how her meeting went, and she reports that Solemn is now preparing for battle. As they walk, he asks if she's spoken to her court, and she reveals that Sultan wants to fight in the battle himself. Bea is shocked by the news, exclaiming that Sultan himself is joining the fight. Throb. Sciaratica presses a hand to his head, acknowledging Sultan's reputation but worrying that he is far too old to be fighting. Bia watches him with understanding, knowing he worries for the old warrior. She tenderly touches his face, telling him to accept Sultan's loyalty and that things will be okay, prompting him to tell her not to talk to him like a child. From a window, Saratika asks if she has told Lily about being sent with Maximilian. Bia smiles, confirming that Lily was eager to go, though she found her reason amusing. Saratika thinks to himself that he knows what Maximilian has become to Lily, as Bia looks on in confusion. The scene changes to a sunny courtyard where troops are assembled, and Saratika warns them to never let their guard down. A determined Lily salutes, assuring Her Highness that she has faith. Smile. Dressed in armor and a blue cape, Bia gives a gentle smile. She formally addresses Maximilian as Sir Faliers. With a serious expression, she asks him to see to it that everyone returns safely. Looking him in the eyes, she adds that this includes himself, catching him by surprise. Bia wishes him victory, and he bows, wishing for her safety in return. Beam, she gives him a final, radiant smile of encouragement. Bow. Maximilian closes his eyes and bows his head respectfully. Grin. Saratika, clad in his battle armor, watches with a confident grin. Saratika and Bea walk past Maximilian and Lily toward the assembled troops. Stand. An immense army in white and red stands at attention. You're done. On the other side of the field, a formidable army in dark armor awaits, their blue plumes stark against the sky. The two massive armies face each other across a vast, sunlit field, ready for battle. Blare! A war horn sounds across the battlefield. Boo-oo! In a quiet moment at their camp, Bia and Saratika stand near their horses as troops wait in the distance. Looking toward the enemy, Bia wonders how they can be so brash. She questions how a king could be so reckless as the opposing army stands ready. Saratika confidently states that regardless of the enemy's reasons, they will be the victors of this battle. He reminds her that she has received the divinity of the heavens. Grin. And, he adds with a charming grin, he has her. PFT. She lets out a small laugh, telling him he's silly. Together, they walk toward their waiting army, their capes billowing in the wind. Shing. A hand grips the hilt of an ornate silver sword, ready to draw it for battle. Whoosh! A white-haired commander in blue and white armor orders his men to advance. Roar. Responding to the call, soldiers raise their swords in unison. Clang. Knights in red and blue engage the enemy in a grassy field. In the distance, a woman in a blue and yellow robe watches the battle with two horses, sensing that something is wrong. The white-haired commander's intuition tells him that the battle feels strange. A pink-haired woman shares his unease, finding the situation odd. The battle is proving to be way too easy, as their forces cut through the enemy with little resistance. Plod. A man in a green cape approaches the commander, agreeing that the victory is suspiciously easy. The man in the green cape observes that it feels as if the enemy is simply letting them win. He grimly concludes that their opponents were merely sent to die. FSS's. Suddenly, a strange mist rises from the ground around the pink-haired woman's feet, startling her. Pull. The white-haired commander, Saratika, urgently pulls Bia to his side as the ground trembles beneath them. Wahaha. An ominous laugh echoes across the battlefield, catching Bia's attention. Saratika puts a protective arm around Bea as they both gaze toward the source of the dark energy. A smirking man with black hair and purple eyes appears, proudly introducing himself as Colossian's great king. Wurten Lula Calasion. King Wurten declares that this will be the last day for Saratika of Yurfinin. He vows to take both Saratika's head and his woman, as a defiant Bia glares back. Grit. Saratika clenches his teeth, his expression hardening with rage at the threat. He curses the king under his breath, as the grim, bloody aftermath of the battle is shown. Raggle. To his horror, a fallen enemy soldier begins to stir on the ground. Twitch! The dead soldiers, their eyes glowing red, rise to their feet as Saratika realizes they've come back to life. Flinch. A horrified Bia covers her mouth, unable to believe what she is seeing. Scoff. The man in the green cape recognizes the dark magic being used. Groan, the undead army shambles forward as their master proclaims they will rewrite history with the ancient magic of re-rise. King Wurten smiles cruelly, unleashing his immortal army of hell with a surge of red magical energy. Saratika and Bia look on, their faces pale with shock and alarm. Frown. Saratika disgustedly remarks that the king is just as crude as his voice sounds. Sigh. The man in green covers his mouth, acknowledging that this development complicates things greatly for them. He explains that, while monsters can be killed by destroying their cores, They have no idea if these undead creatures even have a weak point. With a look of resolve, Bia declares that she must go out and fight. Before she can volunteer, Sieratica calls her name, stopping her in her tracks. He firmly tells her he will lead the knights, refusing to let her go into such danger. The man in green agrees that it's too dangerous, but Bia looks ready to argue. Turning away, Bia thinks that with the tables turned, she can't possibly send him out to fight alone. She places a hand on her chest, her expression filled with determination. Crash! The ground suddenly shakes violently, causing them all to wobble. Boom! Bia looks up in alarm as explosions echo in the distance. Clip-clop. The sound of powerful hoofbeats grows louder and louder. Bia's eyes widen in disbelief as she begins to recognize the approaching force. Surrounded by an aura of light and swords, a single thought echoes in her mind. Father, a stern man with pink hair, riding a powerful steed, makes a grand and intimidating entrance. Roar! Bia's father furiously demands to know which of them is the sick pervert who tried to kidnap his daughter. Sieratica calmly informs a bewildered Bia that her father has arrived. Rush! Bia desperately tries to run forward to stop him, warning that the enemy is using dark magic. Her father charges ahead on his rearing horse, glowing with a powerful holy light. Zoom! With a determined grit, he swings his glowing sword at the undead army. Spark! A massive blast of light erupts from his strike, engulfing the undead soldiers. Sieratica looks on in shock as Bia whispers that the creatures are turning into ash. Bia marvels at her father, the King of Solom, who presents a leisurely image while hiding such fierce power. A furious pink-haired man in armor and a blue cape holds his sword forward, shouting a battle cry. As Bia and Sieratica watch, her father charges forward on horseback, enraged that someone dared to harm his daughter. Grit. Bia's sisters, clad in armor, arrive on the scene, with the red-haired sister furiously demanding to know who dared to kidnap their own. Bia looks over in shock, realizing that her sisters have joined the battle. Thwack. A gauntleted fist clenches with bloody, violent force. Falter. Standing over the defeated, a black-haired sister scoffs at the enemy's audacity for coveting a sister of the priesthood. Blank. Sieratica and Bea are left speechless as he calls out her name. In a memory, one of the sisters forcefully grabs a younger Sieratica's torn sleeve. Chills. Bia tells Sieratica he was lucky his arm wasn't ripped off, given her sister's strength. The black-haired sister strikes a triumphant pose, glowing with righteous power. Sieratica smirks, wryly commenting that it's clear who would win in a fight between her and her father. Crash! On his horse, Bia's father raises his shining sword to the sky, unleashing a powerful attack. A voice calls out to Shoina and Sieratica, causing them to turn in surprise. A powerful woman in golden armor appears, whom Bia identifies as her mother, and Sieratica addresses as Your Majesty. Flanked by her daughters, the queen assures them that the situation has been handled. Bia worriedly asks her mother, Tirana, why they all came to such a dangerous battlefield. Tirana scoffs at the question, stating they could never let those who threaten their family go unpunished. Touched by their love, Bia looks on as a menacing Tirana chuckles, vowing to make their enemy disappear forever. Nod. A sister explains that their father became absolutely enraged upon hearing the news of the attack. Snap, she continues, recounting how their sister Tiabel was so furious she shattered a table with her bare hands. Scoff. The red-haired sister dismisses Calation's king as a fool. The defeated enemy king grits his teeth, thinking of the dark magic he witnessed. He realizes his dark magic is no match for the divine power he faces. Tiabel confidently declares that his magic is completely outmatched. HMPH. She recalls that terrible things could have happened when the enemy, Yerfinin, first invaded. With a determined glint in her eye, she assures them their father will end the battle any moment now. Turning her attention back to the present, Bia asks a watchful Sieratica if he's ready. BZZT. A brilliant light suddenly erupts from their mother, Tirana. Bia watches the overwhelming power with a mix of awe and concern. Sieratica looks on with a grim, serious expression. On the battlefield, Bia's father opens his arms, preparing to unleash his own divine power. His power manifests as a beautiful field of daisies, promising to purify every last bit of the land. Whoosh! A golden wave of energy surges across the battlefield, cleansing it. A hand glows with an intense holy light. Tirana holds out her hand, a blue orb of energy forming as she summons a divine power. BZZZT. With her eyes closed, she calls upon a higher power to save the pitiful souls on the field. Bea and Cyrodottica watch as Tirana unleashes a purifying beam of golden light. Tirana gazes forward, her expression one of solemn duty. HRK. The enemy king and his mages are bound and defeated, kneeling in the grass. Tirana turns to a startled Bea, calling her by her true name, Shroina. Cyrodottica gently calls to Bea, praising her for her efforts and beckoning her closer. Looking toward the clear sky, Bea declares that it's time for them to go back. Bottom, her heart beats as she hopes for everyone's happiness, privately thinking she never believed she deserved it herself. Cyrodottica softly says her name, Bea, as he takes her gauntleted hand in his. He smiles warmly, thinking it's finally time for them to be happy together. Surrounded by blossoms, he lovingly calls her my Beatrice. Beatrice closes her eyes and smiles blissfully, accepting his words with a simple, yes. I will. Ding dong. A few months later, the bells of a grand clock tower ring out. In a bright sunlit chapel, a priest begins to read the wedding vows. Beatrice, a radiant bride holding a bouquet of blue roses, smiles tenderly. Cyrodottica, the groom, looks on with a gentle and loving gaze, surrounded by white flowers. Beatrice and Cyrodottica walk hand in hand, a perfect picture of a newly married couple. A new chapter begins as a woman with freckles and brown hair introduces herself as Lily. In a somber memory, a bound Maximilian kneels in the grass. A prisoner since the last battle, Lily watches from the crowd as the narration explains the wedding preparations began as soon as they returned. Beatrice holds a beautiful bouquet of vibrant blue roses. Enamored, Lily watches the ceremony, thinking to herself how beautiful it all is. Maximilian looks on with a slightly startled expression. Startled, Lily looks up, a thought beginning to form in her mind. With a fond smile for Maximilian, Lily giggles, realizing she now has an important person in her life. Caress. She gently touches her stomach, amending her thought to say she has two important people. Tirana whispers Lily's name, and she responds with an enthusiastic, yes. Flush. Tirana leans in and whispers, is it a shotgun wedding? Causing Lily to blush deeply. Lily laughs awkwardly, admitting that while it wasn't planned, it's how things turned out. As the efficient, Maximilian laughs, remarking that he had a feeling when she pushed the wedding up to be within a month. Tirana congratulates a smiling Lily on finding her person, and they share a happy moment. Lily laughs to herself, thinking that nothing ever gets past Her Majesty. Maximilian clears his throat, glancing over to begin the groom's vows. Glare. To Cyrodottica's surprise, Maximilian gives him a sharp, intimidating glare. Stutter. Maximilian nervously asks the groom if he promises to love his bride, privately cursing himself to just get on with it. Cyrodottica smirks, asking Sir Phaliris if he knows who he's talking to, as Lily protests his abuse of power in the background. Beatrice sighs at their childishness and tells Cyrodottica to just cooperate. Appalled, Maximilian reluctantly agrees, but only because she told him to. Cyrodottica begins to speak, explaining how his love for Bea can be described. A touched Beatrice listens as he declares she is his #1 priority. He tenderly holds her face, vowing that she is the most important thing to him, taking precedence over the world itself. Smooch. Cyrodottica kisses her forehead, lovingly telling Bea he loves her. Toss. The blue rose bouquet flies through the air. Snatch. Beatrice's black-haired sister triumphantly catches the bouquet, shouting that it's hers. The red-haired sister laughs, commenting on how desperately the other wanted it. As their father cries with joy, Tirana tells the sister to be careful, while Lily laughs happily. Beatrice and Cyrodottica share a laugh, enjoying the cheerful chaos of their wedding. Yay! The sister cheers victoriously, holding her prize aloft. A final message wishes the beloved princess happiness. A radiant Beatrice smiles, her hand over her heart, filled with joy. Scribble. Later, Beatrice is overwhelmed by paperwork, realizing the Empress's seat has been empty for too long. Snap. She breaks her pen in frustration, despairing that she might not even get a honeymoon. Jump. Startled by the sound, Lily rushes in and asks if Her Majesty is all right. Lily suggests she take a break, but Beatrice insists she's fine. Seeing Lily looking thoughtful, Beatrice asks her what's on her mind. Beatrice asks about the gold string that connects Lily and Maximilian, catching Lily completely off guard. Lily explains the yellow string connecting them is soft but strong, always keeping them linked. Jolt. Lily is stunned that Beatrice can see it and blurts out, "What?" Lily explains that the string marks two people fated for each other and can only be seen by the awakened priesthood. She continues, saying everyone's string appears when they meet their match, as a vision of her and Maximilian illustrates. A flustered Beatrice asks if this means everyone has been able to see these strings all along. Jolt! Pointing to an image of Sirotica, Lily reveals she saw Beatrice's string the instant she met him, leaving Beatrice speechless. Lily informs a weary-looking Beatrice that her string of fate is a bright, vivid red. A vision shows Sirotica wearing glasses and reading a document, with the glowing red string tied to him. Beatrice finally understands, asking Lily if the string of fate is the reason she pushed so hard for them to be together. Lily smiles, confirming that she pushed for their relationship because she saw the invisible string of fate connecting them. Flush. Beatrice buries her face in her hand, mortified that her fated connection was so obvious to everyone. Sirotica enters her office, asking if she's working late, and a flustered Beatrice greets him, unable to look him in the eye. Grin. He smirks knowingly, thinking of her as his fate. Beatrice abruptly suggests they take their honeymoon now, and a pleased Sirotica agrees, saying he'd been hoping to go somewhere quiet with her. He leans in, proposing they go just the two of them, without telling anyone. Giggle. Beatrice finds the idea of running away and causing a commotion in the palace delightfully mischievous. Sirotica gazes at her warmly, agreeing that he likes the idea and wants to do whatever she desires. Hold, he gently takes her hand in his. The next day arrives, showing the grand facade of the palace. Creak. Lily enters the chambers with a smile, ready to wake Her Majesty. Empty. She stops in shock, realizing the entire opulent room is deserted. Lily looks around the empty room, beginning to understand what has happened. Dressed for travel, Beatrice and Sirotica enjoy the beautiful countryside, with him commenting that it's not bad. As they stroll through a field of flowers, the narration confirms the Emperor and his wife have left the palace for their honeymoon. The scene shifts to a new story, My Beloved Oppressor, as a woman in a long blue dress walks into a room. A man with light brown hair sits up in a hospital bed, asking a blonde woman what she's doing there. He nervously runs a hand through his hair, fumbling for an explanation. The blonde woman chides him for thinking he'd be a burden if he returned home. He laughs it off, cheerfully saying it doesn't mean he plans on dying there. The blonde woman looks at him with a pained, emotional expression. In a memory, two smiling nurses wave goodbye. A memory shows a man with short brown hair smiling confidently. The blonde woman remembers with a somber look on her face. She sets down her luggage, having arrived at her destination. Elsewhere, a black-haired man in a military uniform sits alone, looking somber. A woman thinks about the vast difference between a commander's skill and an army's strength. A woman with brown hair looks at the blonde woman in disbelief, questioning her statement. The brown-haired woman asks her why she would say such a thing, but the blonde woman turns away, lost in thought. At a dark outpost, a radio transmission crackles, ordering the frontline unit to hold its position. A group of refugees huddles together, one woman anxiously asking what they're supposed to do. A woman in a hood feels a glimmer of hope, thinking she should rest since the Northern Army's advance has stopped. She jolts in horror upon hearing that the city of Sincere is in ruins after a bombing. Alarmed, she asks another woman if the news about bombers in Sincere is true, who confirms it. A newspaper reveals Rochester was devastated, and the woman explains Sincere's bombing received less coverage. The blonde woman grows deeply concerned, remembering that Sincere is only a residential area. She turns to the others, urgently asking if they know the extent of the damage. She recalls with dread that Sincere is a densely packed area with old buildings and few shelters. Clasping her hands in prayer, she desperately hopes the bombs miss the homes and thanks the woman for the news. She worries about a friend named Catherine, whose house was in a precarious location, making it impossible to know where the bombs fell. Her thoughts turn to a man named Hans, wondering if he knows what happened. Overwhelmed with helplessness, the blonde woman trembles, wondering what she can possibly do. A woman with dark hair offers a sad smile, wishing she could at least hear some news. As soldiers stand guard, the narration explains that survivors of the bombings began to emerge from the ruins. They spot a lone girl with a crutch, making her way through the destroyed streets. A soldier calls out to the girl, telling her to go back to her parents. The blonde woman approaches, and the girl tells her that others are hiding nearby. A soldier objects, stating the area is occupied by the enemy, but the woman insists they must investigate. The young girl looks up, her gaze steady and resolved. A rescue operation is ordered after learning that injured soldiers and villagers are trapped inside a nearby church. An officer explains that while a small group of soldiers and nurses was dispatched, everyone had already fled the hospital because it was no longer safe. In a ruined village, a soldier addresses a crowd of civilians as the blonde woman watches from behind. The blonde woman remains silent, her her expression filled with quiet resolve as she adjusts her collar. Looking down at the huddled refugees, she wonders if she should go, questioning the military's willingness to sacrifice many to save a few. Her face set with determination, the blonde woman makes her decision. She reflects on past inaction, remembering all the paths she let slip away. Her mind wanders through the countless choices and consequences that have defined her life. She accepts that even when choosing to act, she must abandon the unchosen path and accept the outcome. In his stark memory, the black-haired man offers an axe, coldly telling someone they can leave forever. The blonde woman closes her eyes, resolving to live without regret. Her thoughts turn to the black-haired man as she accepts her choice, even if it means she might hurt someone again.